Okay. Just read out some mandatory instructions. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to all those who joined us here and all those who joined us online. A call out to all those who are enjoying your coffee. Maybe you can walk into the hall as quickly as possible. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Group Captain Venkataraman. I'm part of Madras Management Association. Take this opportunity to cordially welcome all the dignitaries and delegates to this conclave, the Data Trust Imperative, Technology Governance and the Future of Data Protection. May I request all of you to please settle down. So, before we start the seminar conclave very quickly, a few mandatory announcements, small reminder to keep your mobile phones on silent mode. And there is a program sheet that has been shared with you. If you look at the reverse of the program sheet, there are 4 QR codes. You may be wondering why so many. So the first one is actually giving you the profile, the detailed profile of all the speakers, because you will see on the stage a very brief profile that is being narrated about the speakers. You have a very detailed profile given there. Then there is a second QR code which has, you can use for asking questions. The questions also will be screened on the stage on the backdrop here. We don't have the habit of the procedure of sharing the mic to the audience. So please use technology, scan the QR code and send in your questions. It will be listed out on the Mentimeter that you will see in a short while from now. It will be there on the screen as well, so you can share the questions on the Mentimeter's QR. Third one, the QR code is for you people to know about MMA. You can get into the website, know as many things as possible, the programs that MMA is going to organize and all that. And the last one is very important, which normally we insist, please scan the last QR code before you lastly leave this hall, because that is the feedback QR code. Please give us your valuable feedback. We would like to learn and improve further. So once again, I welcome all those who have joined us online. So except switching off the mobile phones, the rest of the instructions are the same for all of you as well. So kindly use the QR codes and please feel free to share the questions and feedback with us. So, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to start the seminar. I thank all of you who have joined us here on time on a Saturday morning. And while the rest of them are making their way here to the hall, let's begin the proceedings on time. May I now request the dignitaries to take their place on the dais. Mr. Lakshminarayanan Duraiswamy, President MMA, MD Sundaram Home Finance Limited. Ladies and gentlemen, we have come up after, I think, good breakfast at home. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Mr. Vijayashankar, Data Governance and Data Protection Consultant, Chairman FDPPI, and who is the Karanakarta for the conclave today. Sir, may I request you. Mr. H. Shankar, Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. Thank you very much for joining us, sir. And Group Captain R. Vijayakumar, Visishta Seva Medal, Executive Director, MMA. Thanks to all the dignitaries for joining us this conclave today on the Saturday morning, taking your time off. All good things should begin with the prayers to the Almighty, whoever that might be. So as going by our culture of Tamil Nadu, may I request the dignitaries to join in lighting the Kuttu Vedakku to start the proceedings. Segar, please help the dignitaries. Thank you all for lighting this lamp. A quick group photo, and then we'll commence the proceedings. So thank you all. May I request you to take your place on the rise. Ladies and gentlemen, well begun is half done. So I think we have started on time. The Kuttivalak has been lit. Now let's begin the proceedings. Mr. Lakshminarayanan is President MMA. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. Lakshminarayanan Doraiswamy, President of MMA and Managing Director of Sundaram Home Finance Limited, has over 30 years of experience in financial services spanning risk management, operations, and strategy. A former COO of Sundaram AMC, Mr. Lakshminarayanan has held leadership roles at G Capital and Citibank, driving growth across diverse financial sectors.
Well, he deserves a big round of applause for making it here this morning. May I now invite Mr. Lakshminarayanan to deliver the welcome address, please.
Good morning. Thank you, Group Captain Venkatraman. Very good morning to all of you on a Saturday morning. It's indeed my pleasure on behalf of the Madras Management Association to offer a warm welcome to all those present for this conclave here today on the data trust imperative, technology governance, and the future of data protection. This event is proudly organized by MMA in collaboration with FDPPI and CAS. We're honored to be joined here by our esteemed chief guest, Mr. H. Shankar, Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. We also extend a very heartfelt welcome to Mr. Navi, whose thoughtful contributions and vision have played a pivotal role in molding both the theme and direction of this conclave. My thanks go to the session chairpersons, panelists, and participants from MMA, FDPPI, and our partner organizations, as well as those who've joined virtually through MMA's various social media portals. For our guests and invitees from other organizations, it is a source of pride that MMA, founded in 1956, has grown to become the country's largest management association, boasting over 8,000 members and 12 chapters throughout Tamil Nadu and Puducherry. MMA has also been honored as the best management association nationally for 15 consecutive years, including the recent year 2024-25. India stands at a defining crossroads as one of the fastest growing digital economies. The introduction of the Digital Personal Data Protection Act of 2023 marks a key milestone on our path to responsible data management, covering collection, processing, and storage of data. However, as global standards such as GDPR have shown, real trust is forged not through just regulations, but by upholding transparency, accountability, and ethical leadership. Technology lies at the heart of this evolution, with AI, cloud computing, and IoT and data analytics transforming our daily lives and business practices. Yet, these innovations bring fresh challenges in security and governance. We must answer how to safeguard sensitive information without hindering progress and how to reconcile individual right and organizational needs. Questions that require both effective strategies and a robust culture of governance. As a professional body devoted to advancing management excellence, MMA is committed to creating platforms such as this conclave to spark informed discussions. Our goal is to gather policymakers, industry experts, technologists, and management professionals to exchange ideas and help shape the future. I wish to thank our distinguished speakers and panelists for graciously sharing their expertise with us today. Once again, it's my pleasure to welcome everyone, colleagues from the Managing Committee, MMA members, dignitaries, partners, and viewers joining us from around the world. Wish you a very insightful and enriching conclave. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lakshminarayanan, for setting the context. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vijayashankar, Chairman FDPPI, may I now have his AV, please.
Mr. Vijayashankar, Nabi, is a leading data governance and data protection consultant and chairman of FDPPI, with nearly 50 years of expertise in banking, cyber law, and data security. Mr. Nabi pioneered several innovations in cyber jurisprudence, created India's Personal Data Protection Standard (PDPSI) and Digital Valuation Standard (DVSI), and actively works on neuro rights and AI regulation. An author, educator, and thought leader, Mr. Nabi has written key books on cyber law and privacy and continues to shape India's data protection landscape.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Navi has come all the way from Bangalore. Let's listen the overview of the conclave from him and welcome him with a round of applause.
So good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais and also dignitaries of the dais, because whenever I am in conferences like this, I am always reminded of the line, Enduro Mahanubhavalu kind of a thing, that there are a lot more people who are in the audience. We will be speaking to them, but knowledge is there with all of you. And this is an occasion for us to share that knowledge. Now, when we talk of this data trust imperative, we have made this as part of our annual exercise, which we call as Indian Data Protection Summit. We have been doing this every year since 2020. Of course, FDPPI was started in 2018 in the month of September. 7 years are over. And since 2020, we started doing this as a flagship event to focus on data protection. This is the first year in which we are conducting IDPS outside Bangalore. Okay. Of course, initially we did virtual, so you can say it was a global kind of a thing. But the last couple of years, we used to have it only in Bangalore. This time, we wanted to have it outside also. And the first choice, of course, was Chennai, because Chennai is almost my second home. Most of you may not remember, you said I've come from Bangalore, but actually I've gone from Chennai to Bangalore. Okay, I have been in Chennai for more than 20 plus years. Long time back, I was sharing with Mr. Shankar that when MRL went for public issue, I was the person who was handling that public issue communications, and very company in Chennai, including Sundaram Finance and others. I have been associated in some kind or other, particularly people in the finance, because I was a banker, started working with finance companies in Chennai. So my relationship with Chennai is very, very strong. We are very happy that we are having this here. Now, for the last couple of years, that is since 11th August 2023, the entire community of industries who all today have one common raw material, which is data. Okay. There was a time when management, when I did my IMA DM way back in 1984, when I completed it, at that time, data management was not at all in the curriculum. In fact, today I teach data protection in IIM Udaipur for the MBA students. So we were looking at only the land, building, etc. as assets, but today we are having data as the asset. So that is the industry. And the industry for last 2 years have been waiting that DPDPA will come today, tomorrow, because penalty is 250 crores. So if I am a CFO in any company, the first thing which strikes my mind is I have got a financial risk of 250 crores. When it will hit, I don't know. I know that this is a risk. I have to mitigate that risk, manage that risk. That has been there since 11th August 2023. And I don't know whether it's a coincidence. Today is the last day which Ashwin Vaishnav has said will be the day when the rules will be notified. I don't know whether it will happen, but he has said before 28th. In fact, he used the term well before 28th of September. We have got only 24 hours for 27th to end, and tomorrow is a Sunday. So maybe by the time we complete this seminar in the evening, we must be having the Gazette notification on DPDPA regulations. If we come to know, we'll maybe towards the end of the day, we'll just announce that. So that is a coincidence as far as today is concerned. So all of you as data fiduciaries need to manage this 250 crores risk. See, the lawmakers have been very, very clever in calling all of you as data fiduciaries, trustees of data. Therefore, whatever law says, you have to be above the law, because a trustee is always working on the ethical plane. Okay, he need not be a data controller sticking on to the permissions which the data principle has given. You have to think of what is good for the data principle and implement that. That is the beauty of Indian law. While we were all grappling with this, suddenly technology people have come up with what we call as artificial intelligence. Okay, complicating all the things which we were doing so far. We were all thinking that software means you give some code, then give data, it will give out something related to what I have coded. We never thought software will do things which we have not wanted it to do. But today, in AI world, we are seeing hallucinations all around. AI, for whatever reason, I feel it is the wrong coding, but anyway, technology people don't accept that. Okay, but hallucinations are considered as normal. And recently, when DeepSeek, in one conversation in Bangalore with one of the whistleblowers who has also filed an FIR, it said that Indian law is weak, DPDPA, let it come, we are not bothered, we will overcome the permissions and steal Indians' data and sell it in Cayman Islands for some figures and other things. And if anybody tries to complain, it says that we will take care of them. We'll take care of the board by, whatever we are aware of, and also take care of the whistleblower. This is how AIs have become mischievously intelligent. Okay. So we feel that as a data fiduciary, when I am using software which has got an AI, my risks have doubled and multiplied because I don't know what the software will be doing. So in that uncertain world, I am a data fiduciary. So this challenge of the DPDPA compliance, it is secular that way. Okay. And whether you are government, whether you are a commercial organization, whether you are an NGO, whether it's FDPPI or MMA, they are all equally facing the risk of DPDPA. We don't have 250 crores anyway. If at all, if anybody imposes a penalty of 250 crores, FDPPI will actually have to go bankrupt. So that is the current scenario which we are going to be in. So during this particular one-day session, what we have tried to do is to gather several experts and try to discuss different aspects of DPDPA and AI. We have majorly 5 panel discussions. We will be discussing initially the legal landscape, both for DPDPA and for AI, if it is there. If it is not there, we'll say AI doesn't have a legal landscape. Then we will be looking at the governance issues, technology issues, and we will also try to see what we, the industrialists, need to do in different sectors and prepare for the future. So this is how we have tried to set these 5 different panel discussions. I hope experts will be there in each panel to give their views, and all of you will be there to actually give out your views, and we hope we will be having a very useful discussion. During this particular thing, we will also take a few minutes off for my personal, you can say, commitment to the society, we have invited two of my veteran friends who have contributed to the field of IT and data security over a period of time. We have Mr. R. Ramurthy, who is a well-known figure in Chennai. We have HR Mohan, because when I look back at my career in Chennai, these are the people who are there since the very beginning. So I thought that when FDPPI is here, we have to honor them in whatever little way we can do. We will spend a few minutes later. So friends, with this, on behalf of FDPPI, I welcome all of you to this day-long seminar, and request you to participate and make the best use of this seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navi. I think you set out the platform very well for the proceedings throughout the day. Ladies and gentlemen, much awaited moment of this inaugural session. Mr. H. Shankar is the Managing Director, Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited. May I have his AV, please?
Mr. H. Shankar, Managing Director of CPCL, is a mechanical engineer and MB with over 3 decades of expertise in refinery operations, project management, and strategic leadership. A board member since 2020, Mr. Shankar has driven innovation in new energies, digitalization, and HSE excellence, and continues to lead CPCL towards operational and technological advancement.
It's indeed my privilege to invite Mr. Shankar to deliver the keynote, please.
Thank you very much. Senior members on the dais, most respected industry leaders sitting here, students from the colleges here, and ladies and gentlemen. It's a privilege, it's an honor to be here. This is my first attendance at MMA. And Group Captain Vijayakumar has been kind enough to invite me over for this program. Although I am an oil man, how data and cyber security are all related, maybe I'll be trying to give you a small overview about how this is relevant to my line. Although it is like I am a very novice in this field, I really cannot give you any technological inputs, but I can give you my problem statements, my pain points. That is more important. So I will rather address in an industrial context as a mechanical engineer, as a head of the institution here. I will be able to give you my pain points, which obviously like the industry leaders here, the experts here would be able to respond to it. And with me, in fact, my CISO is also here. He is joining this program here. Along with him, the other IS senior person also. We have two important people here who can understand the jargon, who can really contribute to the discussions. But I will use this platform to give you industry perspective as a person, how we see the problems in this current scenario, how the digitalization and the AI ML area, how the cyber areas, all these are affecting the normal operation scenario in a refinery. This is the context I would like to place before you. As we all know, the sudden explosion, I would say, or implosion, whatever the industry would say, but it's a fact that now digitalization is here, AI ML is here, and we have to adapt ourselves to meet the challenges of the scenario and also learn and develop our own security systems thoroughly. As a number, I would say like we sit almost on a data bank of more than 10 TB, more than 10 TB data we sit, and it keeps updating every time, every day basis. Almost 10 GB of data keeps getting multiplied or added up, and the old one gets archived. So this is the kind of data that we are looking at. We have a system in which our daily operations, our annual procurements, our day-to-day human resources requirements, the contract management, the tender cells, the payroll system, the revenues, everything is all linked up on the system. Not only that, even the machines are now linked onto the digitalization platform. I remember almost about 10 years back when I was, you can say, at a functional head level. At that time, at Indian Oil Corporation, at that time, the technological interventions had really started coming in. In fact, the gas turbines which are supplied by BHEL and GE, these machines are almost 10 years, 15 years back, they had come up with a proposal that we will do a predictive maintenance of all the gas turbines. You provide us a live feed from your machine data, the information about the vibrations and the flow and pressure controls, all this information, you share it with us on a live basis. And our engineer will be sitting in Houston, and he will monitor the health of the gas turbines and give you predictive information about any scenarios which are likely to come up in the future with regards to the maintenance of the gas turbines. I'm talking about 15 years back when this was thought about. So the first information, the first thought that came to us as industry people was, how do I share this information live? Because at that point of time, the internet also was not strong enough to transfer data at a high speed. And the information then, how do I transfer this data? What was the first challenge? Thereafter, the next thing comes up is, how do I ensure that there is no breach of data? That was the second thought came in. So this thought about data infringement and data breach was almost there at that point of time also. Only thing is probably we were not yet ready to accept that as a reality. So we were looking at various reasons of why not to do it or how to avoid this scenario. So we were in a different scenario then. Today, we look at it as a reality. We see that this is the in thing now. We cannot really escape this technological interventions, technological predictions which are there as a AI/ML tool. It is a wonderful tool and we have now embraced it. And for the last 5 years or so at CPCL, we have been using the services of BGGTS. They are, of course, now they have a data center in Hyderabad. So they are monitoring the gas turbines from sitting at Hyderabad, not only of CPCL, but all the other industry gas turbines also. So this is the kind of reality that we are now facing. We are now embracing also. Regarding the other areas where we have seen the kind of technological intervention, one is the shutdown management, the shutdown management tool, which is a kind of an annual turnaround that we go through. We are not only looking at the monitoring of shutdown progress, we are also looking at a different aspect called the safety monitoring, where we are using these cameras in the system in the refinery, and on a real-time basis, these cameras are tracking the people who are not adhering to the safety protocols, and then immediate intervention is coming from the field officer who is able to go and correct the situation. Because all said and done in a hot and humid weather, it is really sometimes you will find people are slightly they are going in their comfort zone by taking away their helmet and safety shoes. These kind of problems are a reality. But of course, when we have these kind of monitoring tools available, we have a very strong safety system now in place that there is a mechanism available, not as a punitive measure, but as a proactive measure. That is what the aim is. I also want to give you one more area that gives you the perspective about the defense, the kind of sensitive data that 10 GB or 10 TB or I talk about. I have to tell you that industry like a refinery is in a very sensitive zone. We are people who have been like during the last, the tension between with our neighbors, we were the only people supplying the fuel to the defense sector. A fuel called JP5, which is used for powering the jet fighters. So we were the people, only CPCL in India manufactures that product. So we were the ones who were giving it. So you can very well understand the kind of critical security requirements that the refinery operates under. So there was always the threat of not only a cyber threat of cyber hacking in our area, there was also a risk of the operational aspects getting disturbed. So we were extremely careful during those days that the IT and OT, both the platforms were very well monitored. We had to take a lot of precautions during that time. So when you look at refinery per se, refinery is in a very sensitive data we handle. We also are in a very safety conscious environment, and the products that we make are hazardous. They are very, very dangerous. They are very inflammable products. So the kind of situation that happens when we are able to control our data, that is how we are able to protect our data. That is very important from a safety and security perspective for the nation. So under this background, I would say that the conference that has been organized today, it is very, very relevant, very, very important. And I would say that the best time for us to learn the new technologies that are coming in. So I really look forward to knowing better the best tools available in the market, best tools, and how the industry is progressing in this direction, which will give us the impetus to really look at these areas, because as our own IS group, the information systems group, we have a very strong network. However, we are all most of the time handling our day-to-day operations and looking at this. We have a dedicated CISO also available, but at the end of the day, we are all refinery people. So we really have to keep updating ourselves, especially in this field of data protection, also in the field of cyber security. So I would really pay a lot of high regards for this kind of conferences, which gives us the strength and confidence to work in a very safe environment. So I really wish that this conclave, which is anchored on the pillars of trust, technology, and transformation, the 3 T's, will really give us a very good boost to the industry and also to the entire nation with regards to the data protection, not only the personal data protection, also the information which is kind of sensitive. So I would like to give my wholehearted support and cooperation for this kind of program. And CPCL as an organization, although it is not an information group, IS group, but definitely I would say that as an industry, we are the first people who will be able to reap the benefits of this conference. Thank you very much for inviting me, sir, and have a great day. And I expect all of us to have a great learning from this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shankar. Very, very insightful there. You brought out so many things about CPCL and the 3 T's that you spoke of and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, time for us to honor the dignitaries who have taken the time off to be here. My request, President MMA and Group Capt Vijayakumar, to present a memento on behalf of MMA and FDPPI to both the distinguished dignitaries today. Yeah, please step forward, sir. So Mr. Shankar, let's thank them with a round of applause. And of course, Mr. Vijayashankar. On behalf of MMA, a small memento to Mr. Navi for being here this morning. And as I told you, is the Karanakarta for the conclave today. So without him, I think this conclave would not have been possible. So Vijayashankar sir, thanks so much for doing this, partnering with MMA. Let's, once again, thank him with a round of applause. Thank you. I think Mr. Navi already mentioned the role of Mr. Ramurthy, and so may I request you to please make the announcement that you wanted to make.
Friends, Ramurthy, can you come here or we want to come there? Okay. Yeah. So friends, I wanted to take this opportunity to give our honor. In fact, for the last couple of years, we have honored Justice B.N. Sri Krishna. We have honored Justice K.S. Puttaswamy, who is unfortunately no more now, who is considered as the privacy Pitamaha. In fact, we told him privacy Pitamaha. Okay. And then we have also honored one Srinivas Pusarla, the Infosys person. So now that we are in Chennai, we wanted to honor 2 of the people who have shown commitment over decades of this thing. That is the criteria which I have personally taken. Somebody said I'm 50 years where I've been working, so you can imagine that. Okay, so that long service is what shows the continued commitment. So FDPPI is very happy to actually present. I think I'll ask Mr. Shankar to present a plaque, and Mr. Ashok, that shawl. Yeah. Yeah. Chennai there is a tradition, so that's why we don't want to use that tradition. Thanks for being good. Come on.
You know,
Thank you. Thank you. Sir, seat Mr. Balu is the president of Cyber Society of India, which was one of the first organizations. I was privileged to actually start in Chennai. Yeah.
Thank you, sir, for the time.
And Balu has already I had the privilege of getting honored from Cyber Society of India as Lifetime Achievement Award. Now I am happy that he is here to join this. Can I request Mr. H.R. Mohan? Yeah. H.R. Mohan is another person whom I remember that right from the first time when we started discussing internet. See, data protection is a concept which has come now. Earlier it was internet, e-commerce, then cyber law, cyber security, cyber crimes, and now come to data protection. Now H.R. Mohan has been with all the initiatives. Even today he is very active in IEEE and other activities. So we are honored by honoring these gentlemen. So there is nothing else here. Okay. We feel that this will be inspiring others for looking at long-term commitment, not looking for rewards. So say today's generation want reward next day. We are all not that kind of people, and these two gentlemen are also like that. Otherwise, they would not have been in the field for 50 years pursuing this. So I would like all other youngsters to remember this. Rewards will not come in one day. You have to work for decades, and these are the gentlemen who make us remember that. Thank you. Thank you, friends. Yeah. And I must thank MMA for having given us this opportunity to co-host this particular event and help us conduct this in Chennai. Yeah.
Sure, sir. Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, Group Captain Vijayakumar, Executive Director MMA. The MMA audience may know him very well, but for all others, may I have his AV, please.
Group Captain R. Vijayakumar, retired, VSM, is the Executive Director of Madras Management Association and a decorated Indian Air Force veteran awarded the Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India. A seasoned leader with rich academic credentials, Group Captain Vijayakumar has led MMA to be adjudged India's Best Management Association for 15 consecutive years.
Before I forget, I would like to add this book, Taming the Twin Challenges of DPDPA and AI with DGPSI AI. Actually, this is a preprint, pre-publication print. Okay, I would like to give one copy to each of them. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Inviting Group Captain Vijayakumar to propose the formal vote of thanks, please.
This book was released just in our Bangalore conference on September 17. DGPSI is the framework for compliance of DPDPA, and DGPSI AI is the extension in the AI environment. In fact, today morning I was discussing that many of the conferences we only confuse people with more challenges. But I told them that FDPPI is different. We try to give solutions. Okay, governance solution is DGPSI. I hope all of you will appreciate this. In fact, I would like to tell our Mr. Shankar that the first DPDPA implementation exercise which we in FDPPI did was to a manufacturing company, not an IT company. Of course, nobody other than Tata's group was rightly in that category of looking at compliance before the law came. But we are proud that our first compliance exercise using DGPSI framework was with a Tata group company in the manufacturing sector. So it is not that DPDPA is meant only for IT companies, it is for manufacturing companies also. And that is what I want to just leave a message. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Navi, for that more input. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my proud privilege to be here to deliver the formal vote of thanks because we do this every time because we never get an opportunity to thank everybody. If I wait till the end of the day, that time I won't find you all to listen to my vote of thanks. That's why we made sure that we do it in the inaugural session itself. And sincere thanks to the chief guest, Shankar. I know how busy he is, and we really got after him not to let him go for off the hook for this particular event. And he's also part of our MMA managing committee, great supporter of MMA activities. Thank you, Mr. Shankar, for joining us on a Saturday. And I know you travel extensively and your thought-provoking address, which I currently set the tone for the deliberation to come. President MMA, thank you, sir, for joining again and delivering formal introduction. And without President's support, we can't do all this because at the end of the day, not only the administrative support, there is a lot of financial support is required, which he readily agrees to give to do that. That's why we are able to bring this outstanding event at a very, very subsidized rate to each one of you with the support of FDPPI. What to say about Navi? I never really met a passionate gentleman like Navi. I have known him for the last so many years, and every time I meet him, I get inspired by his passion to do something new, be it cyber security. Now it's DDPPI, and till I attended a master class by him about a week back. I know how many of you have attended that master class, which we did in Zoom. Outstanding. So much of input is available for this, and if you don't know, it's going to be a serious issue. We did a master class because MMA, we tried so many methodology to reach out to the people to come and attend and or watch the event. And when we did the master class, we did master class to people to know as a prelude what is there expected out of this one full day conclave so that you don't get disappointed during the deliberations happening here. Now we have done that. We have done a master class. We are connected with you. And we also wanted only people who are genuinely interested in the subject because people are still not, it's not still sunk in them that how serious is this issue. I'm quite sure more than 480 viewers are watching it online, and it will be a great, great insight. Please do watch all through and send your questions in the QR code which is there, and the panel will respond to all your questions. Thank you, Navi, once again. It's always a pleasure working with you, and indeed privileged to have you with us. You also got a lovely team. We had Chennai Premanand, he did a great job collaborating with us. Ashok Kini from Bangalore, he's been also great support to us. And Manju, his team, and Sridhar. We have a couple of FDPI team, they're all working professionals and come together to put this together, and team FDPI, it's really, really good. I also would like to congratulate the people who got recognized today, because recognition is very important for the gentleman, so that it will not only for the people who have done the good, it will also inspire the people who are still waiting on the fence. Please come forward, do contribute to the society, because that's what will make you prosperous. Thank you, Mr. Ramurthy. We're doing the honor to FDPPI by accepting Mr. Mohan, the old friend, good friend. Thank you for doing that. And my team MMA, who has been always there in the front, putting things together. And that's why we are here today. And my colleague Venkat for ably moderating and ably doing the entire MC today to make sure that we finish dot on 10:15. I got still 2 minutes to go, so that you are on time, because MMA strongly believe on time. 10:15, we kept cushion for all this thing. A large number of participants who are watching in line. Also, people who have joined us in person. Without you, I don't think this event could be a great success as we envisaged to be. Thank you for joining us today. And but one thing, what I really understand today's event is what we take away from this conclave is, I am very, very clear. I'm quite sure end of the day, you will also be clear. Building trust in India is not only about technology, but also about a strong governance and responsibility. This is very, very vital, and because without trust and people will hesitate to embrace it, and very, very innovative methodology will get washed away and can shape the digital future. We need such a conclave to make the people understand what it is. And I'm a firm believer, let us all remember, what data builds is economies, but trust builds the future. Nice having you with us here today. And my good friend Vittal Raj is there. Good to see you, Vittal. And a lot of our friends are here to see them because they all come and good events happen like this. Pleasure to have you, each one of you. Join us, enjoy the moment at MMA. Got lovely library, lovely place, and my chef, I know, prepares some excellent food for you. And enjoy the food. Food for thought is as much as important. Food for stomach also very important. We focus quite a bit on that also. Thank you for each one of you joining. Thanks all the viewers, and thank you once again, and looking forward to a great one day of conclave on data protection. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us to the close of the inaugural session. Allow us a couple of minutes time to set the stage for this business session number 1, which is very interesting again. The challenges of new laws and the new technologies. Let's give them a big round of applause for being here on a Saturday morning, spending their valuable time with us, particularly Mr. Shankar. And of course, Mr. Navi is going to be here with us all through the day, and President MMA, Mr. Lakshminarayanan.
Starting next session. Thank you, Navi session.
So, going ahead with the first business session of the day, very, very interesting topic. The challenges of new laws and new technologies. I think Mr. Navi has already mentioned in his overview what is the session all about. It's going to be on the very legal aspects of the new laws. May now, Mr. Navi is already on the stage. May I request Mr. Rekha Pillai and Ms. Kirti Shetty to join him on the stage, please, for this session. Please come. May I request Mr. Navi, Mr. Eka, and Ms. Kirti to settle down for the session. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. And we have Ms. Vasanta Srinath, who has joined us online for this session. Ms. Vasanta, this is Group Captain Venkat from MMA. Am I audible?
Yeah, and this is Vasantika. That's my
Yeah,
name.
just a minute. We'll check the audio.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, 1 second. I think we are hearing your audio, but there is something. Yeah, sure. Your video is clear, ma'am. We'll just checking the audio. Just give us 30 seconds.
Sure.
Yeah, on the laptop, just. May I request you to check the mic once again, ma'am?
Yeah, Ipo?
Yeah,
You can hear me?
absolutely. I think we have fixed it.
Sure.
So, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the first session of the day. May I have the AV of all the speakers before I hand over the mic to Mr. Navi.
Ms. Vasantika Srinath, Kriti Shetty, founder and managing partner of Arnava Legal Practice, is an attorney with over is a lawyer and privacy experience in legal extensive experience, data privacy, travel, a former general counsel and DPO end-to-end data privacy framework, is an IPP fellow of specializes in regulatory and a recognized leader in ethical remediation, and deploying and regulatory automation tools to optimize enterprise workflows. Ms. Kriti Shetty, Associate Director, Consulting Practice, Founder and Managing Partner of Urban Privacy Consultant with extensive experience years of experience in legal, software, compliance, and data privacy. Leader in ethical AI, privacy, and regulatory compliance. Mr. Eka Pillai is an Vasanthika Srinath, co-founder and managing partner of Arnava Legal, is an attorney with over 22 years of experience in legal, 2,000 professionals and data privacy. Mr. Pillai serves as former general counsel and DPO at Panchi Tech Services. Vasanthika is an ICC fellow of information privacy and a recognized leader in ethical AI, privacy, innovative brain manifest leadership model. Ms. Kriti Shetty, Associate Director, Consulting Practice, Privacy Pillar, is a lawyer and privacy consultant with extensive experience helping fintech, travel, software, and tech firms implement end-to-end data privacy frameworks. Ms. Kriti specializes in regulatory compliance, audits, gap remediation, and deploying privacy automation tools to optimize enterprise workflows.
Yeah, so those are the profiles of the guest speakers. I mean, it was not very clear. Ms. Vasanthika Srinath is founder and managing director of Arnava Legal, an attorney with over 22 years of experience. Mr. Eka Pillai is an author and corporate coach, master black belt in Six Sigma, and IOD faculty who's trained over 2,000 professionals. Of course, we heard Ms. Kirti Shetty and we know who Mr. Navi is. May I now request Mr. Navi to take the session forward, please.
Thank you, Sundar. Respected panel members, I have here people with a very strong background of both law and technology. We will try to use this particular session to explore the legal, space for setting the context for the rest of the day. Okay, I am here as an anchor to raise questions so that we will get the responses from these experts for the benefit of all of you as the audience. Towards the end of the session, if any questions can be taken from the audience, we will try to do that. Maybe somebody will be even collecting that. Okay. Now, let us start from the very beginning. Okay. Now, whenever we talk of data protection, we must remember that we are talking of data related to what we call as privacy protection. See, when we use the term data protection, many of the information security people will immediately jump to what they have been doing for years as information security protection. But when we speak about data protection in this context, please remember that we are talking of protecting the data for the purpose of protecting the privacy of an individual, which is a right which our Constitution has given and our Supreme Court has interpreted as part of the fundamental rights under Article 21. So whenever I speak about data protection, today at least, remember that we are talking of privacy protection, which also incorporates the data protection in the sense that we were discussing earlier, but today we are talking of something more than that. In fact, Puttaswamy judgment, what we call as Puttaswamy judgment, which was a 9-member Supreme Court judgment, spoke about privacy as a fundamental right. Many people are asking us, the whole DPDPA doesn't use the word privacy anywhere. So in what way this particular act is related to what that Supreme Court said as Justice K.S. Puttaswamy's judgment? Okay, this is the first thing which is there in our minds. We will start with this particular question. We'll start with Vasantika. Okay, so what is the relationship between the privacy protection as envisaged in the Puttaswamy judgment, as envisaged in GDPR and other kind of regulations, and the digital personal data protection, which is this particular act? Ms. Vasantika?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you, Navi sir, for having me in this panel with y'all. And hello, good morning to everybody who's here in the room. Sorry, I couldn't be there in person so much as I wanted to be, but conflicting schedules did not permit me to travel. Anyway, so I'm here on Zoom. So this is a very interesting question talking about privacy and personal data. If we look at not only Justice Puttaswamy's case, where the Supreme Court very much recognized that autonomy, dignity, informational self-determination, these are parts of privacy and is a fundamental right under the Indian Constitution. If we also look at much older articles and papers, which have been written. There are people in 1960, William Prosler had written a very well-known a paper on privacy. That's how the jurisprudence has been evolving and the theory and, people have been working on. We've talked of privacy as a matter, as a right to be left alone. The right to be able to protect something that is very personal to a person, and that gives them that autonomy and dignity to be able to determine how they want to live. But if you look at the theory and all around privacy, it is very abstract. So how will you implement it? If you want to implement some abstract idea or a thought which is very important, the way to do it is by creating the practical angle around it, which is, and how do you enable that privacy? By looking at the personal data. What are the identifiers of a person? Is the personal data that describes the person. And if you are able to protect that, you give them the right to privacy. So you look at GDPR, Global Data Protection Regulation. It's general data protection regulations. India also is talked of only personal data protection, digital personal data protection. The idea being that you implement the right of privacy by focusing on the personal data. And in India, we went one step ahead and only looked at the digital personal data more likely because that is what is the more pressing need of the hour in India. So they looked at protecting the personal data and everything that is in the digital world or the digital sphere. So that is how you implement the foundations of privacy and operationalize them by focusing on what is personal data, how will you arrive at what is personal data, and what could potentially be construed as an intrusion into privacy, and try and prevent that and protect against that. So that is the very fine line between privacy and personal data.
Thank you. In fact, one of the objections which I have always carried about the 9-member Supreme Court bench was that they gave a 600-page judgment, but they declined to define what is privacy. They said, we will not define privacy. Okay.
Correct.
Then what do they mean? We, the CEOs of companies, are we supposed to define privacy, which the judges have not been able to define privacy, is a question which I always have in my mind. So what the bench said is, we will recognize something called information privacy. That is, right of an individual to ensure that his personal data is not processed by the industry in any manner other than what this person wants. So it is a question of right of choice of an individual to determine how his personal data has to be processed by the industry. So that was the definition of information privacy, which Mr. Chandrachud and other judges in the bench actually stated in this judgment. And that is what has been carried through in this DPDPA. The government also then thought that let us not get into the difficult area of defining privacy. Let us look at protecting the digital personal data, and it's like taking the low-hanging fruit kind of a thing. They said, let us have an industry discipline on how to process digital personal data as per the wishes of a data principle. So that is why they went about this Digital Personal Data Protection Act, and there was no need for defining privacy. In fact, in India, in 2006, a draft law was made. It was called Personal Privacy Act. And that started with a definition. What is privacy? Okay, now this particular law doesn't have a definition of privacy. Okay. Now, as we have heard Vasantika, we are talking of digital personal data protection. Now the question is, we as an industry, we would like to know what is personal data, because I have lots and lots of data. In fact, we have been discussing about the quantity of data, terabytes of data. But this act talks about the type of data which we call as personal data, because many of the implementations under this act are because a data is called personal data. If it is non-personal data, either Information Technology Act will take care or some other act will take care. This act speaks only of protecting or managing personal data in digital form. You may say, can personal data exist in non-digital form? Yes, but this act says that if you are having personal data in non-digital form and continue to use it only in non-digital form throughout its lifetime, then it is outside the DPDPA. But if you are collecting personal data in manual form like paper, but you enter it into a computer, it becomes digital data. Or you pick up a digital phone and use that number and make a call, you are converting that phone number into a digital form. So practically speaking, most of the industries don't deal with personal data in non-digital form anymore. Okay, there may be a kirana shop or somebody who may be doing it, but not any one of us. So for us, anything which is personal data comes under DPDPA. But the point is, what is personal data? Now I will request Kriti to actually tell us a little about what is the personal data by definition under this act. Kriti?
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Navi sir, for the question and for the opportunity to participate on this panel. With respect to personal data, I think the Act has kept the definition quite simple, right? If there is any kind of information that can identify an individual, either directly or indirectly, in relation to an individual, if that data can redirect back and we can get the identity of that person, then it falls under the purview of personal data. Now, what is interesting with the definition of personal data under DPDPA, which is a little different from GDPR, is that GDPR restricts the definition of personal data to a natural living person. And with respect to DPDPA, considering that there is a right to nomination which has been provided to individuals who can continue to exercise it post their death as well, I think the definition of personal data extends to individuals who are living and post death as well. So I think that would be a significant difference. But one thing which is quite interesting within this piece of legislation is that personal data hasn't been segregated further into sensitive personal data, right? So the Act in itself doesn't categorize or give us a definition in terms of what could be sensitive personal data. it brings all forms of information that could identify individuals under this one definition of personal data. So I think this would be, my understanding, and in terms of how it is different in context compared to another legislation, which is, been a major reference to other laws which have come up in privacy.
Thank you. So, data which is about an individual is what is being added as personal data. But in industries, we sometimes have an individual who has a specific business role. Is it not? We have somebody, Ramesh may be a person who is the, let us say, chief marketing manager of some company or something like that. So he goes out into a conference or somewhere and he hands over his identity. I'm Ramesh, chief marketing manager of XYZ company. The question is that personal data or is it a different category of data? See, GDPR thinks everything is personal. But I don't know. If I have my name as a business contact data, should I consider that business contact data as equivalent to personal data is a gray area. Okay. If you ask my opinion, I will give my opinion if it is relevant. But anyway, I am just trying to highlight that when we in an organization are trying to classify our data, personal data and non-personal data, one thing which we use is anything which is not related to individual, we put it in non-personal data. It can be corporate data, our marketing, our finance, all this becomes non-personal data. But there is one set of information which we have, which has got an element of personal name, element of personal email ID, something like that. It is not easy for us to say whether that is a business contact data or whether it is a personal data. There are also some cases where I would give an email ID to my employee. Okay. Ramesh at Chennai Petroleum Corporation Limited, CPCL.com. Now, is it the personal data of Ramesh or is it the business data of CPCL is a question which we need to think about it. Am I correct? If there is a property, if that property I have the right to create, I have the right to extinguish, but I give it to you on lease, saying that as long as you are my employee, you use this. Should it be considered as his property or my property? Okay, so this is a question. If I ask the question to legal experts, speaking from GDPR angle, they say, no, all that is personal data. But I say that there is a time that we need to distinguish this personal data from business contact data and from transaction data. E-commerce company, you have got an invoice. Your invoice has got the name of the customer, his PAN card, and maybe his address, because that's where you are delivering your product. Now, that's a transaction data. Can you, as a data principal, nominate that to anybody else? Nomination is only for your own property. Nomination cannot be for somebody else's property, is it not? So these are all some areas of definition of personal data where there are certain gray areas. Either you have to wait for Supreme Court in some decision to actually define it. We in FDPPI feel that cyber jurisprudence, like this privacy jurisprudence, has to be developed by experts like you. So that is why we say that DGPSI, Data Governance and Protection Standard of India, we have called it as a jurisprudence. This is what we think is. Let the court disprove it later on if necessary. For example, in one of the provisions of the DPDPA, they talk about business contact data. It is not as if business contact data is a term which is not included in this act. It says if you are having a designated data protection officer, his business contact data should be publicized on the website. Now, if there is a business contact data for a DPO, can there not be a business contact data for a marketing manager or production manager? It can be there. Some people say that if it is DPO at so-and-so, then you call that as business contact data. If it is Ramesh Suresh at the so-and-so company, then you call it as personal data. I feel that the principle of privacy is the personal choice. If I decide that navi9@gmail.com is my business contact address, who are you to tell me that no, Gmail address we will not recognize as the corporate data? My system, my form will reject your email address. I say, give me your company data. If I give navi@navi.org, it will accept. Navi.org by all these things can be a totally personal website also. Today, of course, it is not a personal website, but still, navi@navi.org, GDPR people accept as official data. But navi9@gmail.com, they say, no, Gmail is there, so it is a personal data. Does it mean that all employees of Gmail have to go to somebody else and get a different data? So, people who are following GDPR have got something in their mind, they need to relearn. That is why we say that if you as a company think that you are already GDPR compliant, and then when we say that you have to be DPDPA compliant, don't come back and say that I am already GDPR compliant. GDPR is an international standard, gold standard. DPDPA could be a platinum standard. Okay. And this is for a different set. That is for a different set. So I want to just say that certain things are different in DPDPA. This is just an example. Okay. Now,
Sir, can I add to this?
yeah, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, business contact data, is only in Singapore. They've talked of that business personal data by talking about it. But in India, I think it will be very contextual. So if I come and I give people my business card, I am obviously open. I'm giving out the business card with my number and my email and my address because I want people to know who I am and what I am, right? So then somebody at that point it is only a physical card, but then tomorrow emails will get exchanged. So it is sort of voluntary. And that, if you look at that together, it is not only about what is the personal data, it is also the context in which we are using that. So if my Gmail, I decide to treat it as my personal information, but I'm giving out my arnava.legal as in my business card. So that is my business contact data, which I know it links to my individual identity, but I want people to reach out to me. That is why we have the anti-spamming regulations and others. We have to look at everything as a big picture. It's not about a standalone, is this personal information? Does this come under DPDP? We have to, bring everything together to make a very fair consideration.
Thank you. I think you got her thought process that it all depends on the context. Now,
Yes.
the one context is collection. So in the context of collection, I am asking for some information, you are giving some this thing. There is another context of usage, and DPDPA links the two. It says that you please collect personal data only for a specified purpose, and later on use it only for the specified purpose. So the context of collection, context of use are integrated in the purpose-oriented collection of personal data. Vasantika, is it okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
So that is how we bring the two together. Okay. Now we come to the next point, which Kriti already made a mention. This is also something which is important for all the data managers. I call all of you as data managers. Okay. She used the term that Indian data also applies to deceased persons because there is a provision for nomination of personal data. Okay. Now, nomination, we understand, is a term which we normally use to transfer the property of a deceased person. Okay. Now, if you consider that personal data is collected and managed based on a consent, and the consent is a contract, and normally Indian Contract Act says that after the person dies, the contracts entered into during his lifetime should be considered as extinguished. So you have to go to other laws which talk about property transfer after death. Okay. Information Technology Act has one provision which says that any document which transfers any electronic information, which is electronic data, on the death of a person, which is similar to the will or intestate document, is not considered valid electronic document under Information Technology Act. So a will or any document which transfers the data on the death of the person, actually under Information Technology Act, it is not recognized as electronic document. But since DPDPI is also a statutory law and it has given something as a legal provision, we are today considering this as the Personal Data Nomination Act. Okay. See, I am not a formal lawyer like Vasantika or Kriti, so I can use some terminologies a little loosely. Okay. But just as bankers have got a nomination act, and they are also using electronic data for nomination. So if you apply only Information Technology Act, that nomination which is taken on a form, electronic form, is not valid. But there is a nomination act, so there is a separate legislation. So likewise, this particular act, by implication, should be considered as a Personal Data Nomination Act, and therefore we can ignore the prohibition in Information Technology Act. Otherwise, there will be a clash between the two acts. But nomination recognizes that the property which is being nominated is actually a property belonging to the person. So I think it gives the status of property to the data. Now, I will request, Sreka, can you take this question? Okay. When you say nomination, how do technology people in your organization, let us say, if I ask you that you have got, say, 1 million personal data, how are you managing the provision of nomination, or how will you manage when DPDPA is there? Technologically, what is your perspective on this nomination?
Yeah. Good morning to all of you. All are sitting very tight, as if like, we have been going to be sentenced with this act. So I think let's make some lighter moment here. See, I am of a very strong opinion that any act that comes from childhood I've seen in India, we all talk about it and we get scared about it, and later on we get used to it. So digital side is something in life you first experience physically, and then digital experience comes. So it's always easy that you have a legacy to refer, and then you know how to adhere to it when it comes to digital form. So this is how I have seen life in India, even in global perspective. I would like to refer what Navi sir also talked about using a Gmail email. Is it a personal detail, or will it be approved as official, or whatever? There is one side of the story. On the other side, from your organization, you're giving a nominated email ID to one of your officers, and whether it is a business data or it's a personal data. So these are all the clusters what we face when you want to address it. So we have to always think about, there is always a third way. There is always a hybrid, there's an in-between with which you have to comply to the requirement at the same time, how you are protecting yourself. Let me just give an example. In our organization, we never give an email ID to an individual. Like, we always give it to a position. So if somebody is joining as a business development manager, his name is Karthik. So I don't give an email ID called karthik@xyz.com. I call that email ID as bdm@xyz.com. And probably in his signature, he puts his name and he does his official communication. The reason being is that, like exactly what Navi sir said, if I give a email ID as bdm@xyz.com, he's not going to use it as a personal either, because it's confined to the designation, number one. Number two, when he resigns, there's a big problem. I'm sure all the HR guys who are sitting here, you would find it very, very difficult when people resign from the organization. There would be some protocols as to how you discard that email ID. Somebody will say there will be business informations, business intelligence, business continuity issues coming up. You cannot delete the email ID. And at the same time, you have to restrict that person using the email ID, etc. So whenever you talk about privacy, whenever you talk about somebody overriding your data, it's all about governance from the business perspective. I would say that I would assign a BDM at xyz.com, and the new person who's a successor would continue with an email ID and continue with the content in it. And the person who was part of this would not be in a position to access because I might just change the password now and give it to the new person. So it's all about how you nominate your business, how you nominate your personal data, is something like that. I also want to answer your other question, where you said if navi.xyz@gmail.com, why it should not be treated as my official ID. So you all know, I'm sure many of you here had seen the digital era. I'm sure gentlemen of my age sitting here, we have seen those Yahoo and Hotmail days where creating an email itself was a fantasy at that time. And people used to simply create email IDs, and we used to go to the chat rooms, using some title, Madras Prince or .com or something like that. So you create any email ID of your wish, and then you later on, convert. Even today, I'm seeing, I used to always respond to someone who gives me an email ID of yahoo.com or readifmy.com. I used to tell them, I really admire your loyalty. You have not switched over to the Gmails or whatever. So the point, what I'm trying to say is that how best you protect your identity digitally also talks about your character and integrity. So like if I feel that my name is distinct and I want to have my email ID on my name, you'll always see my name is Eka Pillai, by the way, many of you will not know. And I have the privilege of being the one person in this world with this name, the combination, I would say. So if you Google it, you'll find my name coming in the front page. But what is relevant is I made it a point that whenever email IDs are created from day one, I created as ekapillai@yahoo.com, ekapillai@hotmail.com, ekapillai@gmail.com, because I wanted to maintain my identity. Because after that, it's a matter of where is a question of me creating a Gmail ID or anything with a different name. It's a malice attempt, right? Because I don't want to disclose my name. So it's all about how we treat our personal data. Then the rest of it, protection, comes to the second level. And I just wanted to, coming to the next question, I'm sure Navi sir will be addressing the next question towards the protection. Like when we entered this venue, there was a register, right? And how many of you would have filled all the details? Like, for example, there was a name, where is your business is from, then an email, and there is a phone number. How many of you had given only one personal data there? We might have filled all the data. Is that right? Is there anybody who did not give the phone number or email ID? Can you raise your hands? Anybody? Okay, I did not give. I just gave my phone number. I did not give my email ID because there was no star that this is mandatory, right? So if it is written mandatory, then you give it. If it is not mandatory, you don't give it. So it's all about the personal discipline that we have. And so the digital data protection, privacy, all that comes, as I said, physically. Now we are going to the airport. I'm sure everybody is experiencing digital yatra, clustered. When digital yatra came, everybody was, very crazy about getting that done. And my personal experience, I'll tell you, I lost my mom when the digital yatra had come. I had my shaven head and I was excited. I did the digital yatra. And after that, now, whenever I'm going to the airport, it's not recognizing me because I'm with hair now. So I'm back to square one, going back to the regular extension. I don't carry my physical Aadhaar card with me and I was stopped to enter. So what happens here, you can understand what digital things can put you into trouble. All these days, I used to walk into the airport, keeping my Aadhaar card physical with me, take a printout of my boarding pass and enter. This Digi Yatra came in. I got excited. I got into it. My hair grew. It's not allowing me inside. And I forgot to take my Aadhaar card physical. So again, I'm saying that every digital experience that we have will have a legacy of physical. And how protected are you on that physical front is going to give you an extension of digital. And on a very lighter note, I will tell you, the DPPA Act, I really see it a little differently because I am not a techie and I'm a data guy because I have done my Six Sigma. I'm part of Indian Statistical Institute. All my life, I used to analyze data for my business excellence experiments and assignments. And when AI came, I was really taken aback. Like, this is exactly doing what I've been doing for the last 40 years. Probably I'd be charging a bomb for that. So it's like in Godfather, Maria Puzo dialogue says that keep your friends close and enemies closer, right? So I thought AA is going to be my enemy and I have to keep it closer. And that's how I started getting into the AA part of it, the privacy part of it. So bottom line is that how importance you give to your own personal data, from there the whole thing starts. And from there, exploitation, misuse, all that comes into the second level. So everywhere you have a way out, complying to what is required, and at the same time, how best you play it safely, just like I gave an example of your visitor registry here. So that's what it is.
Well, thank you. Now I'll go back to Kriti on another important aspect of DPDPA. Now, DPDPA gives a lot of emphasis on consent as the way of establishing the legal basis for processing. Okay. Now, in many of the websites today, we see a document called privacy policy. Now, I would like Kriti to respond. What is the nature of this document, which we call as privacy policy, appearing on the website, sometimes associated with a cookie consent in terms of DPDPA?
Sure. So I personally believe that a privacy notice or a cookie notice is a legal obligation, but it is a notice that is provided to the end users or data principals to inform them, right, about the kind of data that is being collected from them, how the data is going to be used, and where all it's going to be further shared, so that they're aware of how their personal data is going to be used. Now, I personally don't believe that this could be an agreement or a contractual document, considering that the intention of that document is to convey whatever information is required at the end of it to receive informed consent from the end users, right? Because informed is also one of the most important words used while defining a valid consent under the Act and under most other data privacy laws. So that would be the intention of having a notice. And that being said, I think this notice also needs to be periodically reviewed and updated by the businesses who are presenting it to the end users, considering that there could be changes in the way they collect the data or way they process it. So this is my opinion about
Thank you.
privacy notice.
Vasantika, now, do you distinguish between a policy and a notice? If so, how?
So the policy is the larger document which sets out an organization's commitment to privacy. It will explain their philosophical approach, what they would like to do, what they would like to respect, how they will do that. And it will talk about pretty much everything without necessarily saying what is the exact nature of personal data that they're collecting. The policy will say that we will collect many things, including name, address, etc. But we believe in protecting it, and this is how we will do it. This is our conviction and things like that. While the notice is very specific to that given instance. So if I have read a policy of a bank, for example, they will say, these are all the things we do. This is how we will protect it. We will, where there is personal data, we will encrypt it. And then, mails are stored in this manner. And, all our commitments and policies we'll talk about. You'll have multiple policies under your larger privacy policy. But your notice will be that I'm giving my name, email address, phone number, why am I collecting it in this particular context? So maybe I'm taking your information for opening the account and what all we will do with it, how we will process it, how we will save that data for that purpose. So the notice is specific to that instance of collection, while policy is your much larger document which governs how each notice will be given. So you will have multiple notices while you'll have one big privacy
So
policy.
in the context of DPDPA compliance, should I in my website display the privacy policy or a purpose specific privacy notice?
So on a website, while we will give our policy, your cookies will collect some amount of personal data, for which we will have a cookie policy, which will say that you can, opt out, opt in, etc. If some websites have invite people to put in their employment applications. Some website will say, if you want to, sell to us, or you want to become our vendor, you can reach out, or you want to, buy from us, you leave your information here. Each of that is a separate instance of collection. And for that, I have to give a separate notice. So if I say that would you like to work with us? Give me your application here. There I will have to give a notice saying that I need your name, I need your email and your phone number and your CV, and that will be processed by us for the purpose of verifying that you are suitable for the role that you are applying. And I will keep this data for a period of 6 months, after this thing is whatever, things like that. So we'll have to have multiple privacy notices depending on how are the various what are the various types of personal data we are collecting and purposes.
So most of the websites which we see today belonging to all reputed companies talking about privacy policy, do you say that that is not the correct way of displaying? They should actually display the privacy notices, because privacy policy internally they can display for their people. But what is required is a privacy notice. And if you are on the website, the first purpose for which you need the notice is for going for visiting the website, for which of course the consent, cookie consent is normally the one which is taken. But I don't know, many of the Indian companies don't tell us what is the personal data collected by the cookie. Sometimes they make a distinction, marketing cookie, session cookie, that and this, and ask people to just give consent to a category of cookies. But each cookie has a different profile in terms of collecting personal data. And unless that is displayed and in 22 languages, etc., I think DPDPA compliance is not there in 99% of the websites in India. Do you agree, disagree?
I totally agree. That includes even my and your website, I would guess, because how many languages are we ready with, right?
Okay.
And
Okay,
and
so that is the message for the industry people. Okay, they have to look at their website first and then see, make website compliant to DPDPA. Rest of the things you can always take some time. Okay, okay, fine. Now, coming to the website, DPO's name should appear on the website if your company is a significant data fiduciary. Kriti already said that this act doesn't talk about sensitive personal data and non-sensitive personal data, which was there in Section 43 capital A of the Information Technology Act. Now, it is left to the organizations to decide whether they are significant data fiduciaries or ordinary data fiduciaries. And for that, they have to see what type of data they are processing, whether the sensitivity of the data in the perspective of the harm caused to the data principle is high, low. Okay. So there is also a number of data processed, but there can be some organizations, particularly in the health industry, let us say there is a pharma lab which specializes in DNA processing, let us say, DNA tests, okay, diagnostic center. They may have only 100 DNA tests per month. But do you consider that as a significant data fiduciary or a ordinary data fiduciary? You have any view on that quickly so that we can go to additional questions? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always like in life we have two sides, quantity and quality. So it's about the volume or the delicacy of the information. So when you talk about DNA test, even as per the constitutional right, you can protest for not giving your DNA also. That explains that it is very personal in nature. And if it is going for to the lab for say assessment or anything, it's a very, very crucial data. So as all other panelists are talking about private information, what we call it, again, I'm still advocating the same point. It's about, forget about how anybody is governing you or how anybody is going to misuse or exploit your data. It all starts with yourself. That how do you manage your personal data? And it's directly proportionate to the exposure levels. So talking about cookies,
yeah.
The very fact that it's named cookies, I'm sure all of you like cookies. The moment we enter a website, the word cookies itself is so tempting. And then you have two options like essential cookies and accept all. You see, you just press accept all because you think that you're going to get some cookies, So that's how it is luring. And the cookies word, in the 70s or 80s, I believe this word was used first in programming language. That's the cookies of data pack, between two programs. That's when it was called cookies. Ever since they followed it. So we have to understand very simple thing. As far as the website protection we are talking about, we are far behind. If you go to any European website, I still believe that more than American websites, European websites would be almost adhering to any complaints even before we get to know about it, particularly countries like Netherlands, Finland, wherever the country we feel the best countries to live in, those are the countries we have to understand how the digital compliance is being maintained. If you enter a website, the first screen, the option comes of cookies management, but it talks about essential cookies and accept all, and you will not find a cross button there at the corner of the banner. Any other Indian website or any website you go, the cookie pop-up comes, you can just disconnect that. You can just click the cross and come out of it. That means you are giving all the consent, literally speaking, because they have given the first right of refusal by popping up that banner, and you have a choice to choose essential cookies or accept all. So essential cookies, you have to understand what is essential has got a very simple definition that for what purpose you have come into this website, we are supposed to complete that cycle and make you successful in exiting this website. That's called essential. Like, for example, I'm going to make a purchase. Obviously, after you pay the money, I have to send the material to you. So I need your phone number or email ID. And then in some websites, you will find in Europe, even without giving your personal details, you can still put the things that you want to purchase in the cart. Later on, decide whether you really want to buy it or not. And at that point, you decide whether to give personal information or not. So please remember, cookies, it's no more sweet, it's no more tempting. Cookies means it's a flag. And you have to understand that you are actually giving your personal detail. Essential cookies is the only thing that you have to allow. And I'll still put a disclaimer. It's all about the coding at the back end. That what he is going to take away from you is in their prerogative. But from your end, technically and legally speaking, essential cookies is what you have to accept so that the rest of it is not used. Then the next level is analytical cookies. It talks about your likings, your personal choices, and then they will use it for business purposes. All these three cookies are coming under accept all. So our first priority should be to only accept essential cookies because it's a voluntary movement from you. You are entering a website. Nobody has called you. Nobody has forced you to enter the website. So you're going there and it is asking for consent, and essential cookies is the only cookies that you have to accept.
Thank you.
That's what it is.
Yeah, thank you. Before we go to the next question, which I want, let us see if we have any questions on the online. Okay. While they display the question. Okay. Okay. So this is a question directly to me. Okay. On the neuro rights. To me, the neural signals in human brain, they are binary signals, zeros and ones. Because when a neuron accumulates voltage beyond a threshold level, it will transmit. Okay. If it is below the threshold limit, it will not transmit. So the way our brain works is exactly similar to the binary system. Of course, today we are talking of ternary systems and quantum systems and other things. Okay, but binary system. So neural manipulations of signals, neural signals, is similar to manipulation of computer signals. So if you are talking of hacking a computer, there can be a brain hacking also. If you are talking of privacy as a right, what is privacy as a right? You should have the right to make decisions. Now, in e-commerce, we use a term called dark pattern, where you are in a way mesmerized into doing something which you don't want to do. That is also prohibited under privacy consideration itself. In fact, India has got Consumer Protection Act, in which dark patterns have been listed as offenses for which imprisonment can be there. So from normal privacy rights, dark pattern management is already there in the privacy regulations. Now we are talking of neuro rights. Worldwide, there is an attempt to get a separate regulation law for neuro rights. I say that in India also we can think of a neuro rights regulation. In fact, 2 years back in IDPS, we started discussing neuro rights. We have not made much progress because I don't have the communities coming in to discuss that. This is what I was discussing with Dr. Ganpati also today. But I look at neuro rights as an in-depth extension of privacy rights. So I can always link one to the other. Just as today I link Information Technology Act to DPDPA, I can link privacy rights to neuro rights and say that if privacy right is not to manipulate your decision making, it extends to neuro rights also. Okay, so I am a person who is a little creative. It's not only that AI techies who are creative, we are also in legal these things, we are also creative. So in creative way, privacy right can be extended to neuro rights. So I hope a lot more activity is required on that. We will try to see if the community takes further interest on this. If it is there, the FDPPI is the first organization in India to start discussing neuro rights. We will continue to do that. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, I think the second question was addressed to me.
Yeah.
How can corporate legal teams embed ethics by design into an AI system to stay ahead of regulatory scrutiny? So, Rahul, this is a very important question for people to think about. So, even if we look at AI regulations, now India does not have one. The EU AI and other acts, the very nature of AI renders it very difficult to regulate. So, most of the regulations are a sort of a self-regulation kind of a system where they ask the developer and the deployer to consider the risk, because only if I know what I'm going to be creating in this kind of an AI system, me and all my stakeholders could potentially envisage the risks that could be caused at it, right? So it is about one, taking a step back to understand what all can go wrong, what are the harms that it can cause, what are the risks not only to the users but to people who are all stakeholders in the system. Then very important are your fairness, ethics, what is the bias. See, AI in the Bangalore session of our IDPS, we had a very nice point that one of our speakers had made, that AI is after all artificial. It does not come up with a bias of its own. You know, people tend to blame a system for the bias. It is learning from our training data, and it is just magnifying an existing bias in the system and showing it back to us like a mirror. So we have to be able to know that if this is my training data, this is potential biases that will arise from it. What are the types of hallucination, and am I giving people that visibility that they're talking to or working on AI inputs, and how, what are the final, you know, despite mitigating all these issues, what will be the final leftover residual risk that we have to live with. So trying to understand all of this will help you then ensure you've written your right policy around it, ensure you've got your disclaimers, and you've also explained to people what is the risk that they are getting into, and will ensure that you have your ethics by design framework in place. So, you know, it's a factor of all of this put together. I hope that answers your question, Rahul.
So that we will stick to MMA's timings. Okay. So next question is for Mr. Eka Pillai.
Yeah, thanks. So the question reads as from your vantage point as a corporate coach, how ready are Indian boards and CXOs to handle the data trust challenge strategically? I would like to give my personal experience on boards because I have been senior faculty with the Institute of Directors, coaching the directors and independent directors how to manage the boards. My personal experience is like, you know, when the digital thing took over, more than 30 to 40% of the seniors in boardrooms, not very tech savvy, found it very difficult to manage the digital content when it comes to the boardroom. In fact, there are a lot of digital boardroom applications and softwares came, and they were not successful for two reasons. One is the tech savviness of the board of directors who are seniors. They could not cope up between insider information trading limitations, confidentiality issues, non-disclosure agreement that you have signed, and with which, you know, you are not in a position to delegate your work to your subordinates or anybody, because boardroom content are considered to be very, very confidential in nature. And if anybody leaks the matter, you come under the Insider Trading Act, which is very, very dangerous. I'm sure you have seen a lot of people being penalized. So when it comes to antitrust and, you know, data trust challenge, this is something like, forget about the digital data. Even there is a very big challenge about trusting the data that is given to you. So it is about how, again, I'll come back to the same thing, that it is a culture and the way you handle your data and how authentic and classified it is being treated by organization. To that extent, only physically you give that sense of immunity or indemnification to data. And the same thing would follow on the digital side also. Now you would see a lot of products and services and companies coming in the policy of zero trust, which means no matter whatever you buy, no matter whatever you are experiencing as a service, you go with an approach of zero trust. That means everything has to be validated. So when it happens in the common platform, board is a very, very supreme layer. It's like we talk about road traffic, we are talking about air travel, you know, that's as critical. So in board for CXOs, the data trust is a very, very significant area. It's all about, you know, how you maneuver it. That's where the key is.
Thank you. I think we will close the session right now with the mementos or whatever.
So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all the panelists here.
Yeah.
Been a fabulous session. Been more questions actually because we're really short of time. So, I think we thank the panelists and we request them to come and accept a memento from Mr. Navi. Of course, I'll join him. Please come. May I request, the speakers, both Mr. Eka Pillai and Ms. Kriti, to please step forward and accept a memento. And for Ms. Vasantika, ma'am, we are separated by distance. We have created a digital memento for you, and that will be here. And, you know, on your behalf, we actually
you.
present a few books through our CSR program to the deserving students studying in government-aided schools. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you so much.
Step forward. So that you can take a good picture. Ma'am, please. Very good. Sir, please come. Take a. So thank you, both speakers and Mr. Navi for a fantastic session. Ladies and gentlemen, we come early in the morning today on a Saturday. We'll not keep you waiting for tea anymore. The tea is served. Let's be back on time for the next session, maybe 5 minutes ahead. It's a very interesting session on education, health, and digital marketing and finance. 11:40, let's reassemble. Thanks a lot. Well, all the audience who joined us online, thank you very much. I'm sure you also had your cup of tea because we have a long way to go now. So let me begin the very, very interesting second session, the business session of the day. Once again on a very good, interesting topic, compliance and action, education, health, digital marketing and finance. So 4 topics being addressed. So we have 4 distinguished speakers to do the honors. May I request, with a round of applause, the distinguished speakers to take their place on the dais. Mr. R. Vittal Raj, founder and partner, Kumar and Raj, Chartered Accountants, a very member of MMA, a big well-wisher of MMA. Dr. Krishnan Ganapati, distinguished professor, Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University. Mr. Subbu Ramakrishnan, CTO, Wondersoft, and Dr. Sivaramakrishnan Guruvayur, research advisor with Center for Responsible AI. I think we just had a cup of tea and we can give them a energetic welcome. So we have Mr. Subbu Ramakrishnan and Sivaramakrishnan here, right? So Mr. Vittal Raj will be moderating the session, and the session goes on till about 12:45. So we'll have a Q&A as well. Like we did in the first session, there will be a QR code that will be screened. Any of you wants to ask a question during the session, please scan the QR and send it to me. And we're also getting a lot of questions online. We will see how many we can take. I will request the speakers to kindly, if you can keep the answers a little short and brief, we can have more questions to be taken. Right. And followed this, we have a wonderful presentation by Positex that I'll announce at that point of time. May I have the profile of all the distinguished speakers, please?
Mr. R. Vittal Raj, founder partner of Kumar and Raj Chartered Accountants, is a technology risk assurance and cybersecurity expert with over 2 decades of experience. Mr. Vittal heads the firm's technology risk practice, serves on RBI's Cybersecurity Committee and IRDA's Information Security Group, and is a former ISACA International Board member and President's Award recipient. Dr. Krishnan Ganapati, Distinguished Professor at the Tamil Nadu Doctor Manager Medical University and Emeritus Professor at NAMS, is a pioneering neurosurgeon and telemedicine expert with over 5 decades of contributions to neuroimaging, stereotactic radiosurgery, and digital health. A former president of multiple national medical societies and WHO digital health expert, Dr. Krishnan has published extensively and shaped India's telehealth ecosystem. Mr. Subbu Ramakrishnan, CTO of Wondersoft, has over 23 years of experience in product planning, development, and implementation across global tech firms. Mr. Subbu leads innovation and user experience initiatives, driving Wondersoft's vision to deliver state-of-the-art solutions and continuous product excellence. Dr. C. Ramakrishnanan R. Guruvayur, Research Advisor at CERAI, IIT Madras, is a PhD in Computer Science with global leadership experience as CTO, Chief Data Scientist, and Product Head in Tier 1 tech firms. Dr. C. Ramakrishnanan specializes in AI governance, responsible AI, and BFSI product engineering, and is founder CEO of Aquarius.ai, developing a SaaS-based AI audit platform.
So you've seen we have a very, very high-powered and highly knowledgeable panel coming from different fields. I think we're going to have a treatise of a session. May I request Mr. Vittal Raj to take it forward, please.
Thank you, Mr. Venkataraman. It is indeed a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for inviting me to moderate this panel. I have been blessed to be part of a very highly erudite, professional panel here. And for the first time, I'm sharing dice with a neuroscientist, which is very unlikely in a data privacy. I must thank Mr. Navi, who is a walking encyclopedia on data privacy and all cyber laws. But it's going to be an extremely interesting conversation here, because we are going to discuss something possibly, I think, which has not been discussed in many other panels before, like the one on the neuroscience. So I'm sure all of us are here aware of what is Data Protection Act, and I'm sure enough amount of anxiety has been driven into all of you. So, I mean, the bill itself is the consequence of not falling in line, it starts from a minimum of 50 crores as per the act and goes up to 250 crores. It is better to shut down the business rather than really go ahead with that. So that's the kind of, the implication that we're looking at. But having said that, when it comes to the operational part of implementing the provisions of this particular law, it can be very, very tricky. And, as Mr. Navi, we started this morning, the regulator, those who drafted this, have been very intelligent, and they have looked at the meanings of so many things. Let me tell you, it's just 39 pages of this legislation. But in 39 pages, there's a whole lot of impact packed there, right? So I'm sure, as we know, there is a requirement of the data fiduciaries, which is simply put, anybody collecting any personal data, to make sure that they meet the requirements of giving a proper notice, and the notice has to have certain requirements, and then you have to obtain a very affirmative consent. So there are a whole lot of, if you see the details of the operational areas which comes into play. And the onerous responsibilities combined once you have this data with you to protect that appropriately. So, really asking for a bit too much, because if you're an organization been in, anything to do with collecting of any of personal data for a couple of years, you have a job to do. There is absolutely no two questions about it. But I think what I'll do is I'll quickly go around the table, and I'll maybe start with Subbu, because he is closest to us. If you have bought anything from the Amazons and the Flipkarts and anything, so he has his own platform on the pharma, if I'm right. And I'm sure if you look at the kind of data that's collected by Amazon and whatever, of course you're disclosing all your personal data. There is no about it. Your data, your data birth also, because they want you to be major before you can transact business. And then you have, of course, the name, email ID, your contact details, etc., etc. And what all you buy, your buying preferences are also available with them. They also use this, these platforms are ones you use extensive amount of AI to really generate new business, look at what you think and how you think and what is your preferences, etc., etc. And plus add to that the data like the GPS data, because the guy comes and delivers your doorstep, all your data is available there. So I think with that context, I think I would like to ask maybe Subbu, if you can just give an opening comment on, how your industry is really grappling with the DPDP perspective with regard to your, business as such.
Yeah, hi. Good morning, everybody. I would like to share my experience here. I'm not a DPDPA expert per se, but we've gone through a lot of DPDPA because we have a product that we kind of sell. So we've learned about DPDPA, and I'm here to share, just to set a context. We are a product company, retail product company. It's a technology platform that we sell, which caters to retail stores, end-to-end operations of a retail store. So if you see our clients, like Adidas, Samsung, Samsonite, Indian Terrain, Go through, Indra IBF. So we have all these clients, minimum 50 stores to a maximum of 2,000 stores. Now, when it comes to DPDPA, data production, I think there are two contexts here. Like one context is, what are we in this entire domain? Like, are we data fiduciaries? Are we data processors? So this is a big question here because there is not a lot of clarity in this area. So if you see, if we are just selling a technology platform to a customer or a client, and he manages the technology platform himself. So we just sell it as a license model. He deploys it on his own server and he manages the data. Then we have no role to play per se, is my understanding. So we are not doing anything with this data. We have sold a product. He uses it. He is deploying it on his own platform. But if you see, like 99% of our customers are SaaS customers and we host them on a cloud platform. So when this is the case, I think we kind of become a partner data fiduciary is what I feel. So we have equal responsibility on data production like the end customer. But as a platform, I think we have provisions that we give it to them to capture the consent of the customer. The purpose of the consent, like whether it is for a transactional purpose, whether it is for a promotional purpose, or it is for a loyalty purpose. So that provision is there in the platform. So which means it is customer's responsibility to educate his store people, the billing agents, the cashiers, whoever is there in the store, and tell them or talk to them about importance of data protection and the implications of not following the Data Protection Act. So like Mr. Mittal mentioned, it is 50 crores to 250 crores. It is not a simple amount that we are talking about. So it is their responsibility. But again, now after the information is captured, the consent information is captured, the purpose is captured, now the data needs to be moved to the server. So here again we have data in transit and data at rest. So it has to be encrypted, strongly encrypted, and that is part of our responsibility. And it is in the server. So access to the data also has to be managed by us, just to make sure that whoever is accessing the server, there is a recording of when he accesses the server, and that recording is maintained for 180 days. I think these are all part of the act that is mentioned. So this is there as part of accessing the server. And when it comes to deletion, I think we have a provision in the product where the customer can say, I don't want to be part of this consent anymore, so he can withdraw anytime. Even that provision is available in the product. So from provision perspective, I think it becomes the responsibility of the data fiduciary. And it is the responsibility of data fiduciary to make sure that the data is secured enough. And we, as a technology platform provider, make sure that the access to the data is restricted, given on a need basis. So this is a general understanding of about DPDPA from our perspective.
Okay, thank you so much. I think he not only gave you a perspective, but raised some questions and also gave some answers. But I think extending that to you, the lessons that are there from that is, if you are receiving the data firsthand, I'm putting it in very simple terms. If you're receiving the data from that particular principle, which is that, let's say you are the customer, and your information is obtained firsthand, then you stand out as a data fiduciary. It is called as the person who determines the means of processing. Why am I collecting this data from you? That's where the question is. Now, if let us say you are getting this data not directly from the customer, but from somebody else, for example, the bank would actually interact with you, but they may also depend upon other service providers. For example, for hiring, they may, the online HR capabilities would sell this information to you, or you share that information. So in which case you become a data processor. So I hope that clarity is very important for us. Good that you raised that question. I think I'll go on to Dr. Sivaram Krishnan. He is, an expert on AI. Expert is maybe a mild word to say, but he has worked on some of this and created his own platform as well on the AI audit side. So I think today, if in your CV or in your organization, if you don't talk about AI, you seem to be not there, right? So, but at the same time, for DPDP, this is one of the, as Mr. Navi also said, is turning the tables back on you. So what's going to happen when you say an AI does? especially when it comes to profiling information, because there is strictly a requirement of disclosing if you are going to profile information, especially of children. So I think in this context, we are looking at a completely new scenario that is coming and retrofitting into DPDP and changing the very definition of that. So Dr. Ramakrishna, if you may please just throw your light on how you look at this.
See, it is, as you rightly said, DPPI Act, GDPR, all is one hand, which are completely focusing on the data privacy and data side of it, right? On the other hand, we have these models and algorithms which are talking now, it is being more complicated with Gen AI and agentic AI and stuff like that, right? The approach, most of the countries, I operate from Dubai and I'm a UNESCO member, I don't know whether you're aware. I'm a part of UNESCO also on the AI, responsible AI and AI safety side. So for some of the implications, some of the, I would say that the implementation, what I've seen most of the countries, most of the organizations have done is, they have superimposed the local AI laws on applicable data privacy laws, be it GDPR, be it Saudi has its own laws, UAE has its own law, Denmark, or whatever, right? They have superimposed the AI, responsible AI or EU AI Act, or if you go to Singapore, they have a Monetary Authority of Singapore, or even China or Japan. So in net to net, what they have created is a map of the entire data flow, like for example, where it is coming from, who is giving a lot of questions like who is the owner and who is processing it and who is the fiduciary and who is the principal and stuff like that. And on top of it, what this AI acts are saying, local AI acts are saying, like for example, there's the privacy part is being handled as a part of AI law. If you look at the EU AI Act or any other laws. If you talk about, the need to know or the right of process, all that is being handled in AI laws also, right? So what most of them have done is having an automation mechanism in place which maps to, hey, this maps to the privacy part of it, this maps to the AI law perspective, and this is how they converse together and handle the delta portion of what is to be done in excess to what already AI Act is doing. So that's what most of the organizations have done. And of course, it's sectoral too. Like for example, if we work with hospitals and doctors. I work personally with the CMC Vellore and a couple of hospitals in the UAE. And when we were designing the digital health platforms, when it comes to, I work with one of the topmost EdTech organization, GEMS, in UAE. The sectorial challenge also comes into picture. Please keep in mind, the sectors have their own regulatory requirements in place. Forget about audio, DPDA and all that. Let's say, for example, BFSI is a highly regulated industry. I mean, they have, if you talk about the technology from a BFSI perspective, they have this asset compliance. Right from the beginning, if anybody from BFSI would know what is asset compliance, right? From a data perspective, what a bank should comply with, what they should project to an external auditor and stuff like that. So, the approach summarize, they have taken the local available data privacy laws and the applicable AI laws and the local regulatory requirement, whatever is applicable, superimpose them. That's how they handle it.
Excellent, excellent. I think so, a little comforting to know that there is some method to the madness as well.
Yes.
So that is great. Now we come to one of the most interesting, professionals on the panel. And Dr. Ganapathy, he has over 40 years led the 50 years, led the healthcare industry from the front. And now, of course, he is the honorary professor as well. So he said one thing very clearly. If you have to ask me a question, you have to understand first what is all neuroscience about. So he's going to give us a quick run-up on, what this neurosurgery and neuroscience is all about. And I think possibly I am certainly not qualified in any way to even ask the questions, right question. But sir, maybe after you give us a thought, I think we'll be there to do that.
First of all, I thank the organizers for including healthcare. I think it's very significant. They did not call it disease management. I may live to exist without knowing the intricacies of Amazon, Flipkart, Netflix, whatever it is. Unfortunately or fortunately, from the day you are born till even after you leave this world, you have to be associated with healthcare. The healthcare industry, I hate the word industry because I belong to a generation, a century, 20th century, where it was a sacrosanct relationship between a doctor and a patient. Today, with CXO, CTO, CIO, CDPO, and about 25 other chief officers in a corporate hospital, the role of the individual clinician has progressively become less and less. So in this world, what do we mean by data protection? This morning when I listened to you, sir, it was very nice to hear about you. What struck me was privacy. So we are not talking of data here, we are talking of privacy. I would like to believe that in a democratic country, the right to privacy includes the right to share my information. Why is it? I mean, I'm not a diplomat, obviously, but in my days, in my era, it was absolute trust. The question of privacy did not arise at all. I'm just going to show you the headings because there's no time for all this. Now, the stakeholders, unlike, I'm sure in Amazon and Flipkart, there are hundreds of stakeholders. Here it is even more. Patient owns the data, individual owns the data. We talk of EHR systems, we talk of regulatory bodies, we talk of national health authorities and so on. Insurers, payers, technology vendors, IT service providers. You think about it, it's huge. All these people are involved in the modern healthcare system. Of course, legal and compliance teams, we have so much of legal aspects. Now, it was a little shocking and disconcerting to a person like me to understand that hacking is really taking place. I had no idea that healthcare data, these are all taken from published journals. These are not just WhatsApp messages, but all of them are indexed journals. I understand that medical records are now being sold in Western countries for a huge amount. All of you must be familiar with the ransomware attack which occurred at AIIMS, Delhi. Probably 10 times the number of attacks occur in the healthcare sector in India, but for obvious reasons, they are not advertised or not publicized. There are so many aspects of data privacy. There already has been a discussion about what constitutes personal data. To add to the complication, I would like to mention that in healthcare, the data of my father, my mother, my grandfather, my grandmother, my siblings, all come under personal data. As a doctor, I'm not interested in your blood pressure alone. I want to know whether your patients had diabetes. I want to know whether your grandmother had a carcinoma, breast and so on and so forth. You can extend this. So all this is self-explanatory. Now, again, a medical doctor of today, in my generation, we had no laws. There was implicit faith and trust. Today, you can see there are dozens of laws, particularly if you're working in a corporate hospital or even a government hospital. Yesterday or 2 days ago, the Supreme Court said that Consumer Protection Forum is applicable even when the treatment is free. You continue to be a consumer even if you have not paid any money. So this is how complex it's becoming. Now here you can see we have regional data privacy. The standard of healthcare in India varies from AIIMS, Delhi, Apollo hospitals, Hinduja, Jaslok to primary health centers which are unmanned where a doctor comes once a week and so on. So huge, very, very complex area. Now there are challenges in implementation, balanced data sharing, again research. I'm sure that all the commercial companies here have an extensive research, but it's even more important in healthcare because public health data, COVID vaccination, the amount of efforts put in to make a vaccine for COVID, no way it would have succeeded unless the data had been shared worldwide. We are not talking of sharing data with different branches of one organization. We are talking of sharing data with the World Health Organization, 190 different countries. Of course, best practices, encryption, de-encryption, etc. As a practicing doctor, none of us know anything about it and we don't want to know about it. We are not interested in this. Again, mobile phones today, the government of India sends you all data on mobile phones. Today, I get an income tax communication from the IT department which says digitally sent signature not essential. Today, reports, CT scan reports, MRI reports, this, everything is digitally signed. But I'm not sure whether it is actual authorized digital signature. Even today, they put JPEG images, facsimile images of a doctor, which I understand is not really acceptable. In telemedicine, it's even more complicated and so on. So what is my take-home message before I start answering questions? I just want to conclude with cross-border health data. India, as you know, is a mecca of healthcare. Last year alone, 2023, there were 175,000 people who had come from all over the world to about 8 to 10 main hospitals. 175,000 to come to seek medical attention. We do teleconsultations. I started the telemedicine department at Apollo Hospitals 25 years ago. We do hundreds of teleconsultations every week with people from all over the world. I really do not know whether I'm breaking any law, but then unless a test case comes, the one thing which all of you legal pundits are familiar with, a law doesn't mean anything. It's application of that law in a given test case. Every day I read in the newspaper, the district court said something, the high court, one judge overruled it, a 2 bench overruled the high court, a 3 bench Supreme Court was overruled by the 5 bench. The Supreme Court can get away with it. A doctor cannot get away with it. When with the limited amount of information I have on day one, I give an opinion. People forget that by the time my patient goes to this, say I'm a neurosurgeon. So when people come to me, they usually come with the diagnosis. It's more on how I manage this patient. The poor MBBS doctor, the patient goes to him with a headache. How do you expect him to diagnose all the time a brain tumor? And if he doesn't diagnose, they go to court. So healthcare is very, very complex. It's totally different. I want to conclude with a totally different message. I'm not a diplomat. You probably regret having called me here. The next 2 slides. Because even today, and I think in my lifetime, probably up to the lifetime of my children for the next 25 years, today in India, there still is trust between a patient and a doctor, a healthcare provider. There is trust, absolute trust. Now, I don't even think about data protection. The patient doesn't even think about data protection. Only people who think about data protection is CXO, CTO, CIO, CEO, all the C people, etc. I would like to believe that before I leave this world, this trust will continue. And ladies and gentlemen, papers have been published in index, peer-reviewed, in excellent journals. See the slide here. And I foresee that in my lifetime, this is going to happen. It's far simpler. If I were the Health Minister of India, this is what I would do. I would get 100 diabetics to assemble like this. I will get a diabetologist on the screen, and I will, please understand, when a fellow patient tells me, look, my HbA1c was 7.1, I did and the Kiraya Sapta, in the Vedakaya Sapta, other Sapta, and the HbA1c became less. He's happy to share it. And when I tell him, look, this is what I did, he's going to obey me, not the president of the Diabetology Association of India or the world's leading diabetologist. Healthcare is something totally different. We trust each other. A fellow patient has much more weight. In my personal experience, I've seen so many patients. I used to do what is called radiosurgery for certain types of tumors. Patients have recommended, and I've had more referrals to me from patients who have undergone this procedure because the patient shared everything, the complications, that this. So please do not get paranoid about data protection so far as healthcare is concerned. Yes, data is collection of data, organized data, protection of data is absolutely important. But I have the nasty feeling that we're getting paranoid about it so far as healthcare is concerned. I'm sorry, I must have offended a lot of people here. But as I said, I belong to another planet. I don't belong to another generation. I don't belong to another century. I belong to another planet. And I do hope that the trust continues to be there, and data, of course, at an individual level, as a doctor-patient relationship, I honestly am not too much concerned. But if I were the CIO of a group corporate chain of hospitals, yes, I will definitely be concerned. Thank you.
I wish Mr. Ashwini Vaishnav was here. Ashwini Vaishnav, the Minister of IT.
If I may add something to what Dr. Krishna said.
Sorry, I said that.
I would possibly just phrase it to you, because since we're anyway starting on the question round, to say, Professor is right, because I was just imagining, God forbid, when I am on the robotic surgery table, and then they come back to you, sorry, much of the data is personal. So, would you take a consent at that time, or would you go for a notice at that time? Very important questions. There is no two doubts about that. Many of the times we go in for a normal checkup, right? And they say, no, immediate admit, right? Then, as he says, the junior doctor will come and ask you, Appa kidirnda, Amma kidirnda, da da da. So you are reeling out all possible privacy information, but would you dare to ask them consent kudu? You won't do that because it's your life at risk, right? So very important perspective. How would you handle that? Because I'm sure if you flip the side, and maybe I can be a little devil's advocate, sir, if you don't mind.
Of course.
Yeah. Let's say the Apollos of the world, they have so much of data, right? And they have so much of, information about your biometrics in a way, right? So how do you now propose to bring a solution, as, a doctor said, to balance out between the need in the medical healthcare industry for sharing such data, at the same time making sure that we are broadly compliant with the requirements of the Act, it doesn't get misused?
Okay. Before I proceed, a very impactful statement Dr. Krishna has made. We were doing research with CMC Vellore, and I could remember a team of researchers from IITs and Gates Foundation and Tony Blair Foundation. We were all doing surveys of the patients who were there, and we were talking to some patients who were there from economically not so great background, and we were talking about data privacy. Data privacy, what? I'm dying here for my treatment. Just forget about all this, right? So, what did for you and me, like for CXOs and CMOs, it could be important, but nevertheless, yeah. Sorry.
If I can just add to what you said, sure. There are ways and means of doing it. I'm sure you're all familiar with it. Anonymization of data. So that's what Apollo hospitals, all the big hospitals do. So we have tons and tons of data. As you said, a lot of papers have been brought out, policy statements, everything. There, the data is anonymized. So the gender is preserved, the age is preserved, but there are ways and means of totally anonymizing. There is no way of backtracking. Of course, people can hack into the White House. That's a different point. Generally speaking, the whole data is anonymized.
Okay, great. I think I'll come back to you, sir, for a later question. But would you like to add something? Yeah. No, what I'm asking is, we blame AI for really breaching data privacy. But can AI provide a solution to such kind of problems?
Yeah, definitely. Yes. See, we have, as I rightly said in the beginning, for the first question, data privacy and data security is also now an AI issue because it comes into the gamut of AI laws, all the AI laws, right? There are ways, first of all, like as you rightly said, there's a greed also there, like how I can monetize the data, what is coming from this, right? Even you anonymize the data, whatever you do. First it is greed, which is taking that data to everywhere. I can, starting from, whatever portal I do to buy some stuff to whatever, right? So, everybody is now suddenly talking about innovation, balancing innovation with the regulatory requirements. In most of the advanced markets, where there are strict regulatory requirements that come in place, what you should do with and what you should not do with data as well as with AI. And now, if you look at any AI ethical framework or responsible AI framework, it also talks about what you can do with AI and what you should not do with AI, right? So it kind of dovetails into, your data, what you get, the same thing, what we're discussing, what we're talking about, data and AI, right? And it's also sector specific, like we were doing a research on, let's say, if you're talking about responsible AI and AI ethics, I'll just give an example, then you can talk about data and stuff like that. You all agree with me, what you consider ethical is not the same with me. We differ, right? What is ethical to me need not be the same ethical for you. Forget about all the businesses and stuff like that. We were developing ethical AI platform for a retail banking organization, one of the biggest banks in Europe. We have shown the demo POC to them, and the people were gaga about it. Okay, this is what we want to do, right? Within a week's time, we had given the same demo to another biggest bank in Middle East. Within 20 minutes, we were thrown out of the room. Why? The same solution, the same concept, same guardrails, be it your regulatory guardrails, be it your ethical guardrails, your governance guardrails, all of them the same. But as a concept, what is ethical or responsible in one domain is not the same in another domain. What is responsible? We are talking about retail banking only domain. Then we realize Middle East has Sharia laws and Islamic banking. Whatever we spoke about retail banking in Europe is a haram here, right? So it's becoming a little complicated.
Yeah, very interesting. You know, when you say the cultural differences.
Cultural differences.
Yeah,
You need to keep
I
in
always
mind.
used to say, in a country like ours, if the husband and wife has a fight in the home, the entire colony got to know about it, right? If you go and share your date of birth in Europe, you'll be jailed, right? You cannot wish somebody happy birthday. Here, if you don't have the number of likes and happy birthdays, you feel sad about it. So, huge differences. Maybe I'll come back to you, Professor, again. Maybe go back to Subbu and say, you're giving these platforms as products, right? Now, the big question comes up is, let us say I am one of your customers and I want to buy this platform. Now, this DPDP is hanging over my head. Now, how much would I really push you to make sure that I would demand that your product should be DPDP compliant? Otherwise, I don't want to take the risk of this 50 crores or 250 crores. So how would you really help and how do you manage this risk for the client?
Yeah, like just to add to what he said, I'll probably answer your question quickly, but just to add from our perspective, from a customer comes to us, he's a garment industry customer, he comes to us, he's got about 1,400 stores throughout India. He comes to us, we are negotiating with him, he comes to us, he says, how protected is my data with you? That was the question that he raised. He said there was an embarrassment in his office previously when one of his employees got to him and said that your undergarment size is so and so. He was totally embarrassed. So which means people are greedy, like you said, and people do it for fun also. So I think that is where these acts come into picture. I totally agree with doctor saying that the trust between doctor and the patient, but we have seen so many cases in the paper where the patients are suing their doctors for nothing. We really don't know if the doctor is good or bad. But we know personally that this doctor is good. I have been with this doctor. He has treated me. But he's been sued by somebody else. We don't know really whether the doctor has done a mistake or whether this person is greedy and trying to get some money out of it. It's a very thin line. Like doctor is talking on the other side, but there's another side to it. I think this line is very thin. And then answering to Mr. Vittal about our customers expecting us to do all about DPDPA, I think customers are now aware. Like we have seen so many customers, like smaller customers, they don't even know anything about DPDPA. But when it comes to bigger customers, even before negotiating on the product, even before talking about functionality in the product, the first question they ask about is data protection. How safe is my data? It is not that they want the data to be protected. They are already misusing the data. They are sending so many promotions to their customers. Nobody knows how I am getting these kind of promotions on my mobile. Nobody knows why I am getting emails on all promotions. It is these people who are selling the data to the customers. But now they are worried because 50 crores to 250 crores is on their head. I think that is the only reason why they are worried about. And they tried, some people are very reasonable. They say, I understand I am the fiduciary, but what is it that you can do to help me? I think that is the first question they ask. And if we are really prepared for it, we show our process to them. We tell them that this is the security controls that we have. We are ISO 27001 certified. We are learning about, we are not saying that we are DPDP experts because nobody can be a DPDP expert. We just tell them that this is what we learned about DPDPA. This is what we learned about GDPR. We can do this for you. I think if it is convincing, he is our customer today.
Okay, that's a nice diplomatic answer. But again, I'm sure the clients are going to push you like anything because they don't want to take this risk. They say, if I'm buying your product, give me a certification that is DPDP compliant. And the irony is you can't give for a product because it's an implementation. So you got again going for 42,001 or whatever. Well, I think it's a journey. As things starts unfolding, we are going to discover newer and newer problems and possibly solutions. Sir, coming back to you. Two questions which I had. One is, correct me if I'm wrong, this is just general news that I have. India is the haven for clinical trials.
India is the
haven for clinical trials, right? So if you really look at this, the amount of unethical practices that we generally hear, which happens in this space, and looking at, is this privacy requirement going to impose some discipline into this entire way that it's happening, is question number one. Question number two is, we hear about Elon Musk coming up with this Neuralink, wherein he is saying already, today I'm not sure how many of you have seen this video from BBC, which is an ad for one of the, Airtel, the service providers on mobile. And this girl has implant. That is, she has implanted the mobile into her, okay? And she just does like this, she takes a call, okay? And so, if you really look at, you should look at that video which is there on YouTube. But now we are talking about the kind of fashion about implants. The second, implants which are making, apparently as Elon Musk says, driving by thought. That looks scary to me. Because if I had a fight at home and it is driving by thought, then you can imagine what is going to happen. The third thing also is where there are necessary implants for enabling the very brain to function. So, sir, how would you look at, the amount of humongous data that's get collected of an individual by the, the healthcare provider or any of the, the healthcare chain providers. And, there is need for protecting all this information. So, you already said that there are methods and means of doing that. If you may like to expand on especially this, how do you get the consent on this and what do you do with that? Because there are different scenarios in which, we are looking at the future coming up.
Okay, disclaimer, I am not an expert in this. I have no personal experience in this, but a general knowledge. Interestingly, we are talking of wearables, if I can use the word wearables. India is the third largest user of wearables so far as healthcare is concerned.
My goodness.
It was very surprising to me when I got this information. So, in other words, this is not purely theoretical as I would led to believe even a few weeks ago, but this is relevant. Now, coming back to, see, when man bites dog, it's sensational news. When dog bites man, it doesn't, nowadays it comes, that's a different point. But generally speaking, so sensationalism is what all journalists, all media, digital media, print media thrives on, and we love sensationalism. I may be terribly old-fashioned, but for 8 billion people on this universe, billion with a capital B, not M, 8 billion people, about 100 people out of 8 billion would have undergone trials like this. I honestly think, with my reading of the literature, my grandchildren, let them worry about it. I am not going to worry about it. It's not even my children. Maybe it will become regular by the time my grandchildren work. So in terms of priority, we have limited resources, limited time, limited intelligence, limited everything. I love to be a futurologist. I love futurology. And I will plan for the next 10 years. But I honestly am not planning for the next 50 years. So this hacking the brain, as a neurosurgeon, what you said is absolutely right. In the laboratory, thought software is already used in the laboratory. Papers have been published in Nature. From a laboratory point of view, we can extract, thanks to information technology and artificial intelligence, we can extract precisely alpha, beta, gamma, delta, theta, mu waves, which open the door. When I say open the door, a series of electrical activities take place, which has been taking place for millions of years, but now we can extract that. So you're absolutely right. From a purely theoretical perspective, it's a lovely topic to have discussion, to write papers on, to get a PhD maybe, etc. But from a practical, down-to-earth problem, I don't think it's that high in my list of priority. Coming back to your second question about clinical trials, I used to be a principal investigator for clinical trials. I was a member of ethics committee for 6 to 9 years, so I have some idea of clinical trials. The same thing, enormous publicity for the few clinical trials which did not follow existing rules and regulations where something wrong was done. A couple of deaths have occurred, which is absolutely unforgivable. But please understand, it's a decimal point of the thousands of clinical trials which are taking place in India. I don't know, the last 2-3 years I'm out of touch. But before that, people from Western countries, I have been the PI for 3 projects which was funded by a surgical company from Germany, other parts. So people from outside India used to come to India. So today, sir, ethics committee, institutional review board. It's a little more difficult to get approval today than from the FDA. Believe me, the CDSCO and other various organizations, I don't think we are that, it's not a horror story anymore. But you're absolutely right. And because of this media coverage of the few clinical trials which went south, today it's even more rigorous and even more strict. I think we are doing as well as any other country in the world. The biggest advantage we have is numbers and cost. We are able to do a clinical trial at 10% of the cost in Western countries at 25% of the time. What will take 3 years for them to do to get 1,000 patients, I can get it in 6 months.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, sir. I think that gives some.
One last thing.
Yeah.
Today, you would be interested in this. Today, the government of India has approved ethics committee meetings online. We can, clinical trials can today be done online.
Okay.
And that is amazing because you don't have to go. There are several studies where the data which we want can be collected remotely. And government of India has approved that. So today we can do clinical trials remotely.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Coming back to Dr. Ramakrishnan, two important things. From an implementation perspective, you did touch upon the vagaries in sectoral implementation.
Sorry?
Sectoral implementation,
Yeah.
right? So when it comes to that, we have many from different verticals sitting here. The big question that comes up is, how much is too much when it comes to securing this data? Because, for example, ISMS, if you take, you can very clearly classify the data as, sensitive, this, that, whatever. But the Act doesn't really provide for any of that sort. It leaves it to what you want. The previous Information Technology Act did say SDPI, sensitive data, personal information, etc. was there already. But all that is kind of left to the organization to decide, or possibly we might have something in the rules which comes up. But the question really is, the investment has to be appropriate and adjusted to the sensitivity of what we are trying to protect. So what are the approaches that, you've been handling a lot of, the AI projects and looking at different verticals that you just explained. What will be the approach that an organization should take to classify the data first and then look at, how much to invest in securing that data or whatever needs to be done with regard to breach, protection, etc. What would be your advice, sir?
I don't even have to think about it because I have a ready-made answer. The use case-based approach. I'm not even saying, okay, you need to look at it from a domain perspective. Within domain itself, I would say that look at the use case. What the use case you're trying to implement? You be an entrepreneur, you are an organization, you're a service provider, you're providing a product. What is the business issue or a problem you're trying to solve? And based on that, you define your compliance, DPPPI or AI Act compliance mechanism. That's the only answer to it. Because if you look at, let's say, for example, let's take BFSI. Within BFSI itself, for example, the way you would like to handle this from a KYC perspective is completely different.
Yeah.
From a credit scoring perspective, how you want to handle it is completely different. From a loan syndication process, how you want to handle it is completely different process altogether. So there's nothing like one size fits all. Like I'm talking about BFSI. If you go to Dr. Krishna's industry, like healthcare, if you're looking at from an imaging perspective, things are pretty simple, right? But if you go to the underlying, aspects of it, it's a very complex situation there. Similarly, if you go through a tech organization where children's data, you go to any culture for that matter, the children's data is very, very sensitive, and whether you're biometric data, whether it is AI-generated data, whether it is performance-based data, like we were developing children's performance model development we were doing in UAE, then we were asked to stop it, right? So you need to look at what is the use case and what is the business outcome you're trying to solve, and based on that you need to marry that.
Excellent.
Balance innovation.
So I think it's very much context sensitive, as I understand.
Very much context sensitive.
Yes. So we need to take that approach to that. I think maybe we should open the floor for questions now, if that's fine. But before that, I just wanted to park one thought. I am always concerned about the business that NGOs and charitable institutions do.
Okay.
And if you really look at the privacy issues there and their understanding or even their capability to invest in all this is abysmal, I would think, right? One. So the big question that really comes up is, if you really look at some of the large NGOs, they collect a lot of personal data, right? Now, if you really look at the lens of the private DPDP Act and how do you really go about solving this? So, what's your approach on, or have you handled this kind of issues? Maybe any of you can also.
So we work with MeitY on this, and MeitY also, there's an ecosystem of academic organizations like IITs, and they also work with corporates. They also work with grant organizations like you name it. Right? So grant organization, most of them, forget about the local ones, the multinational ones, like they work in all possible geographies, right? And they have access to all possible data across all regions, right? So there is a possibility to, good reasons or bad reasons, like extrapolate the learnings and the extract of the knowledge, right?
Yeah.
The distillation of the knowledge to other regions and vice versa, right?
Yes.
Which could benefit, potentially from a use case perspective, but if you look at it from a compliance perspective, it's not compliant, right? But now, Indian government and most of the governments are coming heavily on them, like in cross-border data transfer perspective from these grants organizations also becoming a very big issue now, and we are working on, government is working on.
Yeah, I hope the rules, hopefully, if they come by evening, which is the deadline which the minister has given, we'll get some answers to our questions. Yes. But on a lighter note, if I may just add, you go to a temple, okay, you perform a archana, they ask you for your gotram, nakshatram and name. Is it personal data? Should it be inviting DPDP? So far is it oral, fortunately DPDP will not come into play.
You provided consent.
But if you go to Kerala temples, they do give you a receipt which is into the computer, right? So I'm just raising something, but if you look at the personal side of the problem there, it is by itself, a big problem. Yeah, but that's where it is. You cannot, the priest, he'll have, this is the notice. Okay, you give me consent, then we'll start your puja. So anyway, lighter note. But I think it's time to open up the floor for questions. And yes, sir, please.
If I can ask a question.
Sure.
See, the private sector is more and more getting involved in public health. Until recently, public health was entirely the domain of the government and state governments. It was not remunerative. Now with public-private partnerships, I'm also involved, used to be involved in some of them. World Health Organization at a global level depends entirely on data from individual countries. I'm ignorant. Does the new act in some way interfere with making available data? Okay, you take Apollo hospitals, we are involved in several public health programs. The data is shared between the executor, Apollo hospitals, and the government of India, okay? Now this has to go to the World Health Organization. So transferring data across borders, I don't know. Does the new act in some way make it easier, make it more difficult, or is it silent on this?
See, it is not predominantly talking about transfer of data from government organization to World Health Organization like that. But there are a lot of guardrails are put in place, both regulatory guardrails as well as ethical guardrails or governance guardrails are put in place. Right? For example, anonymization, privacy protecting techniques, all that things, technical guardrails, all that comes into picture. But whether it is clearly pronounced, like if Indian government or any other government is sharing their anonymized data with World Health Organization or any other WEF, that's a very little gray area in my opinion.
Okay, good. I think we see the questions being flashed on the screen here. I think, I don't know if this is one for me or any of us could take that. Oh, okay, fine. So the question is, it talks about RegTech tools. Just some of you who may not be aware, if you really look at what RBI is doing today, they have the regulatory technology tools which are being, they are fast forward on that. I can tell you, I work with RBI. They are doing a fantastic job in terms of the ICTMS, the Daksh, and a whole lot of tools which are coming in there. And they are a big boon because, let me tell you, they can, the future of RBI's vision is to remotely inspect banks. So that's where it is really moving to. And yes, these can be of extreme help. You can adopt these RegTech tools for the DPDPA compliance. There are humongous amount of providers who are emerging now, but I think you have to take care to understand the principle behind it, how it works, do a proper testing, and then only implement these tools, because otherwise it's very difficult to control these tools. And I would also add, implementing the notice requirement, consent requirement is one part. There is one important right which comes under the Act for the data principle, right to information. I can on any day come and ask you, maybe even after 10 years, 20 years, whatever, what information do you hold about me? What are you doing with that? Whom have you shared with? Very simple questions, very difficult answers for an organization like a bank. So unless and until these controls are embedded as part of your application architecture, I don't even think it is possible for a bank to serve on those kind of information. That's my take on that. I don't know if it answers. Sir, there is one question, Dr. Ganapathy, for you. What are the biggest data protection challenges in telehealth, especially with patient consent and cross-border consultations?
Thank you for that very interesting and difficult question to answer. I honestly don't think anybody in India can give an answer at this point of time. These are test cases we are awaiting. Having said that, there's something known as an implied consent. The telemedicine practice guidelines issued in March 2020, version 2.0 issued last year, unambiguously states that when a patient asks for a teleconsultation, there is an implied consent for teleconsultation and you don't have to get anything. So that's an implied consent, provided the patient takes initiative and asks you for a teleconsultation. If it is a doctor at the other end who takes initiative and wants my specialist opinion, it is a remote end doctor's responsibility legally to get a consent from the patient. But it's much more complicated than that, because unlike a face-to-face consultation where a lady, when we are examining a lady, we have a lady chaperone. Otherwise, theoretically, it's in private, only the patient. If the patient allows a spouse or a children or somebody, we have no objection. So teleconsultation, it's not very clear there. Now, so far as cross-state, cross-border is concerned, there was some confusion earlier on. National Medical Commission has unambiguously stated that a registered medical practitioner in any one of the 33 states, union territories, including Lakshadweep and Andaman and Nicobar Islands, is entitled to practice face-to-face and remotely anywhere within the geography of India. That's very clear. However, the government has been extremely smart. The Telemedicine Society of India, I am a founder, past president, we raised this several times, but they have not yet answered. There is no law which says that cross-border teleconsultation is illegal, cannot be done. However, there is no order which says that it shall not be done. Sometimes the decision is taken by the remote country. Abu Dhabi, for example, it's illegal. It's illegal for me to give a teleconsultation to an Abu Dhabi citizen. Like that, several states, unless I'm registered with the Medical Council of Abu Dhabi. So several countries have such rules, but by and large, the numbers are still in double digits, triple digits. It's not yet reached tens of thousands. So the answer to your question will be, we need a test case.
Okay, thank you. There's a different question. I saw a post on social media on Bangalore Traffic Police displaying details of vehicle registration, expired permits and insurance. Who would you like to take it?
They're doing it. I know I'm from Bangalore, they're doing it, but it's ignorance. That's it. They can be sued, actually.
They can be sued. Right, okay. So that's your answer. They can be sued. You can sue them. Right. Any other questions? Are we done? Yeah. How do you, this is for Mr. Subbaramakrishnan, how do you balance frictionless user experience with necessary consent mechanism and data protection controls?
I'm not very sure if I understood the question, but this frictionless user experience with necessary consent mechanisms and data protection controls. See, like one thing that we have done, I think close to this, we have recently introduced a feature in the product where the consent mechanism becomes the responsibility of the data principal himself. So now today, if you go to any store, it so happens that you go to the store, he says, give me your mobile number. I feel obligated. I think I have to give my mobile number. He says, give me your email ID. I give him my email ID. Most of the people, according to me, I think they feel that they are obligated to give that information, which is actually not true. So what we have done to recently introduce a feature in a product where the customer information is not left to the billing agent himself. So we provide a QR code in the store, it's a feature in the product, it's on the other side, we call it as a customer display. He scans the QR code, there's a page in front of him, he fills the information in the page, and then he kind of selects the consent and purpose of the consent in the product, it gets submitted and the data is anonymized. So nobody knows what data is he. There's only a unique number assigned to that person, and all he has to do is share a QR code which has that unique number, and the billing agent automatically starts billing for that particular unique number, doesn't know what or who is kind of behind that unique number. So that is what we've done to kind of handle this kind of a frictionless situations.
Okay, great. Next question to Dr. Sarvam Krishnan. How do we operationalize responsible AI principles when deploying AI models that handle sensitive personal data in finance or education?
See, banking is very straightforward because, as I said in the beginning itself, I spent 20 years in banking technology, like from Citigroup to Oracle Financials and stuff like that. It's a very highly regulated industry when it comes to handling customer data, and it's anonymized, even from one platform, like I'm talking about moving your data from retail banking platform to your wealth management platform or your analytics platform requires multiple levels of controls and approvals and so on, and anonymization and so on. And even if you want to, like from an algorithms AI perspective, like if you want to bucket them into some pattern matching, buckets, you have to anonymize them and remove whatever personally identified information so that you can process their data. And particularly when you're talking about recommendation engines, recommender engines, like you're suggesting an investment product to your customer, you need to worry about what kind of guardrails you have in place when you're taking a similar pattern data from another customer and so on, right? So recently we were developing a digital twin application of a retail investment platform, right? There we need to worry about how we are cloning an individual himself or herself into the digital twin and vice versa. It's a two-way twin, right? So in banking, it's a given, like it's a very highly regulated industry, and it's been there, like you name SOX 404 or whatever possible controls were there, this is happening anyway. Education is becoming, more and more aware, particularly abroad, advanced markets like K-12 systems, K-12 schools, right? It starts from the beginning itself, like how you start from your biometrics to learning patterns analysis. Everything is now anonymized. For that, if you want to use a child's data into any edtech system, you need to put controls in place. While I would say that it is more prevalent in K-12 system, the Indian government education ministry is currently working on it, and we have a long way to go there.
Okay, maybe I think this again goes back to you, and maybe Subhok has also pitched in. AI is here to stay, I'm sure. Are there anyone who has not used ChatGPT? I guess not, right? In fact, that's becoming a scare because you start putting in everything there. And the questions that you don't discuss with your spouse or your parents or your children, you ask ChatGPT. So that's how it is becoming now. So the question really is, going back to that, is that, when it comes to AI, and AI is so useful, why do you want to really call it a villain? I think Govin's question here, to say, it's a nice thing to have and it can solve your problems for data DPTP also. So how do you look at that?
I think the previous panel, either Eka Pillai or somebody spoke about that. Like, AI is not, it's you, right? If there's a bias coming, it's the data which you have trained the data, it's your data, right? I'll give you this example. There's a black woman from New York sued Stanchart to get an $8 million compensation. Her credit card was
Yes.
So, is the bank was at fault? No, it's actually the model learned, quote unquote, the pattern that if you are a single black woman from Bronx, normally you would default to
bias,
right? So it is not. Is it AI's fault? No, it's not AI's fault. It is the training data which is fed into that, and it learned the pattern. Now, how can you blame AI for it, right? So it is in us, the bias is in us.
So yeah, I think I would go with that, because when you're using ChatGPT, you feel very comfortable. If you're lying on the robotic surgery table, I don't think you feel comfortable. So anyway, that's it. The last question, quickly. Subbu, maybe you'd like to take this. Collection, I mean, especially on your platforms, when it involves collection of biometric personal data of employees, obviously, that falls. The answer is straightforward, falls under DPDPA. And the consent, purpose, limitation, etc. Such usage can be a statutory violation or not.
Actually, we had this question because we have an attendance system too. Like in addition to the retail product that we have an attendance solution too. So we had this question where, but there is still confusion. We are not clear about it because DPDA says like if you have that information, you can trace back to the person. But if I give you my biometric data, which is totally junk, how will you trace back to me? There is no way you can trace back unless you have my finger. You will not be able to do anything with the data. But I think from protecting the data, we have a challenge. When I say protecting the data, we have seen this misuse happen in the past, where if your admin who is monitoring that system is corrupted, he knows my record, Subbu's record with the biometric data, he knows his record with the biometric data, he can copy this, he can copy Subbu's biometric data or his biometric data and put into Subbu's record and go and access a system which he is not entitled to. I think that is very serious offense. So I think we'll have to play from the security perspective, access control, role-based access control, all those things. That is what we are doing as of now. But from a biometric data perspective, I don't know if somebody can trace you back to the person.
Very good. And we can still have. So I think we are coming to the close of this. I'm sure we can go on. I mean, there's so much that we are going to discuss. I'm sure there'll be many, many more such forums that will bring answers to many of your questions as they keep arising. But I'd like to really, on behalf of MMA and FDPPI, thank the fantastic panelists here. Very, very new perspectives. I'm sure you got some answers. But I know it has also raised many questions. I'll hand over the session back to Commander Venkatram.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, really a fabulous session. Different perspectives from medical to AI and e-commerce and all that. So I think it goes well. We have to honor the dignitaries who have come, taken the time off. May I request Mr. Navi also to please join us on the stage and present them a memento. And may request the dignitaries to step forward and please connect a memento, which is nothing but a couple of books from our side and a bag and all that from the FDPPI side, please. I know we are hungry. This lunch is almost getting ready. So with this, let's give them a big round of applause, even though we are a little hungry. Yeah, correct. Please. Thank you, everyone. That was a fabulous session, particularly Doctor. We can see him so passionate he was when he looked at his history and how the medical fraternity has turned now, medical industry. So, ladies and gentlemen, before we move for lunch, we have a short video by Positex. And they have helped us in putting this seminar together. May I have the video going, please? It's a short video. We can just watch it and then we can break for lunch.
Vulnerability of encrypted PII data, OEM, while in use or process. Before diving into the demo, let's have a quick intro on what's PII and why it's essential to be protected. PII, personally identifiable information, is any kind of data that is used to identify a specific individual. PII can be name-related, address-related, contact details, official documentation, data-related, etc. Many organizations such as banks, NBFCs, government, retail, insurance, etc., hold vast amounts of this PII data as part of their business operations, cyber attackers or hackers, either external and internal, target to steal PII data in plain text and then threaten with a ransom or sell in dark web to be used for unlawful purposes. Therefore, ensuring protection and security of PII data is very critical from a reputation perspective of the organization. Protection of PII. Protection of PII is at 3 layers: data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. There are robust solutions for protecting data at rest and data in motion by encrypting at database level and in transit level. Currently, a gap exists in protecting data while in use. To process the data or run any query, data is decrypted to plain text.
So thanks a lot. I mean, that was a video presentation by Positex. Ladies and gentlemen, happy to announce that the lunch is ready and we are before time for lunch. But let's also be back before time for the next session at 1:40. That will be on business session and panel discussion 2, technology and tools for compliance. Group Captain Vijayakumar morning mentioned we also have a food for stomach before food for thought. That's what it is. Let's go enjoy lunch and come back. Please be back by 1:40 sharp. Thanks a lot. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all those who are here. I'm sure all of you had an opportunity to have some good lunch. And all those who joined us online, we already got some calls saying that why the link is not on. The link is just getting on now. So please do join us, whoever is there online. I hope all of you also had your lunch. It's going to be a very interesting session now because immediately after lunch is the most challenging session for any speaker on the stage. So the topic is very, very interesting to keep you all a little awake and also active. And this is a panel discussion number 3. Students. Yeah, thank you. So it's going to be very interesting, future-ready technology for data protection. So there will be a lot of technology, there will be a lot of tools possibly that the panelists are going to focus on. May I request the distinguished speakers for this panel to take their place on the dais, starting from Mr. Ashok Kini, who is co-founder of Kickstart Business Solutions and also a part of FDPPI. And along with him, may I request Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy, partner and leader, Digital Privacy and Trust, Deloitte. Then Ms. Nivedita, Senior Analyst, O3M, Directional Marketing, Amazon Partner. And Mr. Ravindra, Chief Information Security Officer of Sundaram Finance. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. Yeah, okay, sure. So I think Mr. Ashok has got a very challenging task to do now to keep you all engaged in this session after lunch immediately. May I have the AV of the panelists, please? As usual, the QR code will be there in case anybody wants to ask a question. It will be there on the central screen.
Mr. Ashok Kini, co-founder of Kickstart Business Solutions and Services LLP, is an experienced IT professional and business strategist with expertise in CRM, sales, and strategic planning. A certified IRCA lead auditor and GDPR expert practitioner, Mr. Ashok is a strong advocate for information security and privacy, helping organizations achieve compliance and sustainable growth. Mr. Mayuran Palanisamy, partner and leader, Digital Privacy and Trust at Deloitte, India, has over 2 decades of experience in IT audit, data protection, and risk management. ACISSP, CISA, CIPPE, CIPT, and FIP. Mr. Mayuran specializes in building privacy frameworks, enhancing digital resilience, and aligning security initiatives with business goals. Ms. Nivedita, Senior Analyst at 03M Directional Marketing, Amazon Partner, specializes in marketing analytics, digital strategy, and performance measurement. Ms. Nivedita leverages data-driven insights to optimize campaigns, enhance customer engagement, and align marketing initiatives with business growth objectives. Mr. Ravindra V, Chief Information Security Officer at Sundaram Finance Limited, has over 35 years of experience in IT and information security. At Sundaram Finance, Mr. Ravindra established IT infrastructure and ISMS functions, led ISO 27001 certification, and drove process and compliance improvements. Earlier, Mr. Ravindra served nearly 20 years at IFCI Limited, steering its transition from mainframe to client-server technology, and contributed to banking computerization at HCL.
So we have a very high-profile set of speakers with mixed bag of experience. May now request Mr. Ashok Akini to take it forward from here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Venkatraman sir. Like you mentioned, it's the most challenging session after lunch, and I can see a good number still here. So which means the topics that we have been discussing are of interest to everybody. So we have distinguished panelists here. Mayuran comes from the Big Four's consulting background and has been interacting with a lot of different vertical clients that he has been doing. We have Nivedita also coming from a technology platform which interfaces with the data principles, and they themselves are the processors as well. So, and we have Mr. Ravindra from the BFSI, and he's coming from the Sundaram Finance background. So so one of the things that I also have been interacting with clients, so I know the challenges of what the clients look at. We are though in the early stages of understanding or engaging with the clients. So there is a question from the client's perspective also on what should we do, where should we start? And there is also need for understanding what kind of technologies that we need to adopt going forward. So we have a diverse set of people here. So one coming from an interaction with the direct clients, one from probably the client itself, and somebody who is interfacing both the sides. So my first question to Mayuran, so you have, I'm sure, interacted with a diverse set of clients and obviously get these kind of questions. Though it's in the early stages, we are still engaging and trying to understand what is the current state of the client's need, or are they a data fiduciary, are they a processor? These questions are still in the early stages. While going into that journey, it is also a question mark for the client in terms of, if we get into the journey, at what stage do we implement a tool that will help us solve many of these problems, like consent related aspects, taking care of the 22 languages that needs to be your notice, which has to be published. So I just wanted your take, Mayuran, on this. What are the typical questions that you get when you engage? What stage do we engage for informing the client that this is probably the tool that you can look at And many a times we know the customers or the clients will not be happy with one. They also want to see the multiple things that are available in the market. And then they have to decide based on features and cost benefits. So that's the question.
Thank you, Ashok. Very good afternoon, everyone. I know, as everybody told, it's a very difficult session after the lunch. I think we'll try to keep you all awake as much as possible. Another thing which I should compliment the organizing team is that I don't know whether this was intentionally done. It has been very closely aligned to the date when which the DPDP rules are going to be announced, hopefully tomorrow, right? I don't know whether it was intentionally planned because this was planned much ahead before the commitment came from the ministry, which is in a way well done without knowing. So coming to your question, Ashok, I mean, organizations, if you look at how they have gone so far, I mean, because the rules are being out for some time. Before that, the act is effective from, or technically effective on paper from 2023 August onwards, right? So a lot of them have started their journey by doing an assessment to see where do they stand, right? It is a gap assessment. Obviously, the initial thinking is not to look into any technology to understand, am I being compliant or am I even close to the requirements of DPDP expectations? So that's how the journey started. So a lot of organizations have already gone through that phase. Especially in some sectors like BFSI, because there's a lot of push coming from the regulator as well. So they have gone through the phase. Now, what is it they are looking at is the implementation part. So when I say implementation has two elements, right? One is doing operational stuff. When I say operational stuff, I'm sure that who is familiar with privacy as a topic, things around your policies, implementing, rolling out the policies, doing data protection impact assessments, doing a ROPA, which is nothing but your inventory, so on and so forth. So this is one element. Second is that where everybody knows that you can't keep doing this manually 6 months or every 3 months or every year, right? Somewhere you have to leverage on technology. That is where a lot of organizations who have gone through the first two phases, operational implementation and the gap assessment, now they are looking at technology. So when it comes to technology, there are 2-3 layers of technology we should look at. There are privacy management platforms. These are typical GRC solutions available for you to manage privacy. So whatever the operational activities which I mentioned, like DPA, so on and so forth, can be automated rather than kind of doing it in a manual fashion. Second type of technology is the things around your consent. For example, these are the areas where it is better to avoid doing manually. Right, because the way DPDP is expecting the consent to be kind of obtained and managed in the overall life cycle of consent manually, which is not possible, right? And third type of technology, which we generally not linked to privacy in a very great way, is that the data protection technologies, right? It could be a DLPs, data classification technology, database activity monitoring, right? So when it comes to technology, I think we have to understand it is not going to be one single technology which is going to solve all the problems. I mean, it was meant, if somebody comes and tell you saying that my one platform will solve everything, which is not practical. So you have to understand that there are nuances and there are solutions around for nuances. And as organization, the key challenge is going to be that how do we get the best out of the technology, bring together, right? From the governance point of view, you have a single pane of glass where you can look at everything at one shot and see that, okay, what corrective action to be done, right? So sorry, I took a slightly longer. I was just telling Ashok before coming that usually when you get the mic, you tend to talk a lot. So I'll keep it to here. Probably we'll hear from the other panelists and then I'll add few things.
Thanks, Mayuran. I do understand. Should always thank MMA team also. They plan these sessions so meticulously, and we have to honor that. Being though we are the co-partners, we learned a lot of things how to manage it properly. So I think I'll go to Nivedita next, who comes from a background of a tool that actually interacts with the tool that they have interacts with both the data principles, and on the other side, they are probably a data processor, and they also engage with a data fiduciary. So I just want Nivedita to maybe first give a quick overview about your tool, and then maybe talk about the risks that you foresee in a platform like yours, and then what solutions you foresee to overcome the challenges of this legislation. Please.
Yes. So before we start, just a quick brief. So I work in a digital marketing agency. So mainly we are Google premium partners and also Amazon's verified partners. So I take care of majorly, Amazon ads. So answering to your question, we have developed a tool, Addies. Our organization has done this. So how are we addressing towards customers' needs is that we don't. So like I think Mr. Whittle sir has already mentioned about Amazon, right? They collect data and they have all the data with them already. But what as an organization we have taken from Amazon is we ask our clients to basically just sign up with their initial details like, name, email ID, and phone number. So with this, we can also make sure we're under DPDA compliance and to make sure that we have only very limited access. It's basically like role-based control. So we don't have access towards any personal information. So which makes it more easier for us to convince any client to give us the basic access which flows through Amazon data. So I think that can answer a better question that, we are addressing towards clients. So here, like you mentioned, we are doing a two-way processor. That is, we have two hats, if I can say. We are giving the clients the best what we can do, as well as we are also handling the client data. So by here, we can make sure the client is having utmost trust with us. We have all the data with us, which is safe and secure. So basically, it's role-based access, and we have audit trials also going on. So we, in terms of client's view, if the basic overview is how the tool works is we just collect the data, and whatever happens in Amazon, the data directly flows into the platform. So this will actually help the clients to understand that we're taking care of the ads management part. And to also be very precise about how the tool works is the tool basically works only based on how the ads and performance is maintained. So I think more than taking complete access from the customers, we take the very basic access, and the customers are also aware that initially when they log into our portal, they have multi-factor authentication, and they also have encryptions. So by this, we can ensure that they are not giving out their personal data, which can also ensure that in future, if they're asking about any payment details that we do not have that with us because we are taking only the limited access. And the next thing is how the challenges that we face, right? Like we already discussed, there are so many different sellers in Amazon. We have small sellers, we have large, big sellers as well. People who are very educated, they are well aware about how the tool is functioning, how the platform is functioning. But I think the small sellers who are just into Amazon, they will have a differential questions. They will have a lot of questions related to how their data is protected. Whether can this data be accessed through the other people? But the simple answer is no, because every client is given a very specified login credentials. One challenge which we can face is, I think, if this login credentials is misused, that is, if anyone who has this login credentials and they misuse this to multi-factor authentication, which we all do, I think that is one challenge which we face. Anyone can log into the client's portal and see. So to overcome this, we are in the process of automation to make sure it's only role-based access, like I mentioned, it's only available to the client's part. So it's more towards how the client is accessing towards the platform and whether he can access, only the particular individual can access the platform.
Thank you. So I think the audience will have more questions for you as we go through this discussion. My next question would be to Mr. Ravindra, sorry, in terms of you being on the other side. I mean, you are the consumer of tools and technologies, and though I think your role is mostly from Chief Information Security Officer's perspective, how do you look at, I mean, though Mayuran explained through the journey when to decide and what kind of parameters that you would probably look at, I want to hear from you, your perspective as data protection is anyway part of the whole thing. So how do you look at it, and from the technologies and tools that needs to be adopted to take care of these aspects of DPDPA from your perspective, maybe more of a client perspective towards these tools that needs to be adopted at some point in time?
Let me begin by clarifying the misconception that all the tools that we run in the organization for protecting information security would be kind of helping us to completely achieve the requirements of the DPDPA Act. Unfortunately, that's not so. For the simple reason that information security and data protection, though they are related, they are not the same. And the DPDPA Act, if you look at it, it is not an Information Security Act. So it is an act for data protection, right? So the act requires transparent, legal, and more the rights-based processing of the personal data. And it calls for a lot of activity and technology implementation on the governance aspect. So that is where organizations have to take a call that the additional technologies are required more than what they may be having in terms of information security tools like endpoint detection response, DLP tools, and SIM, etc. So take for example, so definitely, these information security tools that organizations run will help them to implement the DPDPA, but not to a full extent. For example, consider the following requirements of the DPDPA. For example, let's talk about consent management, and then we have the rights management, and we have the storage limitation, business purpose limitation or attachment, and you also have this complaints-based record keeping for the requirement of the DPDP Act. So none of the normal tools that organizations use will be able to help. Even if you look at SIM tool, for example, so it can definitely help create an incident on data breach, but it may not be able to identify and classify a personal data breach. So that is the fighter point over here. So which brings out the clarity that the existing typical information security tools and technologies that organizations adopt are definitely required, but they are not sufficient for managing the requirements of the DPDP Act. So in that sense, probably we'll have to look for the new technologies which are required to be adopted, and taking advices from consultants like E&Y, Mayuran, etc. So, and making best use of the available technologies and synergizing them with the information security tools to the best benefit of the organization.
Okay, thank you. So I'll go back to Mayuran. So one of the things that we keep hearing very often is privacy enhancement technologies, and early stages again. In terms of at a time when the client has to choose a particular tool for taking care of the aspects from a privacy perspective, you have again, like I told, the complexity is within the organization is different. You have to adapt something that is the best from both aspects in terms of what suits your environment, and of course it also has to be economical in terms of starting with it. When you try to shortlist a particular tool or a technology, maybe it's a pet that we call privacy enhancement technology. What parameters do you think has maybe 4 or 5 top priorities that you as a consultant would suggest to your client, and what reasons do you give for that?
Sure. So I think maybe for the benefit of the larger group, there's a difference between privacy management tool and privacy enhancing technologies. So privacy management tools are largely to help you to kind of run the privacy program within the organization. See, the privacy enhancing technology is slightly more deeper technology. Which will interface with your technology, your products, etc., and kind of brings privacy at the core, rather than you try to manage once your entire platform is put out for consumption, right? So that's a key difference. So if you look at what are the technology implementation which has happened across the globe, largely I would say very minimal privacy enhancing technology implementation has actually taken place. Everything else is privacy management, right? I'm sure that you're familiar with a lot of platforms and tools in this space. All of them can take care more from the privacy management point of view, but not from the privacy enhancing technology point of view, right? But just to your perspective, whenever we look at a tool, whether it's a PET or, as I mentioned, there's not too much of PET implementation has taken place in India. A lot of them have actually started doing privacy by design as a process within their production or in the development stage itself. That's one way to adapt the PET. I mean, technically, very few tools are available for PET also, to be honest, right? I mean, the good thing is that there are India-based companies who are doing fairly well in PET space. So going back to the question, Ashok, about what are the things we'll factor in. See, one is obviously a PET should be brought in well ahead in time, right? In terms of your life cycle of product development or process development. If you're going to develop the product, keeping in mind the functionalities, etc., then suddenly if you bring in the PET, that may conflict. While the privacy by design principle says that it has to be kind of beneficial rather than impacting the functionalities, it becomes very difficult to kind of manage that equation. I mean, it is not that it cannot be managed. It can be managed if it starts well in time. Second is that how much of these technologies can interface with your existing technology landscape? Okay, that's a bigger question, because many times what we see is that when we evaluate tools, especially for data discovery, etc., what we understand is that some of the legacy systems, or if it is some tools have some strong capabilities and some weaker capabilities. Some of them are very good at doing the data discovery. I'm just taking an example of data discovery. They're good at doing data discovery in a structured environment, but they struggle a bit in the unstructured. Some of the tools their core focus is only on the unstructured, but they're okay from the structured point of view. So these are the parameters. We need to see what capability you want in your environment and which are the tools is going to give that. And that's what I told a comment earlier itself, right? If you are looking at one single tool to solve the problems, that may not very likely to happen. You may have to have a little bit of contextual tools, right? For example, DLP becomes a critical one. I mean, while it is not a privacy enhancing technology, it is more of, I'll say, privacy preserving technology, because it makes sure that depending on the rules you configure, it doesn't kind of let the critical personal information go out of the environment, or at least notifies, right? It creates an alert. So I think those are the elements we look at in terms of what do you want, number one. Second is that what are the capabilities you're looking at from those tools. Third is that whether this tool will work in my environment, considering my technology landscape. And fourth important thing is that when it comes to some of the platforms, I mean, they have very specialized capabilities like management or protection. So again, you have to choose what is the best or what is that you want. And again, I'll go back to the point mentioned by Ravindra sir. You may have certain technologies in-house, which can be calibrated to meet some of these requirements, rather than kind of looking at a completely new technology, because more the technology, the environment is getting more complex. And end of the day, you are the one who's going to manage the technology. And many times these technologies don't talk to each other. And you have to create a language in which they can talk to each other, right? So that creates a additional burden for somebody like a CISO or a DPO or somebody's handling the technology.
Right. I think very nicely put. I also have some follow-up question for you, Mayuran. So in terms of the DPDPA itself, we always tend to say that GDPR is something that evolved early, and we try to kind of maybe, I wouldn't say map, but we try to follow things from that perspective. But the Indian DPDPA has new elements. You have nomination aspects. You have consent manager, which is not there in, I have not seen that in any of the privacy laws that across the globe. So how are these aspects? Nomination is again, we also have legacy data that you mentioned. We have unstructured data. The structured data is always easy to manage. These are all the complexities that you have to meet the requirements of the law. You have to also integrate within your existing environment, and you still have to, go ahead and decide. So in this kind of scenario, when there are new things, you can't go with a template of GDPR and say, I will be compliant. You have to obviously look at what the Indian law says. And you also have new things like nomination that, and there are, again, depending on the vertical that you're operating, there are minor data that also comes in. So these are all the things from a implementation perspective. Is it difficult for somebody to even understand how do we go about it? So I just wanted to know your perspective.
Sure. Yeah, I think you started off with the right point about drawing references or taking a reference from GDPR. See, leaving aside GDPR as a regulation, right? If you look at most of the global regulation, they are built based on principles, generally accepted privacy principles, and DPDP also is not an exception to that. We also follow that. But compared to GDPR, we are slightly different because GDPR, technically, if you see, it's 7 years old. Now, even Europe is feeling that we need to have a better regulation, or which is more current to the current situation, AI and all, right? So now they are coming up with the AI Act. Already they have come up with that. So I think ours is slightly a progressive regulation, right? I mean, all of us can say that, okay, it is not very prescriptive. It is not telling us exactly what to be done. But the way I think it is being kind of communicated in most of the forum is that, see, we are only giving a boundary, right? You all decide depending on your risk appetite, area you're focusing on, what data you have. You decide what you want to do with that. I mean, it's a kind of a flexible regulation that way. But as you rightly said, some of these nuances of right to nominate or children data, so on and so forth, these are specifically to address our problems. I mean, these may not be the problem in Europe as of now. That's why I think we have to add few things. For example, I mean, we all see that, let's assume somebody is in a family, somebody passes away, right? It is extremely difficult for you to go and claim any of the bank accounts they may have. I mean, it's a big process to follow, right? So these are some of the things which can actually help to ease out those steps. That is one point, right? And second point is that if you look at GDPR as a regulation, it also touches most of the common points like how we have in DPDPA. So DPDPA is, I would say, the base is still 60-70% aligned to the principles of GDPR. Maybe another 20 to 30%, which is more what is required for our country, right? And the kind of digital advancements we have gone through the last few years, right? I don't think writing a GDPR kind of regulation will not work, because that is like taking us back 5 to 7 years, right? I mean, all of us know that even if the bill had come much ahead, it would have been very helpful, right? We lost few years, unfortunately, in between. So that's my take on this one.
Thanks. I think one of the things that we did not time our event. I think it's falling right at the middle of our multi-city events that we are carrying out. So the next question I would go to Nivedita, in terms of the challenges as understanding as an integration between collecting data, processing it. You're also interacting with an Amazon kind of thing and your client. So one is I wanted to understand what challenges that you foresee in terms of the DPDPA requirements coming in, and what are the risks that that you have maybe understood in this journey of developing your platform, is what I wanted to know.
Got it. Okay. So, as a customer, like even, many of us are here and all of us would have logged into Amazon portal, or we keep purchasing from different marketplaces, right? So it's very simple that as a customer, if I come and ask you that, log into this, I would need your details. So the first question comes to you is, what kind of details do you require? Do you need my personal data? Do you need my payment related data? So one thing is, when we have developed, so organizations that develop, especially agency that develop tools, we are very sure to keep up the data minimum with us, because we have to be answerable to the client, as well as we are going to help the clients with the right data. So it's like we have to make sure that the clients use the data at the right place. Not, I wouldn't suggest that, just all of us, which right now we are doing this login entries everywhere, right? Even when we go to a shop, we just give all our basic details. Thing is, when an agency takes over, or any organization who has tools developed, they make sure that the client who's signing up for the tool is making sure that he's giving up the data with complete consent management. That is like, with his consent, he gives his identity. So when we as an organization try to protect his data, I think we will have this something called two-factor authentication. And you also have different tools, as like Mayuran so mentioned. We have different tools, right? The organization not necessarily have to take up only integrated tool, but I think going with hybrid will also be a better option, because it will put up an automation and scaling in place. So everyone will know what kind of data we can use from the client. And also, if the client requires something to be flagged or it has to be masked, right, we can do it. I think here we can come up to a topic of, even pseudonymization, whether can we do it or not. I think it's both the way. Pseudonymization can be done in a better way, but not all the times it can, fall into place. Although it comes in the DPDPA Act, and it is a compliance that we have to follow. One thing is, when we try to do pseudonymization, we try to mask off a lot of identity for the prevention of leaking out the data leakage. But what happens is, we might not get the accuracy of the data when people are trying to work on the client. So basically, if you try to mask it out, we will not rightly get the data from the clients. So I would say pseudonymization can be possible, but it can also be put in a better way through automation. And through automation and scaling up the right things by making it encrypted, this can be under compliance. And the challenges that we face is mainly how the clients are, if there is a soft delete option also that any organization will have. So I think if clients require the data to be erased, we have to make sure the portal, which is, it's flowing from Amazon. So if anything is deleted from here, it also has to be deleted internally in the backend database. So I think this is one of the challenges that we have to face it by addressing to the clients very quickly, and so that it doesn't become a bottleneck at the last moment.
Right. So I have a follow-up question, Nivedita, for you. I've probably not gone through the entire tool architecture that you have. So my question is, are you using AI within your this entire process of the platform? So we were discussing about the twin challenges that we are looking at from the industry perspective. So where we have a wild beast, which we don't know what it is capable of. And on the other side, we also have to use it to build something within the organization.
True. Yeah.
And with all these things, if you are using AI, what other additional things are you looking at in terms of containing things? Because it's again going to do some automated decision making aspects, and it is also going to interact and probably collect data from the data principles that you are engaging with. So that's the additional question.
Got it. So I think, yes, we do use AI bot, but I would say that, using the AI in the right way. That's it. That meaning, like, we have the access control towards us. So when it comes to AI and how we are using in our organization is, we take care of the client's data, and we use it for where the access control is only to the hierarchical. You have an hierarchy for that. So I don't think anyone who comes into the platform will be able to see this. At the same time, we will not have the same login credentials applicable for all of them. So I think having an audit trail for this, so you will have an action history. You will also have how the tool is being used, and what they have done, and the last action has been taken place. So I think all this can give you a clear login of what is happening in the tool and how the customer's data is protected. So if suppose any customer who wants to look into his data, he'll be accessible only for his data, not the other clients in Amazon. Although if he's aware about the other clients' details, that cannot be, he cannot use it and use it from his portal to check in our tool. So I think by this way, we can bring in AI where it can help us to automate certain things by scaling up. And it can also help you understand that, okay, we are using this kind of tool to make sure this is very safe and sound. So I think that should be the answer, because we are using an AI tool that can, protect the customers by having an encryption. So we do have an audit trail, and there are trade-offs happening sometimes if the login is misused. But apart from these trade-offs, there are minor challenges that we face. So it's more of how we are going to have it in the centralized storage.
Thank you. So I'll go back to Mayuran in terms of, you were probably not there, Mayuran, in the morning session. We discussed challenges about having the DPDPA as well as AI now coming in. In terms of an organization's perspective, they want to adopt it, but there are challenges which probably they don't foresee, because there is too much of tone at the top coming to make sure that you have to implement AI or adopt AI requirements. But at the same time, we also need to meet the requirements in cases like where Nivedita is building a platform and it needs to use AI, and we still have to manage the privacy requirements. Just wanted to know from that perspective.
Yeah, thanks. Slightly unexpected question on this topic, but still I'll try to take a stab at it. See, I think first of all, there is a myth that privacy, adoption, and AI cannot go together. Okay, it can very well go together. I'll tell you why. If you look at GDPR also, right, when they came in, the focus was largely on protecting the personal information or fundamental human rights of European citizens, right? So then they realize that when they get into the era of AI, large part of data which is going into the most of the AI is personal information. Because I mean, unless you want to train the particular, I mean, you can use other information also, and also which is not specifically identifying an individual, but still the model will get trained better with actual data, which is can be connected with somebody, and we can actually get trained in a particular way. So that is when they moved from saying, okay, now we have created a regulation for privacy, but we are seeing that there is a area which it can actually impact the privacy. So why don't we come with a EU AI Act, right? If you look at most of the privacy principles as well as the AI governance principles, they have been overlapped. The biasness, right? Ensuring that it's protected well, right? There will be always a overlap between these two. So I think it is an act of balance, right? And definitely, I think all of us understand that everybody wants to invest in AI. Everybody wants to kind of come up with an AI product, which is good, which is definitely, I'm not discouraging that point, but it is extremely important to say that, okay, if you want to be compliant to a privacy regulation, bring in those privacy aspects into your models as well, right? At least have that human in the loop process, because that's all they're asking, right? I mean, there are other expectations from AI regulations. For example, if you look at most of the AI regulations, expects the CEO of the organizations to explain it, how the AI works, right? AI is not a black box anymore. I mean, the CEO should be aware of what is it consuming, what is it doing, I mean, that's a completely different problem together. I think in my view, considering all those things, the privacy element is actually the being compliant with DPDP or any privacy regulation going to help only from the AI journey point of view, and it is not a bottleneck.
So I have one common question for all of you. I'll start with Nivedita, then come to Ravindra, and then go to. What is one thing that we need to consider as a top priority in terms? I did hear you in terms of the top other things, 5 things that you mentioned, but I individually want to understand what is one thing that you would look at when you want to adopt a tool to whether it's privacy management or enhancement. What is that one thing that you will look for if you want to go for a particular tool?
See, I would say that someone who comes to you, even as a client, or even you as a client, place, they would always look for transparency, a complete transparency in what kind of tool we are using. So I think this can help you put everything together to have a clear governance. So transparency is something everyone, with regards to the data, with regards to what is flowing into their platform, or with regards to how the tool is functioning. Even when you have encryptions, right? You need to the client or the customer has to understand that they have to be given the exact transparency that they require, because that's when you will fall under the DPDPI compliance. Because when you from the business point of view fail to do that, the transparency is not given. At the same time, what happens is the data violation occurs. So I feel transparency is one of the most important thing the customers have to take in if they're planning to get into or opt in for a tool or a platform, to get it into their own. For example, if they're having an Amazon or if they're having Flipkart. So anything which they are going to get into it, they would require transparency. So I would say transparency, getting automation through that would be one of the important tool, especially when AI comes to,
Okay, so the same question to Mr. Ravindra.
I would rather respond this in a different way. Even before taking a look at what kind of tool we should be, trying to adopt, I very strongly feel that there is a lot of work the organization has got to do in terms of streamlining the data which is floating around. And classifying and all that stuff. Because without doing all this stuff, there's no point in trying to find out which is the best tool. Right. So I think that would be the more important thing for organizations to focus on, because that is something you will have to do it for yourself. You will not get any external help or technology help, because you know about your organization the best. Right. So so that should be the first priority. And once the base is set, I think it would not be much difficult to make a decision on what kind of a tool that we should go in for, because we will have always external help available.
Yeah, thank you. I think I agree with that because before even we go into the tool, which comes, of course, in the implementation life cycle, it's very important to understand what is your current state, where is your data lying, classifying what is personal, what is not personal. We also discuss within our internal groups in FDPPI that we should try to segregate data depending on the country of where we are actually collecting it from and try to look at that separately. So I agree definitely from that as perspective. Before even we get into selecting a tool, it's very important to we cross these stages. So, however, the question still remains for Mayuran.
Sure. Let me also try to answer it slightly different because I think I gave some perspectives about tool selection earlier. See, I think one of the things which we have to understand is that what are we trying to solve, right? I mean, there are a lot of tools, right? What is that we want to solve, right? Are we going to solve a privacy regulatory problem, right? In my view, I think if you take that approach, it's a completely wrong approach because there are going to be more regulations coming in. And every time a new regulation comes in, you will have to recalibrate what you're doing. Your existing technology may not support it. You'll have to, I'm sure that the product vendor will be giving upgrades and all. But beyond a point, when it comes to a governance point of view, you are going to kind of chasing a moving goalpost. There's no end to that. So what I would strongly recommend is that step back a bit, right? Look at this as a more of a data problem rather than data privacy problem. Right. See, I think most of us, if you see the fundamental question we ask any organization when we start our work is that, do you know your personal information? Right. So if I talk to one person, you may say, okay, these are the 5 elements we are covering. In the second discussion, you may say, oh, yeah, I'm collecting more. Right. I mean, that there is no single point source of truth for that particular question. So unless we solve that problem, right, because that is the basis of what you're going to protect, right? How you're going to adhere to principle and everything, right? That's a starting point. So the way I would look at is that rather than kind of looking at the privacy as an isolated problem, make it as a data problem, right? Go back, make it a data problem. Then your data governance come into play, your data protection comes into play, and privacy also comes into play. How do we kind of converge these 3 topics together and have a single lens of looking at it? I'll tell you the biggest problem in the organizations we work with is that these are functions which are running in isolation. The CDO function does not interact with the DPO function. The DPO function goes to the CISO function only for saying, okay, where are the controls, right? So unless they come together, all 3 are going to chase a goalpost which is going to keep on moving. So that's the way I look at it. Forget about technology. I think irrespective of technology, these 3 functions should come together. Then look at a technology solution which can solve all the problems together. They may not find one, they may find 5, 6 technologies, but that will yield a better result compared to kind of privacy investing in one technology, CDO function investing in another data governance platform, and CISO doing what are the data protection work. That's my take.
I think that's very valid. I think in terms of, yeah, I can also relate to it in terms of the interaction levels between different functions within the organization is probably the starting point. And my follow-up question to you would be, I did understand that more than the privacy, it's the data that you should focus on. From that perspective, when we set up a governance structure to handle privacy aspects and data protection aspects, since I'll take that liberty because you come from the consulting background and probably set a base for organizations. What should be a governance committee for data protection? Who should be part of it? What should be their charter? These are 2 important things that I probably want on behalf of everybody that's present here.
Sure. Yeah, I think it's quite simple, but difficult to do. Let me put it that way, right? If it is done properly, it'll have a lot of benefits to the organization. See, first of all, as I mentioned, I think the representation for the committee should be from the CDO's office, CISO, and the DPO and the legal team, right? Who is handling privacy oversight, the second line, so on and so forth. They should comprise part of the, I think any initiative which is taken by any of them should be validated by others. Right? Many times what happens is that if it is going to be data transformation journey, it is going to be done by the CDO's office. The privacy team or the CISO's team will come far later when it comes to they think about protecting the data. right? So that mentality has to change. I mean, the protection part should come as one of the key areas rather than kind of looking at how much of value we're going to derive from data. We also look at, I mean, that's an example I always give, right? So when you buy a car, generally, we tend to focus on the power of the engine. So nobody thinks about the effectiveness of the braking, right? But the brake is the most important part in the car, right? Either you want, that's the one which gives you confidence you can go faster, right? Not the engine. The engine anyway gives the output and you can go faster, right? But you know that when it comes to a situation, if you want to slow down, brake is the only option you have in hand, right? So that's the way I look at it. I mean, the steering committee should comprise these people and there should be ongoing conversation. I think that's important rather than kind of only from the initiatives point of view. Otherwise, also, I think there should be a clear knowledge sharing happening between these three parties, saying that whatever you're doing may have these kind of impacts. Right. So that is slowly changing now. For example, organizations, whenever they take a new initiative, etc., they have this change management board in which there's a privacy professionals, right? So I think that's the way I look at it. I know that we are up our time. So that's my take.
Thanks, Mayur. And I think this is one of the pertinent questions that most organizations today would face. And I think we are now open for the questions from the audience. So we have the first question from Sarda. How should organizations balance cost considerations with the need to invest in sophisticated compliance technologies? I will again go back to you only, Mayuran, because consulting background definitely helps in answering many of these kind of questions.
So on a lighter note, Ashok, I presume that you're assuming that we always try to sell sophisticated solutions. No, I think it's a fair question. Many times this becomes a question saying that, okay, I mean, how much do I invest? Right. And there is a lot of questions we get asked from the leadership on ROI, saying that I'm investing so much on a technology or platform. What is it going to get? Right. So, I mean, the ROI is very straightforward because I'll come to this sophistication part later on. See, whatever the penalty you are avoiding, right, by protecting the data, that is the ROI, which is in a way intangible. You can't put in the book or whatever it is, but that's a reality. Imagine you get into a breach and end up paying 50 crore penalty, right, minimum, or it can go up to 250 according to DPPPI. Forget about the enforcement part, which we'll have to see how it is going to shape up and all, but this is the reality. That's the ROI you're looking at. And coming to answer of sophisticated compliance tools, I don't think you need a sophisticated compliance tool, right? You don't have to look at it. There are a lot of tools available now in market, which are, I mean, when you say sophisticated, I mean, I understand in a way expensive tools. There are tools which are reasonably priced, right? Which kind of solves your problems, which are basic. There are a lot of tools available, right? What we have to keep in mind when we kind of consider these tools is that don't look at the tool to kind of solve your entire problem, right? That's a completely wrong mindset because the tool will take its own time to evolve and come to a stage because every tool has a life cycle, right? Any tool, right? I mean, for example, anybody who has implemented SAP in the environment, approximately how many years it takes to stabilize an SAP system? 2 to 3 years easily, right? On first few years is going to be a mess. So that's the way, that's a lens you should apply for compliance tools also. It will evolve as much as information you give and as much as information you derive from that.
Yeah, so I also am aligned with the thought because it is not just a tool. It is a combination of consulting plus tool is what actually works. Because many organizations can't even get hold of how to even utilize the maximum capacity of the tool itself. So it's not just a tool, it's a combination of them. Next question again.
Just to add to your point, we have seen cases when GDPR came, people procured license of platforms for spending millions of dollars and they didn't use any of those tools for first 1 year. Secondly, they came to us and asked, okay, how do we use it now? Right? Whereas $500,000 already gone on licensing for 1 year, right? Okay, moving to second one, as AI drives growth of the sectors.
Yeah, this next question is for you.
Yeah. So, I think I touched upon this point in one of my responses. So AI governance is extremely important, right? I mean, it not only from the data it is consuming, right? Even AI I mean, see, fundamental question all of us have to ask is that do we really need an AI solution for a particular problem? right? At times we over-engineer, we go about developing something which is actually not solving significant problem, right? So if you start eliminating or start the governance at that point, you will only create AIs which are very, very critical, very essential for your business. Next is that what sort of data which is going in, right? And what sort of control mechanism is there, right? Where the AI is getting hosted, all those things will come into picture. But in a nutshell, the governance part is something you have to definitely think about and start doing at the beginning of the AI thinking itself, rather than kind of developing something, then try to fix it.
So we have an interesting question, the previous one. Not this one, but before. Challenges posed by quantum computing, AI and decentralized architecture. I think this would be the last question that we have. Two more, okay. Anybody can take it.
Okay. I'm not an expert in most of these areas like quantum and all, but let me share what is that happening in the market, right? Sorry, can you go to the question, please?
No, not the quantum.
One question before this.
Yes.
Yeah, I think AI, we spoke at length, right? What sort of risk we are going to have and how do we solve that? See, quantum computing is definitely, it's going to be a big threat eventually that quantum-based attack can actually can become reality. And organizations are already kind of trying to do assessment to see that how much their systems are susceptible to kind of these kind of attacks. So that's an exercise I think everybody will have to do eventually, keeping in mind that, well, I mean, obviously, we are not going to build the quantum computers. We are going to leverage on various hyperscalers and others, right? So we have to understand what sort of protection they kind of offer in their solution. Second is when it comes to we hosting our applications on top of it, how much they are protected from the post-quantum kind of issue, right? So that's the approach we generally suggest, and lot of organizations are thinking about doing this assessment to see where do they stand, and some of them already started doing and keeping in mind, especially when it comes to the national critical infrastructure companies who are handling that, they have started focusing on it already.
Yeah, this is a question for Mr. Ravindra. How can financial institutions align with regulatory, with ISO standards and DPA requirements without duplicating the effort and increasing the complexity?
A very interesting question. So the late starters would have the benefit in this kind of a scenario, but for organizations like Sundaram Finance, who are well-oiled organizations and have been in the field for so many years, definitely they would have passed through journeys, in terms of getting ISO 27001 certification, and later on, depending on these changes in the regulatory scenarios, we have getting the regulatory directions coming in, and we'll have to keep following up. Right. So one good thing I observe is that whenever these kind of developments are happening, the Reserve Bank of India also try to put all of those things into their latest master directions, so that it serves as a single source for compliance. So you don't have, for example, if you take the latest RBI's master direction on information technology, GRC and assurance practices, so it supersedes the earlier one, which was in 2017. So the earlier one was based only on the ISO 27001 standards. But the latest one covers all that is required and important now in the present scenario. So that is how even the regulators have also been bringing out their directions, keeping in sync with the current requirements. So in my view, there's no escape now from having to do some duplicate of work as the organization grows. But only one solace here is that you have the latest directions in place in hand, and that is the one place that you should look for if you to satisfy yourself whether you are complying with all other required things.
Yeah, I think one good thing that I have seen interacting with clients as well is, especially the fintech and BFSI organizations, they are always on their toes. Some auditors, other thing keeps happening, and they are always aligned, most of the organizations. And of course, I think this they manage complexities more easily compared to many of the other organizations because it's regulated heavily. Next question for Nivedita: what best practices do you follow? So see, most of the challenging organizations going forward who are going to face issues are digital marketing organizations, and you are kind of in that category. And so ensure marketing campaigns and respect customer consent while minimizing the data. So that's the question.
Okay, not going too technical about this, but I think that, to ensure marketing campaigns under customers' consent. So again, it comes under the choice of actions, right? So if the customer who is willing in an organization is giving you the consent to act on their campaign management, for an example, and that's when you will be ready to deploy them. And one more thing is to make sure their grievances are, addressed on the right time. We also make sure that in marketing campaigns, without their consent, we don't do anything generally. So to make sure the grievances are also addressed, I would say that ticketing system and flaggings that would help customer to give the right consent. So if in case they have any issues, they have any grievances, that can be addressed quickly. So they can also share their consent regarding what has to be done and what not has to be done. So I think by making sure what customers are letting us know to what to be done in digital marketing in terms of campaign management, whether like Mayuran sir told, whether we have to understand why the data is collected, right, to then process whether the tool is going to take an action or not. So I think taking those data and addressing towards the customers what customers actually need by ensuring that it's been done according to how they have given permission to. I think most of us are very aware about what details we give out. So with what we give, that is how the organizations act accordingly, because ultimately at the end of the day, you're the client for them. So making sure that it is going as per how the marketing activities, it just depends on how the customers consent and how consent management is taken under consideration. So we would definitely talk about how customers, as a customer, when we are giving them the choice to say, yes, take this action, go for it, and then that's when we will start implementing those marketing activities. So we also address grievances in that case.
Thank you. I think we have to end the session here. I think the questions won't stop. So we will have a lot of questions. And because the topic itself is like that, everybody is trying to understand, trying to implement, engage. All these things are happening. And the base theme of this whole event or this conclave that we had was brace for the impact. And that's the central theme, and that's the topics have evolved all around this. Thank you very much for this wonderful interaction, and I'm sure there would be more questions. We'll probably have to get back to you if there is a need. Thank you all. Thanks.
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Has been a fabulous session. I think you have been successful in keeping all of them very interactive and awake immediately after lunch. So time for us to honor you all. My request, Mr. Navi also, please join us along with Group Capt Vijayakumar to present a memento to the dignitaries. My request all of you to step forward, please, to accept a memento from MMA and FDPPI. Yeah, I think we can applaud them, isn't it? Great session. So thank you, Mr. Mayuran, for traveling all the way from Bangalore to be here with us this session. Thanks, Ms. Nivedita. And of course, Mr. Ravindra, very nice of you all. All of you put Thanks for coming. Just step forward for the group photo. Come. They take a picture. Come. Thank you so much, all of you, sir. So we are moving in to the business session for another interesting topic, shaping the future. Industry-led privacy initiatives. And we have, of course, three gentlemen whom we have seen in the morning, since morning, to be part of this session. And we have two who are joining us online. So may I request Mr. Navi, Group Captain Vijayakumar, and Mr. Premanand to take their place on the dais. Ms. Deepalakshmi, Vadivelan, I'm sure you joined us online. And Mr. Akhilesh, if you have also joined us. Yes, let's welcome them with a round of applause. Mr. Navi, once again on the stage, untiringly, he's been sharing knowledge with all of us since morning. Ms. Deepalakshmi, am I audible, ma'am? This is Group Captain Venkatraman from MMA.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. You're able to hear you as well. And I'm sure shortly we'll be joined with Mr. Akhilesh. So to begin the proceedings for this session, may I request my team to play the AV, please.
Ms. Deepalakshmi Vadivelan, General Counsel and Global DPO at West Corp Limited, is a seasoned legal leader with over 20 years of expertise in contracts, M&A, litigation, compliance, and data privacy. Ms. Deepalakshmi leads a 20-plus member legal team, drives robust privacy frameworks across geographies, and is a thought leader, speaker, and author on data protection, cyber laws, and women's leadership. Mr. Akhilesh MS, Director of Privacy Pillar, specializes in consent management and privacy by design solutions, helping organizations automate compliance and build trust. An expert in AI governance and data ethics, Mr. Akhilesh recently delivered a keynote on data privacy concerns in AI and the agentic era at the Cyber AI Summit in Bangalore. Mr. Premanand VN, Chapter President of FDPPI Chennai, is a certified independent director with 35 years of experience in IT, engineering, sustainability, telemedicine, and cybersecurity. Mr. Premanand advises multiple organizations, leads tech ventures, and is an accomplished speaker and faculty on cybersecurity, AI, and digital transformation, actively engaging with industry, academia, and government.
Let's welcome all of them with a round of applause, and thanks Ms. Deepalakshmi for joining. I'm sure Mr. Akhilesh will also find his way online for some time. Maybe he's held up somewhere. May I now request Mr. Navi to take the session forward, please.
Thank you. So friends, we have started our discussions on various aspects of DPDPA and gone to some extent on the technology side also. In this session, actually, we will try to focus on sectoral self-regulation and governance. That is the focus area. Now, I will start straight away with Captain Vijayakumar. You see, there are always two schools of thoughts in the industry. Some people say that the regulators have to come up with a complete checklist of what needs to be done and give a detailed instructions. We in the industry will be happy to comply with it. In fact, if you look at any of the guidelines coming from, say, GDPR, normally there will be 20 pages, 30 pages each. One small implementation, they will give a detailed guideline. It's fine in one way, but sometimes some industry people would like, say, more of self-regulation. See, we are talking of DPDPA, which is applicable across multiple industries. And there is a hospital on the one side, there is a bank on the other side, there is an educational institution on the other side. Law can be only one. Implementations have to be different. In such a scenario, should we expect the government to come up with a detailed compliance guidelines, or should we as the industry people try to opt more for self-regulation? I would like to request Mr. Vijayakumar to give his views on that.
Thank you, Mr. Navi. This is a question which is debated quite a bit actually. And good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to have you with us. What is the role of organizations like MMA and FDPPI? Because we act like a bridge between the source of knowledge and the people who need it actually. And if you know, we are the first organization in Chennai to do this seminar. Because what makes people really come and understand, they are not still got feel of what is going to be coming soon, because the data protection, once the act is given, then they'll know. Regarding what Navi asked me, the checklist. No, anytime, any place I've seen, first thing they'll ask is, can you give me a checklist? Because it's easy for us to just tick it up. But what I really feel in terms of the checklist, what has been contemplating, the government is we are wanting to do that. There should be a middle path, because every organization, every company, they have their own codes and they have their own system. Now, as far as the data protection is concerned, the hospital data will be totally different than the manufacturing and other companies. There can't be one thing which will meet the requirements of everybody. That's why sectoral thing, I think now we very beautifully designed the entire thing to bring in sectoral impact of what's happening. So what we should do, the checklist will be a good guidelines, and that should be driving you. You should have your own methodology by which you can put the whole process and systems in place where it should suit your own convenience and make sure they don't violate the data. That is what is very important. This is where I also strongly feel the DPOs play a very vital role, data protection officers. At the moment, to the best of my ability, because I'm trying to get most of them, we all work in silos actually. The DPO should coordinate with other organizations so that they come and share their insights. It will become helpful to other organizations because everybody has got the best practices and they must come and share. The platform like MMA and FDPI are the correct platform where you can come and meet common ground, meet people, get networking, share. I think that's what objective. At the end of the day today, when you step out of this auditorium, I hope you have got some input from others and which would really help you in putting this act in the right perspective in your organization.
Thank you. I will also ask one of the practitioners, Deepalakshmi, on the same question. Do you require a checklist from the government, or are you happy with your own company developing a self-regulatory framework for compliance of DPDPA? If so, why?
Thanks, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to MMA and FDPPA again for giving this opportunity. It's a very interesting and practical questions. I think this is a challenge every one of us will be going through, whatever Vijay was indicating, right? This question directly addresses the need for your proactive approach and forward thinking. You don't just right now look at it as he rightly indicated. I'll have a 10-line item of checklist. I may be complying with 3. I may be. The data protection and the privacy itself is a journey. It is. So that's where I've been repeatedly indicating that it's not that one-time activity or it's an annual activity where you look at a company secretarial position or a labor law compliances. Okay, it's done. It's an every minute we need to undergo with that assessment and determine what we are doing. Keeping that as an approach, especially the evolving aspects of data privacy and AI, which has been constantly posing a lot of challenges. Let's think just a minute to think about it, as you rightly indicated. It's very challenging to create a single framework which is going to define universal law for addressing your healthcare or addressing your banking or your education industry. right? It's too restrictive. If you try to follow foreign the particular checklist or the governance required to be done for healthcare, and the same you are keeping healthcare versus education, I feel it's an unfair practices or a compliance expectations which we are feeling it. So in principle, I feel that out it's a balanced approaches. Definitely the law has to come and set the floor or the fundamental requirements for or mandatory requirements for an every entity to follow. With respect to an industries or a sectors, I definitely go within sector specific laws. I appreciate that you are bringing it as an organization specific. I think more than the organizations they try to follow, I definitely encourage it purely on my personal views. I think every one of us the on the forum will also accept that we should move with an either an industry, maybe an MSME industry or a sectors, right? Hospital or in banking or educations or whatever we need to do, that we have to look at it. When we are trying to work out those kind of framework, take that out your DGPSI, what we are trying to bring that out, right? How this can be tailor made to an any specific industry, can that be looked at from an two parameters? One, it's a principles based, is this the fundamental principles which is required under this law has been taken care in the privacy framework? What those laws, what are these principles? Then the second aspect is on your the requirement part of it, the standard framework requirements, how this can be constantly improved, because there is always a gap between the law and the technology which is getting, the way it moves on the development. So I always said give this flexibility and the balance approach. I feel that that will give you the control over and independently on the industry or organizations, and to show cause their accountability or a transparency, or especially when they are looking out as a risk based approach. For example, if you take the privacy notice of your hospital, absolutely different from your privacy notice of your banking sectors. The risk based approach, you look at it even a volume wise, the education institutions collects the volume of information slightly may not be equivalent to the even the lesser volume somebody is collecting the health related informations about an individual. I think that's where I personally feel and I strongly recommend that it should be an individual framework, or an either an industry or sector specific has to be evolved, that needs to be followed. Considering that that will give you an easy way to adopt the changes comes to a law, it's going to be the significant time period, or bringing an amendment is not going to be the easy task. If the industry associations or bodies can bring that out, I think it's very easy, and it can be adoptable and can be easily make out as a checklist.
Thank you. Of course, we have here actually a congregation of lot of industry leaders. So probably we need to take a stand right now, in the sense that if we do not want an imposed regulation from the government, okay, of course, we are dealing with a legal compliance. Legal compliance by nature already has a prescription inbuilt in the act itself. But still, if you look at HIPAA implementation, the HIPAA Act itself contained the security rules also. So which meant that there was a much more prescriptive way of defining compliance in HIPAA, which in DPDPA, government has tried to avoid. They have made it as simple as possible. In fact, our previous Minister Rajiv Chandrasekhar used to say it's principle-based law. Okay, so leave the rest to the industry. But if that dream of the law being principle-based and the industry developing compliance through self-regulation has to be achieved, then somebody has to take leadership in the industry. Okay, this leadership has to come from each sector. So different sectors will have to identify who will be the sectoral leader, who will start putting the sectoral members together for generating some kind of a common framework for the industry. For example, if you take, say, leave hospitals, hospitals are bigger. I'm looking at somebody like pharmacies. Okay. Now, there are perhaps 500, 1,000, 2,000, I don't know how many pharmacies will be there in the city of Madras. Okay, all of them are dealing with information related to health. So if at all there is something which is sensitive, they are also handling sensitive information. How will a pharmacy on the street corner be able to be compliant with DPDPA unless somebody handholds such kind of organizations? So there has to be an association of the pharmacies. Take colleges. Now, universities are there already, but can a university take responsibility for DPDPA compliance of all their colleges? If they don't take the responsibility, how can individual colleges take that responsibility? So these are the thoughts which have to be looked at, and we need to identify sectoral leaders. And I would like organizations like MMA to start thinking about this and try to encourage sectoral leaders who are already today available as some associations. There will be an association for this, association for this. Most of the time, these associations have been there to develop business for their respective groups. But now we have to get their priorities reoriented towards, currently I'm talking of DPDPA compliance. So if there is an industry association, small industries association, Guindy association or something, we should ask that Guindy association, how many members you have got? Are they all compliant? If today you are not ready to think about it, at least of course we are there to help you. Say organizations like FDPPI or MMA, say in education and building the society, we should be able to help these clusters of sectors. I think that we should, as an industry, try to develop something on that respect. And I would also call upon the MMA to start thinking about it. So whenever you get another congregation of the industry, people like us, the question we first ask is, are you DPDPA compliant? Now, when we have an industry association, we have to say, in your industry association or your group, how many are DPDPA compliant? That is perhaps how sectoral self-regulation may perhaps start. Now, in this law, there is a provision for exemptions to be given to certain class of data fiduciaries. Okay. Now, if some class of data fiduciaries need to claim exemption, then also it is necessary for the organizations to actually represent. Morning I was trying to mention some stray examples like a laboratory which is processing DNA or something like that. So there are many such organizations. Now, this act under the exemption clause has got multiple things. For example, it says startups. Now, startups can get the exemption, but not all startups will get the exemption. So there has to be a representation to the government. So I would like to ask this question to Premanand, who is an independent director himself, and perhaps he has organized the independent directors also together. Now, most of these things have to start at the level of directors only. See, we can't expect DPDPA compliance to start from the CISO or somebody, and not even the CEO. I said independent directors are the first people in the organization to actually, they should start questioning the board that there is some new law which has come. What is that we have done? So I think we'll start with Mr. Premanand. Now, what is his perception about how do we get different sectoral leaders together to start working on this compliance frameworks? Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Navi sir, and thank you, MMA. So, from independent director's perspective, the directors, they look at the board, look at the independent directors, any of the independent director as an expert. They engage them as experts in one of the fields. For example, if it is a chemical industry or electronics industry, one independent director is brought in as an expert. And from his experience on that particular domain, he starts exploring the organization, whether they are today, where they stand, how they are compliant, and what is happening in the industry. Then he advises the board saying that this is where we are and this is what we should go about. Say, for example, if we take the DPDA compliance, then this independent director is already aware of what is data privacy, what is Data Privacy Act that has become an act of parliament in India, and how is GDPR is being implemented in other countries. So he knows all this. From this experience, he comes and explains to the board and then say where this company, particularly where we stand. Then he creates a document where he specifies the policies have to be like this and make an awareness across the company about data protection. So once he makes the awareness, then what happens? The data protection, just like cyber security, becomes a habit with each employee. So they start following certain principles and slowly it becomes a discipline. See, circa 1989, I'll tell you, I worked for a company called Kone Elevators, where we had those days, we had the typewriters and the stenographers. Slowly, the computers were coming into existence for data processing and word processing, typing, etc. So the managing director told me, Prem, why don't you go and do a complete training program for all our employees, 2 from each department. So he gave me off for 15 days. Then I did a training program of how to use the computers for day-to-day activities in the company. So similarly, today the data protection practice is not available in many companies. So the independent directors, they come in, give their advice, and to bring in the discipline of making the company compliant when the law comes into existence. So they make their own discipline, start their practices every day, and slowly it becomes a discipline. Once it becomes a discipline, it is easy for them to graduate to a maturity model, just like our CMM. It becomes a maturity model. Once it becomes a maturity model, you are ready for compliance. So the gap is small. When the law comes, you make small adjustments and you're ready.
Thank you. Now, for the last 2 years, I've been asking the Independent Directors Association to first of all bring awareness to the independent directors themselves. Only when they know, they will be able to ask the rest of the people. So I'm talking of even organizations like that. Okay, that is, say we have addressed organizations like CIO Association, CISO Association. Same way, the Independent Directors Association, I would like them to actually make themselves aware first. Then only it will happen. So I renew my request to Prema.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have talked to them.
Okay.
It will happen.
And I will also place a request with Mr. Vijayakumar that MMA itself should organize a training here in MMA for independent directors or aspiring independent directors who take the examination and study various other things. They have to specialize in DPDPA, because when the DPDPA comes in, all the companies will be running around to see 6 specialists, not only for appointing DPO, even for appointing the independent directors. There are many companies where the risk of digital data management is so high, they will be requiring an independent director only to take care of the data protection. Don't you say DPDPA, data protection requirements. So I feel that Mr. Vijayakumar.
I fully agree with you. In fact, the morning itself, I had a call with Institute of Internal Auditors, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, Institute of Company Secretaries. I said, how we can bring this knowledge, what we are doing it together, where the people are sensitized, how they can take it to their community, so that in their organizations. With that intention only, today, I know it's a paid program where a lot of people are paid and come and attending the program. We are taking the program live to everybody for free. We're not charging them. We are live on YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn. Idea is at least some people watch it, if not today, maybe over next few months, few years, at least few days before they get caught. This is the way we thought we'll reach out to a large number of people. Not only that, in addition to that, we have a digital magazine, which is watched by over 80,000 people read our digital magazine. You know, our digital magazine is very good state-of-the-art technology we use, where is software where you can, with the embedded videos. Now, all this discussion, what we have made from morning till evening, sector by sector, each one is getting transcribed and it will be published in after another 3-4 days' time. This will connect with all the organizations, other institutions, FICCI, CI, everybody. Because our idea is that somebody has, like Navi, put together everything, got the people together, we got the people together. A lot of knowledge has been shared. The knowledge shared, if it's not reach out to the people, I think all the effort what you have done today is totally waste of time. So with this connection, we are trying to reach out to a large number of people. Ultimately, we can take the horse only to the water. Thereafter, we don't know what will happen.
Of course, we may not be able to get independent directors for a full day training program. I'm not expecting that. At least 2 hours program or 1.5 hours program is what we are actually looking at. But unless we start that, this sectoral leadership will not emerge. Sectoral leadership for defining the guidelines, and for somebody to go to the ministry and say that you should have this kind of guideline for this industry, slightly different from others. When there are provisions already in the Act for exempting certain classes of data fiduciaries. Even in the cross-border transfer, the law provides that certain kinds of data transfer can be restricted. Like even in the RBI, data has to be stored here, but processing can be done outside. Something like that is there. So likewise, here also, there may be requirement for different sectors for some kind of concessions here and there. So instead of, say today, why this particular act has been delayed for 2-3 years, 2 years now is because the industry has been pushing back the government. We are not ready, we are not ready. Okay, so this will continue. So what we need is to give confidence to the government that sectorally, if you are agreeable to make some small changes, we are ready to start implementing. Manufacturing companies need to do it because manufacturing companies, many of them think data protection is not for them. But remember, employees' data also comes under data protection. So if you take a city like Madras, TVS or Hyundai or whatever it is, that they are all having huge number of employees and their DPDPA risk is as big as digital marketing companies. Okay. And their reputation requirement also is very high. So each of these segments we need to develop, then only this sectoral self-regulation can develop to an extent where perhaps we can tell the government that we can help them. Now I think
Sir,
I will...
can I add one point?
Please, please.
See, if when you look at this self-regulation and ready for compliance and making discipline across the company, we could look at the section 11 of ITA 2000, and then probably the independent directors can look at why and how data is used and who is responsible for that.
See, if you ask the ministry, they say that we introduced intermediary guidelines. And for grievance redressal, we asked the industry to have a self-regulatory mechanism, and they never came up with self-regulatory mechanism for until now. You ask any of the secretaries of the ministry, they will tell that industry has failed to come up with self-regulation in the intermediaries. So instead of us taking the blame, I think we should be pushing the government that we should have a self-regulatory this thing, place it before the data protection board and say, you either approve this or suggest some changes. Not that we are going to dictate everything which the government has to do, but at least we have to give suggestions. Now the Data Protection Board will be in place. Now, the Data Protection Board should have representation from appropriate industries. We don't know. It should not be a play of influence in Delhi. In fact, sectoral representation has to be there for Data Protection Board also. All this will come only when industry leaders take the lead. And I think we have to stimulate these industry leaders. There are many industry leaders here. I consider Vijayakumar himself as an industry leader. Get a TVS chairman or some Sundaram Finance. Sundaram Finance has to take the lead for the entire BFSI industry. Okay, for I don't know, Sundaram Finance people are still here. So I'll say that you should take the lead. Call a meeting for all the finance companies, all the home finance companies. Just discuss. What is this? This new act seems to be coming. Vijayashankar keeps telling 250 crores. How do we manage this? They themselves will come up with some suggestions. If you start that movement in Chennai, then Chennai can be the hub for such sectoral coordination of different industries. At least it should start in the home finance or finance industry, because Chennai has been a home to a number of good finance companies, unlike some other places. So this is just a suggestion to be placed amongst all of you, to you spread it out and see how it can be done. Now, Deepa, you see, you have been associated with the activities of FDPPI also, where this Data Governance and Protection Standard of India, DGPSI, has been introduced, and we have the version of DGPSI Lite, which is exactly matching the requirement of DPDPA and so on. Now, you actually had an organization which is into HR related activities, and HR activities is one activity where people are confused whether it comes under legitimate use or it comes under the consent. Okay. Now, so can you just give some thoughts on how a framework can fit into the HR management kind of situation, which is of relevance to a wide number of people who are listening to this now?
Thanks, sir. So I think this is a great question. When we've been deliberating a lot in terms of how it is a law and what it is to how it is impacting the execution aspects, especially when it comes to an HR fraternity or the industry. Uh, Even in the current DPDPA Act, or as well as to any other law across the globe, if you look at it, the employment, due course of employment has been given within certain exceptions. But today's the data has been considered as a currency era we are all living in, not like in legacy or the earlier organizations, how they collect purely an employee data. It used to be only for an employment purpose, it was not used for any other purpose. But today there are different nomenclature has been kept it. They're extending the benefits to an employee. They want to share the data to some of the third party organization who can get a better benefit. For example, many companies are saying sharing the data to an fintech platforms to avail your personal loan in 24 hours for any emergency situation. They want to share it to them to give a complimentary health benefits. Or they come to an organization, they will say it's a benefit to an employee. You want to purchase or subscribe some of the online vouchers. It's a 5% discount if you go and disclose your mail ID and your mobile number. So these are all some of the offerings which broadly comes in that. In those kind of scenarios, the framework like an DGPSI, especially an organization who may not really have your top 10% is only comes in your tier 1 or an MNC within Fortune 500 in India. The other organizations which are more than to millions of organizations, I think definitely it is going to be a very, very useful and it can be practically implementable tool and the framework, I can say that out. Why am I saying how we will look at it as a either in a legal or a compliance or a security standards or giving a comfort to an leadership, including your directors? I see any framework which gives a structured and actionable roadmap, which is going to translate or demystify your legal provisions into an practical aspects to implement the step. I think that's what this framework, when I was looking at especially the DGPSI AI, we've been talking on, algorithmic issues, bias, no transparency or hallucination. It was so simplified in the, more than 14 to 15 control points where we can deep dive into it and fix it. When I think every one of us, I strongly recommend to go through this framework, which is also available in the FDPPI website, even whether we are implementing or not, at least to broadly get the context. It's not only your HR function, it can be in every function. How the controls can be monitored, how the same controls can be implementable, which can be, measurable way. One, this particular framework is in complementary by its design to an DPDPA Act. I always tell that out because this says about how the detailed standard can be brought in aligning to the principles. What are your principles? The purpose, limitation, minimization, addressing the rights to the individual data principles. Maybe it can be grievance redressal mechanisms or how you wanted to allow them to do and right to edit or modify. The other crucial aspects where Vijay sir was also indicating that how are we going to operationalize as a checklist? I think this every function can create their checklist. What needs to be done? If I am going to be a HR function, I'm going to do a recruitment alone. I can bring the checklist of out of my controls on 24 controls. How can I create the checklist? You cannot have, same checklist will be applicable for an if the person is relieving or exiting from your system, the same may not be applicable, but there are many of your same controls can be, connected seamlessly across your holistic way of the framework. The other aspects today's world, it's very crucial for all the enterprises where it's a challenging is that building the trust. I think this can help us out. Don't wait for, the act to come or rules to come. I think this is something which has been going on, whether I wanted to associate within any other entity, which may be having an office or an entities across the global. I think this has become a mandatory for all of us to go through this governance. Even if you want to be onboarding and any of the organization as part of their supplier or vendor onboarding template, you will have these kind of set of questionnaires which repeatedly coming. How are we going to comply? I think creating a valuable trust, especially to have the competitive edge over your own in the industry or a market, or getting the consumer trust today, especially the data principle trust, is going to be the crucial. I feel this framework is going to be the perfect self-regulatory framework for organization if they need to tailor made by themselves, though it's not by an industry or government recognized as of now. Maybe you take it out as a MATI or government or a data privacy board. I don't see, it takes a larger time. As we are living in India, everyone are promoting, the government is also strongly promoting these kind of, frameworks to be appreciated. I don't see it's a long time. I'll see the tunnel, the light in the tunnel to get soon to achieve that, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, one more thing. I think I will have to go back to Deepa only. See, recently the government of India through NEGD, came up with what they call as BRD. Is it not? That is a framework for consent. And asked many software companies to actually generate, actually it was a coding competition. It is still going on. A coding competition based on a framework which the government had given for winning a prize of 50 lakhs in a consent management framework. Now, when the government body, NEGD is almost like the MIT's this thing, when they come up with something like that, that is also an attempt to provide a kind of framework which can be used by SMEs or MSMEs. Okay. Similarly, I think other organizations, for example, these software developers, some of them have been here about solution developers. I feel some of the solution developers, if they really put their heads together, they can also trigger development of a framework. If they have a good software, that software itself should become a framework. What do you say, Deepa, about the software industry coming up with certain solutions which may turn into frameworks for compliance by the industries, provided they are able to make it DPDPA compliant. I don't know, as of today, many of the softwares which are there are not DPDPA compliant, basically because they developed it before DPDPA came into the framework. Okay. So, but let us assume that tomorrow they will be capable of doing it. Will they be able to look at this compliance and build their framework based on compliance rather than their technical convenience? See, many times software people, I have this software, I will try to modify it to your requirement. What we want them is that this is the law, you have to develop a software for that particular thing. So apart from the ministry coming up with this consent management, do you think software industry themselves have got an opportunity to develop a framework? Apart from FDPPI or such, Deloitte or somebody, we all, because of our requirement of auditing, we will develop our own framework. So the industry, software industry, do you think can come up with a framework?
Sir, it's a great question. So I just want to put one thoughts before we move on to specific to an software industry. If you look at it, this DPDPA, it's a very heart of the point is two aspects, sir. One is your definition of significant data fiduciary, and the other aspect is the concerned management, right? These two aspects, which are unique to our India's Data Protection Act alone, which makes all of us to work it out as a design philosophy. How it is different, as you said, there are 2-3 years which taken to an earlier versions. There are more than 6 to 7 versions of the bills has been passed on that for an white papers or the consultations in the industry. But if we look at it and the existing IT Act, if we look at it as you are coming back, this is very, the organizations, the owners, or rather the government has given the roles to every organization independently assess and determine whether are they first of all classified as a data fiduciary or significant data fiduciary. When they are assessing it, definitely they need to come back with an, if you look at it, the law doesn't say that out, these are all the existing exhaustive list of data is classified as an sensitive personal data, or you need to follow certain process. No, it's they have given complete flexibility and liberty to the organizations or sectors to come back and work out with a risk-based approach or a principle-based approach, rather I will look at it. If I come back to the software industry, then the organization, while determining when they are moving towards their entire operation and process as a tech agnostic, then they may need to apply that. We have to bifurcate in the industry or an entity where and all I'm going to deploy an applications or either it can be developed by its own internal system, or they are getting the licensed model, or they have purchased the application. It purely depends on what is the concept as we've been deliberating, developer or a user or a deployer, how it works on, right? So wherever they go with the non-application of a software, I leave the industry to, as I indicated my earlier response to you, I think they should follow. When it comes to software industry, I think I have been seeing at this current systems nowadays that awareness is already there. Every software industry right now, they are not trying to cater at the level or not to the specific territory. They want to move into a global market, and their data backup on the clouds also in the completely at a different locations. So this puts, as you rightly indicated, they have to bring in the mechanism, the stages of the navigations of their software or application or a platform, or you call it out as a platform as a service, it doesn't matter. I think that has to be brought in with a major principle of privacy by design. You don't wait for an organization to come back and seek you that how this software is ensuring your privacy. Either it can be your encryption has to be done, or a consent as a purpose we need to take it. We have to bring that out. It is a mandatory fields which is required. Voluntarily, would you like to share some of the field? Would you like to subscribe? Or earlier panel was indicating, would you like to subscribe to my marketing? I think all these needs to be tracked in the software or an application, which is going to be very, very helpful for an entity to know their audit trail and the log. You don't need to go back and seamlessly see that out where it is, how it is getting processed. If tomorrow anyway to be and we need to any breach happen, we need to contain, we know that out which part of the stage or a control we can able to contain it. So that assessment, I definitely say that out. It strongly recommend. I think the onus is expected in the especially the tech organization who are specifically developing on this.
Thank you. We will go into the questions. Before that, I just want to summarize that so far what we have discussed during this session has given thoughts on who are all the institutions who can work on the sectoral regulations. It could be the industry associations, it could be professional associations of various kinds of professions, it could be the educational institutions themselves. And now what you have said, NASSCOM should have by this time started working on a framework for DPDPA compliance. I don't know why FDPPI only is talking of the compliance framework. NASSCOM should have come up with a DPDPA compliance framework. Of course, they are all representing these big tech industries from USA, so they really do not want immediate DPDPA. But I think that is how the institutions driven by the indigenous mindset, say our software people, they will first develop a software for GDPR compliance. They will not develop the software for DPDPA compliance. I think this kind of mindset change has to come. So there are several of us who are all capable of developing the frameworks. And I feel that I have more number of DGPS kind of frameworks coming up by the next time when we are going to have a conference like this.
Sir,
yeah.
I would like to highlight one point on the software industry. The companies who are developing compliance software or any tools, they are not looking at one future scenario where there is a tsunami alert. There is going to be a catastrophe where one day all the public key infrastructure encryption, digital signatures, authentication will be broken. This will happen when the quantum technology comes into play and the Shor's algorithm, which people are not aware, the quantum cryptography. This was developed by Peter Shor in 1994, as early as 1994, and it is not becoming as powerful because of the computing capability of today's classical computers. When the qubits come into existence, this will happen, and that has to be thought of by the software industry, how they are going to attack the Shor's algorithm.
No, I agree with that. But if we are using classical computing and let hackers use quantum computing, then this issue will come. If we are also using for cyber security quantum computing, perhaps we should be giving an equal competition to the algorithms using quantum computing. Okay. And anyway, I understand that now the industry is actually moving from binary system to ternary systems of working on data. And right now, I think quantum computing is, I don't know, that is my perception. Quantum computing will not be able to easily break the ternary system software development. Anyway, that is for some other system. What I mean by ternary is today, when we are talking of bits, we say it can take a value of 0 and 1s. Now, the new technology is a bit can be assigned a value of -1, 0, and +1. Okay, so one data bit can take 3 values instead of 2 values. Now, quantum computing also talks of only 2 values, but probabilistically in terms of processing, it can take multiple values. But at the time of data storage, quantum computing also has to come back to one particular state. So I feel there is a possible solution to.
Yes, sir. Instead of having this 2 set of values, it will have in multiples of 2 like 8 and 16, where it will be able to factor large composite numbers into their prime factors.
So there is a solution for quantum attacks. Okay, now we'll take the questions. Yeah.
Yeah. So the question is from your experience in governance and leadership, how important is self-regulation in building public trust compared to external? Sakura, is a very excellent question. Self-regulation is a must for everything what you do. Even take yourself. If you don't have self-regulation in terms of obesity or in terms of sugar, in terms of BP, you'll get into trouble. In terms of data, if you don't have self-regulation, you'll get a heart attack. So it's better you have a self-regulation. In fact, what we should do, in addition to what Mr. Navi said, you must see some of the best practices adopted around the world. I know Data Protection Implementation Act is introduced in the European Union in 2018. There are some phenomenal case study models where they've done some great research, how various step-by-step they got it done and how cross-country issues are coming. Now each of the internal auditors are done. The number of models are available. So I am of the strong opinion, you should be losing your sleep over this. We have done so many things we have done. We'll do extremely well in India too. So one thing which you should really follow it up is self-regulation. So self-regulation will help you to a great extent and external help from people like Navi, FDPPI and MMA will only add value to those things. Hope, Sakura, we had answered your question.
Thank you. Next question for Deepalakshmi. As a global DPO, what advantages do you see in adopting sector-specific codes of practice for multinational organizations with cross-border operations?
So it's a great question. I think today the organization are not limiting themselves to any specific industry. Assume that out as we've been discussing, the software industry, right? Software industry, their deliverable and their services are not limited only to an healthcare, not only limited to education sector. They have separate their business line or a business streams internally to address and then work on. That's one part of it. Definitely then, what you are trying to create the checklist for your own internal system or an applications which is developed to cater the particular sector may not be the same for the other sector. That's a point number one. When you wanted to apply the same application, you are applying to or you are providing to an organization, your client who is operating in India versus your European Union, whatever the checklist which you have created, which may not be really be applicable to an European Union. So we have to bring that out. What are my baseline and foundational principle, which can make my particular tool or application or a services or a product which is going to be meeting the 80% or 75% criteria of an all sectors as well as to the global laws. Then we need to tailor made that. Who's your client, where they are operating, what are your services? I think we need to determine by that assessment. That's where we call it out data privacy impact assessment as part of your journey. So that will define you to either to another cross-border transaction when we are working out, or it is to a different sector when we are trying to cater the services. I think that's the discipline or a thumb rule. We need to bring that out, and that flexibility has to be adopted or created while designing our application. So privacy by design also has to be very cautiously thought on these aspects.
Thank you. Next question to Premanand. With your background in cybersecurity and sustainability, how do you see privacy governance aligning with broader ESG initiatives?
See, for this sustainability, you need to have a proper governance and best management practices. You have to have awareness created throughout the organization. and you have to have a proper policy. The policy needs to be amended every 6 months, and aligning on these policies, you have to do audits and then see how your employees, groups, and the departments are maturing through a period of time. Once this is satisfied, then you will have a proper ESG implementation.
Thank you. Next question is for me. How can sector-specific codes of practice complement and coexist with national regulations like DPDPA? In fact, in the earlier versions of PDPA 2018 or 2019, and also currently even now in GDPR, there are provisions for sector-specific guidelines to be approved by the law itself. Unfortunately, in the current version of DPDPA, there is no specific provision for such sector-specific guidelines to be approved by the Data Protection Board or the Ministry. Ministry, of course, will have powers to amend. So, in that amendment provisions, they can always approve. But otherwise, this law has recognized that sectoral regulators like RBI, SEBI, then IRDAI, their regulations will be honored in the sense that DPDPA doesn't override those sectoral regulators. So we can say that there is a provision for sectoral guidelines to coexist with DPDPA as long as there is no conflict. For example, if RBI has a data localization, even though the DPDPA has not spoken something like that, because it is going to give a better protection than what DPDPA has given, it will be well within the provisions of DPDPA. So only thing is sectoral guidelines cannot dilute the DPDPA because DPDPA is a statutory law. So you cannot dilute that, but your guidelines, regulations can always strengthen it further. So keeping that in mind, every sector can do things to strengthen the law, and where you need clarifications, because in the morning I was talking to you about gray areas like how do you treat business contact email? Is it personal data? Is it not personal data? Transaction data for e-commerce industry. So there are certain gray things within the law which is a genuine doubt, and that is where sectoral specific regulations need to clarify, so that every person who is in the street need not scratch their head to find out what exactly is in the law. For example, there was a question about traffic police. Now, what are the rights of the traffic police? Now, there are exemptions for law enforcement, but does traffic management come under law enforcement in the real sense? And even if it is so, today most of the traffic management is done by not police people, maybe some local regulators. They may not have the same powers. So there are a lot of things, and there is a provision called instrumentalities of government. This is another area where a lot of discussions are required. There are certain organizations which are considered instrumentalities of the government, okay? But not all of them are going to be exempted from DPDPA. DPDPA has to notify an instrumentality of the government. Only with notification, a NIMHANS or AIMS or somebody, or even say IIT or IIM, they may be all instrumentalities of the government in some sense, but they will not get automatic exemption from the law. The law says that subject to exemption, it is possible. I don't know whether MMA can also claim tomorrow, but what we mean by instrumentalities of the state is most of the regulations are determined by some government body, corporations or something like that. So those are the areas where sectoral regulations will help, because law provides, but there is some more clarification required. If it is done, I think there can be coexistence of the two. Okay.
Sir, can I add one point, sir?
Yeah.
On the software side, the companies that develop software with AI as a tool or embedded AI, they should also be, giving a disclaimer like at the end, saying that in case there is a problem with this software, who is responsible in that particular organization, and in case there is a bias, whom should they contact, who is the developer?
Agreed. In fact, DGPSI has these provisions. Please look into it. Thank you, Mr. Vijayakumar, and thank you, Ramanand and Deepak.
Thank you.
For your.
Sir, one point to add on, as we all looking out, I think it's strongly a welcoming one, and recommendation is for the sector specific guidelines or a framework. The reason being is today the law mandates us to look at it or determine based on the potential harm to data principles. When I'm classifying the potential harm, to the extent I can create a mid and the median in looking at a data sector specific. When you are looking at a healthcare, I know that out if there is a personal information or health details about X person is leaked, what would be the harm which we can to the extent quantify it, or we can also visualize the consequence which can go and create an impact to the data principle. Similarly, your financial informations from the banking sector. So I feel that that's where we need to really raise up and voice out as an industry. We need to proactively look forward to create this rather than waiting the government to come back and then in giving an indicative or exhaustive list. I think practically I feel that that may not be in the near term.
Thank you. Yeah.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think you're so tired that not to clap for them. Please, let's give them a big round of applause. I mean, once again. So may I request Mr. Navi as well as Group Captain Vijayakumar to present a memento to Mr. Premanand. Actually, he is the local president of FDPPI, has toiled really long, the last 10-15 days to get this going and get you all here. Thank you, Mr. Prem. And of course, we have Ms. Deepa. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining all the way from here. We wish we could have presented a memento to you physically here. But since you are far away there, we are presenting a digital memento. And, this digital memento is actually more than an acknowledgement. On your behalf, we actually present books to some poor children who are studying in government-aided schools, whom MMA does a CSR activity there. So it will be on your behalf today. Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you so much. It's a great honor. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks a lot for joining. So here we get on to the last session. Yeah, Mr. Navi, you cannot get off to the stage yet. So you have one more session to go. And may I now request Mr. Rajaram, Dr. V. Rajaram and Mr. Rajesh Kumar to take your place on the dais. Been a long day. I agree, all of you, with you. But this is the last session. And I'm sure it's going to be another looking ahead from awareness to action. This is very important. We all could be aware of so many things, but are we acting on it? That's what is all about this session. Let's welcome them with a big round of applause. I think they are the warriors who come to engage you for the last session. Most important, right? So next 45 minutes are going to be very, very engaging because it's all about action. May I have the AV, please?
Dr. V. Rajaram, President of SPIN Chennai and Head of FICCI Tamil Nadu Technology Panel, is a digital transformation and innovation leader with over 3 decades of global experience. A certified independent director and startup mentor, Dr. Rajaram has built award-winning incubation ecosystems, guided 280+ startups, and actively shapes technology and innovation-driven growth across industries. Mr. Rajesh Kumar D, Cybersecurity Consulting Partner at EY India, has over 2 decades of expertise in vulnerability management, red teaming, application security, and automotive security. Mr. Rajesh is a trusted advisor known for building robust security frameworks, leading real-world attack simulations, and advancing cybersecurity practices across industries.
Yeah, they deserve a big round of applause. Thank you, sir, for both of you taking your time out to be here. May I now request Mr. Vijayashankar to please take the session forward.
Thank you. And in fact, the last sessions are like slog overs, more interesting than the earlier. Okay. And what we have set for this discussion is actually looking ahead. Okay. In fact, that has to be the end result of a conclave like this, that what we need to look ahead. We have two gentlemen of great experience here. So let us try to pick their brains on some of the things which we would like to things to happen from awareness to action. We have taken steps to create awareness about DPDPA. I hope we have done something so that a lot of awareness is created. I also instigated companies, including MMA, to do something. Okay. With all that creation of awareness, next, of course, how do we convert this awareness into action? In fact, that is the toughest part. Even when I have actually given something called theory of motivation in information security, where I have been thinking that, okay, we go and conduct a training program in a company, everybody attends, everybody nods, and then maybe we can even have an exit test. All that is fine. Awareness is created. Awareness is not the end. It is only the beginning. In fact, even in cybercrime, I keep telling many people, don't say for bankers and others. I am also an ex-banker. So bankers, just to make a person aware that, okay, there can be phishing. That is not the end of it. How to prevent phishing is what we need. Okay. So action is what is important, and this conversion requires a lot of cultural change to be brought with the people. That is why in DGPSI, one of the last most important implementation specification is to make people accept what is required to be done. We can always give lectures and say this has to be done, otherwise you will have some liability, etc. But how do you make my employee actually convert his knowledge into action? Same way now, we are trying to bring awareness of the DPDPA with the industry. I look at all of you as industry. But now how do we convert it into action within this thing? That is what we would like experts here to explain. Particularly, we have people like Rajaram who are in the spin and Mr. Rajesh, who is also in the consultancy area, having exposure to a lot of other people. Okay. Now, first thing, I would like to address this to Mr. Rajaram and both perhaps. Okay, we have got only two people, so we'll try to give questions to both of them. Is DPDPA compliance a legal issue, or is it a technology issue, or is it a governance issue? Okay, this is what I would like to start with Mr. Rajaram.
Yeah. You brought out a fantastic question. So it is a combination of all the three. So if you look at how DPDPA has evolved, so it is a legal entity. So you have the fiduciary responsibilities, you have the data principles, you have the act, you have the breach, the penalties. So all these are legal elements. Basically, this defines what we have to do or what needs to be done. So this, I would say, is about 30%. Then we look at how do we implement this? That is where technology comes in. So in terms of consent platforms, in terms of purpose driven consent and the anonymization of the data, the all of these, putting them, the privacy by design, all of these could be implemented effectively. The breach reporting, incident reporting, escalation can be done only with technology. So technology plays another important role in implementing it. So the law has to be translated into something implementable in action. Then the third aspect comes in, which is governance. Now we have to fix accountability within the organization in terms of who is really accountable for the various things. Then we need to have a DPO. We need to have the breach management, escalation. All of these have to be clearly defined and adapted on a continuous basis. So then only the entire thing can be sustained. So whatever you implemented has to be sustained for it to really deliver. So this means that the governance is a very, very important element as well. So if you roughly put a percentage, legal would be about, let's say, 25 to 30%. The technology, about 40 to 45%. And the governance, balance. But this is just some ballpark numbers. Depending on the type of the organization, again, this can vary. Suppose if you are in the banking, insurance, or highly regulated industry, then the legal aspect will be more and more in terms of day to day. Whereas if you are from a IT kind of organization, then the effort in terms of will be more on technology and rather than the other dimensions. You will find creative ways to take care of the other two. So that would be my initial comments on this.
Great. I think it's a good perspective. Yeah, we'll have from Rajesh also.
Thank you, sir. Let me give you some few examples across all these three domains which Mr. Vijayashankar sir has put up. Now, let's take the first legal angle. Now, we all have, as organizations, we have employees. Now, also please understand, while an employee is also an employee of the organization, he or she is also a citizen of India. So, if tomorrow there is a request from that particular employee to the employer on what level of data the organization is collecting and everything, and what is the usage of the data and everything, it is just a query. But when the employer responds back to the employee, please note that the employer is responding to a citizen of India. That response should be legal and it should stand in the court of law. Same example can be taken once the act comes into existence and everything. Often you might find such requests coming from the government of India through various channels, the privacy boards and everything, to a particular organization, seeing where do you stand on the complaints with respect to the DPPPA. Now the legal can't go and say that, no, my IT will respond to that, and IT responding, we have implemented this technology, that technology and everything. Because the legal has to take a stand here. Why? Because again, the response that is going to come from the employer has to be a legal response, and it should again stand in the court of law. So this is where the legal has to play a major role. Now, coming back to the technology part, now as Mr. Rajaram mentioned, the what needs to be done will be done by the legal. How it has to be done by the technology. And as such, any regulation, if you look at the DPTPA, it clearly tells reasonable safeguards, no, the other terms. It doesn't go into the details and say you should put encryption, you put anonymization. So these are examples given. So it broadly says PET, privacy enhancing technologies. So these are enablers for how to implement this technology. Now let's come to the last quadrant, which is the governance part of it. So as Rajaram told, the roles and responsibilities, these are very, very important. Because when we look at such type of regulation, this should be a cross-functional team. Because today we still see when anything about this DPDPA, everybody points us to the IT department. No, please talk to the CISO. He might be doing something on this one. Why don't you talk to the IT lead? No, he is already doing something on this part. That's where the cross-functional team has to come. The roles and responsibilities, the accountability has to be laid out, documented, followed up and everything. Now, within that governance part, the major part comes as the awareness. Let me tell you, we as Indian nationals, we are new to privacy as a culture. So it's very much important that there's more and more awareness sessions conducted at respective organizations, not just to the IT employees, but to the overall, the user population of the organization. So just to summarize it up, the way we look at DPDPA, it should be led by the legal function, strongly supported by the IT. That's the way we look at the DPDPA.
Thank you. So we are agreed on one thing, that this is a combination of legal, technical, and governance issues. Now, how does it translate into our day-to-day work life? Many of you may be thinking, who will be the right DPO for an organization? Most of the time, the question arises, can we make our CISO also the DPO? Okay, so let me check with our experts what is their view. Now, when we are saying 30 or 35%, whatever is the percentage of legal knowledge required, technical knowledge required, governance capability required, all the three put together. So now the question is, I am the CEO, I want to pick somebody for DPO. What is that I should look for? Yeah, you can start with Rajesh.
I think if you look at who should take the responsibility, the law doesn't say, no, it should be from the legal department, it should be the CISO or anything. And any one of these functions can pick up the DPO role. But our recommendation is that that person should have gone through a strong a governance program, a learning program. There have been a lot and more DPO sessions, or certifications that are coming up. I think, if I'm not wrong, I think one FDPPI also has some sessions on that part. We have the Data Security Council of India, which also has some DPO certification, everything. So the person who was taking in charge of this one has to have knowledge of legal angle as well. The reason why I'm telling particular on that point is because typically the CISO becomes the culprit here, and they pick up the CISO as this one. No harm in picking up the CISO. You might be very good at all the security controls and everything, but at the same time, he or she should also be able to understand the legal aspects of the law.
Yeah. Mr. Rajaram, what is your view?
Yeah, I would say it is not about the CISO or, some CXO handling it. It is the person should be capable of implementing governance, right? As a CISO, it is not, maybe it may be purely compliance, right? We are not looking at just compliance. So we are really looking at ensuring that we are geared for a lot of improvisation, a lot of creativity as well in terms of the bringing down the cost, ensuring that every department, every function is closely aligned on this. So I would say I would put more weight on governance than technology. The legal part, obviously, we can take help if there is a need even from outside, right? So it doesn't have to, the DPO doesn't have to have the legal expertise, but at least he or she needs to be aware of all the basic, classes. But other than that, I think the governance and technology, I would give more weightage than legal.
Thank you. Of course, this is a decision which lots of CEOs will be taking in the next few days because DPDPA is becoming a reality. Now, one obvious possibility is to go outside and pick up somebody with all these 3 qualifications or whatever is that. If they have done a certified DPO DA course of FDPPI, it should be better. Okay. There are many people who will be coming up with GDPR certification, but GDPR is not DPDPA. So that certification may not directly fit in. The only organization which is today giving a wholesome coverage of requirements is, of course, CDPODA. Now we are also upgrading it for AI. Now that AI has come, so we are trying to add something about AI also. And of course, FDPPI is the only organization which has got a framework. So we can teach DPDPA, we can teach something about technology, we can also teach something about the framework. Okay, fine. So there may be in due course others. Okay, that is external. Okay, now many companies will be trying to pick and choose from amongst their existing CXOs and try to get the best fit for this, because either they want to do it quickly and perhaps they don't have time to go out, or there may not be sufficient number of people. We are saying all significant data fiduciaries should mandatorily appoint a data protection officer. Okay. And all significant data fiduciaries should mandatorily appoint a data auditor who is an independent external person. So every SDF, significant data fiduciary, will create 2 job situations. One internally a DPO, one externally a consultant. Of course, consultant can be a data auditor for multiple organizations, whereas DPO has to be an employee of one single organization. So these 2 people will be coming up and the company has to decide. Now we have in the companies a CTO, we have got a person who is, let's say, chief of HR, let us say, then CISO, chief risk officer. Now, one of the things which we have to decide is which of these person will have to be chosen. There are many companies who are having the CISO and the DPO designations combined together. So let me ask our friends here, what is their view on giving joint responsibility of DPO with, say, yes, CISO, which is the most common thing which is happening today in the organization. Yeah, so Rajaram, should we combine the responsibilities?
Yeah, the responsibility, it all depends on the size of the organization, the extent of importance, whether it is a huge data-oriented, is a big organization, then we should not combine these positions, right? If it is a smaller organization and you are running on a tight budget, then I think those kind of improvisation, responsibility sharing can be done. As I said earlier, it is not about the sharing of responsibility in a person, in a role. It is very, very important that the governance, see, it is not just a technical item. The governance in terms of ensuring that, all aspects are taken care and implemented, and continuous breach reporting. See, you clearly brought out this 250 crore message. Similarly, we have GDPR is a huge implication. So the important thing is the governance along with the technology and obviously legal aspect. That is how I would say.
Yeah, you can add.
I think just to add to what Mr. Rajaram told, I think it's perfect. I think that's the same response to what I will echo. But I wanted to stress on one thing. It's better to avoid the CISO. And the specific reason why I'm telling it's better to avoid the CISO is because in most of the organizations where we are seeing, the CISO already has dual responsibilities. In fact, more than dual responsibilities. In some cases, it is the same, the CIO position plus the CISO position and everything. So it's better to avoid the CISO because he is already wearing multiple hats. And more importantly, I'm seeing still this as no problem. Not I'm seeing it from the perspective of what I'm seeing. If you look at the previous discussions and everything, there's more and more on questions on technologies. What technologies, is this tool, encryption, everything. So it's better, if it lies with a different function than the CISO.
I perfectly appreciate that. And when our friend says that avoid the CISO, it means that all of you can aspire a new job profile to be created in an organization as a DPO as high or perhaps even higher than the CISO, because DPO is supposed to be reporting to the board. Okay, so he cannot be less than the CISO. What do you say?
It's already happening. Quite a bit of manufacturing organizations who are dealing with the privacy-related data and everything. They're quite, not more I'm talking, but in few companies where we are working with, there's a special DPO being appointed out from outside.
Yeah. So if internally people do not upgrade themselves to be qualified to be considered for the DPO, then you will be letting somebody from outside come and sit above your head. So I would like all the senior people in the organization who are in any of these relative positions like the CRO or the CXO or something like that to start learning how to become a DPO, and maybe you may be bypassing your CISO and going one step. Pardon? HR, he can. That I already said HR person also. Okay. HR person has to know a little more of technology. Law, these three knowledge bases he has to have. They have to learn. So that is why they have to look for this. But one thing they should remember is this position is not shut off for them. It is not that only a legal person should go there, only a technology person should go there. Others also have an opportunity provided they qualify themselves. And there is going to be a number of such slots getting opened. And when AI comes, it is our push that any organization using AI is bearing an unknown risk. AI risk is unknown risk because this hallucination, nobody, even the OpenAI and others, they cannot say when their AI will go rogue or something like that. You have seen the Replit recently, Cursor AI. Even today morning, I think in Delhi High Court, some lawyer has produced some case laws which are fake case laws. So people have slowly understood that AI cannot be relied upon. Of course, humans also may not be relied upon, but at least we are prepared to take humans to be not relied upon, but not the software. So because of that, we are saying that unknown risk is a significant risk. So use of unknown risk, that organization should consider itself as a significant data fiduciary. Therefore, there should be more number of companies who are in the significant data fiduciary categories, more number of job opportunities for DPOs and DS. When you come to DA, data auditor, what is your perception of what should be the qualifications or credentials of a data auditor?
One, I think it's more like how Rajaram mentioned. So more of governance and more important understanding and interpreting the law, number one. Number understanding the organization function. See, for example, you're bringing somebody from the outside. No, I can't apply the same complaints or no yardstick what I've applied for one company and take it to the other company. So one is the understanding of the regulations. Second is understanding of the companies who are doing it. And third part is how much of technology, the support which the organizations make use of it. How can rely on that part?
Okay. We have in the marketplace a lot of people who are ISO 27001 auditors. Can I upgrade them to be data auditors? And similarly, of course, we have got chartered accountants, we have got the company secretaries. Is it possible for these people who are having some kind of audit experience, can we make them into data compliance auditors as envisaged in DPDPA, which means annually a data audit has to be conducted for an SDF? Yeah.
Yeah, no, why not? I think it should be very much possible. As long as the competency is needed for the data auditor is fulfilled, through the certification. For example, whatever FDPPI does certifications, you can undergo those certifications and fulfill that need. Then definitely, why not?
So it's great for professionals actually to think that there is a whole new set of profession coming up. In fact, this data auditor concept is not there in GDPR. It is there in India. And those who are interested and who can get themselves qualified should perhaps aim to go for that data auditor's position also. I'm just mentioning it here so that you keep it in your mind that those of you who want to be in employment, continue, look at DPO. Those who want to be independent, maybe you should look at being a data auditor, or the senior most DPOs will automatically go into the open space and become data auditors. So those are the opportunities.
Just a note, sir, like just the response what you had mentioned. Like how for ISO 27001 and everything, we have this lead auditor, other things. So one is the skill set of the person, but second is also the course or something which, more important, it gives a comfort to the other parties that no, the person who's coming and auditing is somebody who has understood the law. Okay,
Yeah.
apart from the skills, you're also carrying out the law. So if there is something like a course, which I expect, no, definitely it is going to come up, no, and I think already FDPPI has one course on the data auditor part and everything. So that's going to come, few more courses that will be coming up. So definitely, I think something like this can be the way forward.
Yeah, there will be consultants who will help the organization to implement, and there will be auditors who will audit the implementation. Until such time that there are sufficient number of people, perhaps today FDPPI will do both this and that kind of a thing. But as we go forward, there will be a separate set of people who will be only providing consultancy beyond the DPO. DPO is an internal consultant. Externally, there will be consultants, and then there will also be auditors. For auditors, of course, again, just to make a mention, because people who are with other audit experience is there, we also have a system called data trust score. We are talking about this legal percentage, this percentage like that. Now, when we are looking at the maturity of DPDPA compliance in an organization, because this is a subjective assessment, it is difficult to convert it into a quantitative number. We have tried to do that in a system called data trust score, which was actually suggested by the government in the first draft of PDPB 2018 and then dropped. Government might have dropped, but FDPPI has still caught hold of it because it's a good idea. Okay, so there we have used this concept that when you want to convert a subjective assessment of a compliance of a particular element, like consent, whether it is good, bad, ugly. Okay, so that we have got a scale of 1 to 10 and say if the consent has been properly implemented through policy, certain things, and if the technology is there, certain more points, and if it is sustainable over a period of time, then certain more points. So we have used this concept which Mr. Rajaram was talking of 30% or 40%, 30% in actually making an assessment, converting the subjective assessment into a quantitative assessment, so that at the end we can have one data trust score, which is a 0 to 100 scale, like a credit scoring we come up with. Yeah. How can, this is for Rajaram, how can startups and innovation ecosystems balance rapid growth with the need for robust data governance and privacy controls? We are getting beautiful questions. I don't know whether these questions are coming from people who are here or outside. In fact, excellent questions are coming. If it had come from here, we would have actually been able to find out who is the person who is raising such great questions. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Hema Lakshmi. Yeah.
Correct. See, one of the challenges with the law, TPDPA Act is that it doesn't differentiate between big companies or small companies or the nature of companies, nothing, right? That whereas when you take GDPR, there are, differentiation, segmentation. So that is lacuna. Maybe people like Navi should take this up and, with the legal and ensure that those exemptions or tailoring needs to happen for different sections. So, with respect to startups, I would say we have to look at it from two sides. One, startups can take this as an opportunity and innovate and be a revenue earner from this opportunity, right? So with that, you can be in consent management, you can develop a SaaS application, you can know privacy management as a service or a consulting you can do for GCCs or MSMEs. So startup, then anonymization, data classification, mapping, algorithms. There are so many areas this opens up in terms of startup opportunities for innovation and entrepreneurship. Whereas if you are on the other side, you are a startup who is focused on winning customers and deals, some of these could be a distraction, could be really pull you down if so that is where we need those lightweight models. The DPDPA for large companies can be heavyweight model. For startups and smaller organization, we need to have a lightweight model, which is not so punitive, like 250 crore, but which ensures that people have that integrated right at the model gets integrated as they develop. So it is they have to be innovative to ensure that those are taken into account. But
startup ecosystem should start recommend a sandbox system so that it will be helpful, because it was, again, sandbox system was there in the earlier version, has been dropped down.
Okay. So yeah, that should be brought back.
See, there is a provision for exemption, but if the government doesn't want to give exemption for a particular startup, at least there should be a sandbox kind of this thing, so that testing and other things can be done.
All we are saying is not exemptions, a lightweight model. See, we don't want to put chains around our leg and try to run a 100-meter sprint. That is not going to help anybody, right? So we want to do this because we want to ensure that data privacy is protected. At the same time, we need to take into account the volume of data, the size of the operation, and other aspects as well. So
Chennai has been to take some kind of initiative in this, because you are the technology person. So you, from your side also, you should try to move.
definitely, I think, sure.
Rajesh, you can take this question. How can leadership teams encourage a privacy-first mindset across employees, partners, and vendors?
I will take the cue of what has been happening before the privacy had come and the existing cybersecurity regulations. How it took a lot of journey, it took a lot of effort to embed within the organization. So we have to take a cue from that while we take stab at this problem. The first and foremost, what we have seen, the one most working factor is the use of metrics. Okay, and the use of metrics is today where we are seeing the cyber hygiene improving in most organizations. Let me give you a few examples. Okay, so for example, we look at the entire estate of an organization. So for example, you have so many assets, in terms of laptops, servers, and everything. Then we look at your antivirus compliance. Today we call it TDR and everything. We look at how much percent you're compliant there. There is always a delta for whatever reasons, but there is a delta there. So what happens is when we present the report, because I present this report in the board committee of most organizations, so these are some parameters which gets captured. This is one example. The similar example can be taken in terms of SAM, the security monitoring and everything. Always there is a delta where few logs are not being captured, everything. And what we have seen is that when we present this type of a report to the board, okay, then there is a big message from the board to downwards. All the way not to their own employees also, some of this gets captured in the third-party contract and everything, saying that, if there are deviations and everything, based on that, there will be also fines leading to that part, penalties leading that part. We are seeing that as a most effective mechanism, how you can ensure. It's more of a, what you call a threatened mechanism, you can call it, but that works very good in this.
We'll have one last question. How should Indian businesses prepare for interoperability between DPDPA and global frameworks? Yeah, both of you, one after another, and we'll give your concluding remarks also.
Yeah, one thing I would say is, more and more, technology, automation, we need to build in. There are so many areas which we already talked about, anonymization, data classification, data mapping, the other aspects, privacy first culture, and then global data sharing. In all these areas, there is potential for AI as well as a high level of automation. SaaS model kind of applications also can be brought in. So these can potentially, if we do this for DPDPA, automatically that will take care of GDPR and CCPA as well. And the other thing is, we need to be pioneering, just like the data trust score, what you talked about. That is a very, very important thing for the country. See, if you take the CMMI, capability maturity model, which we have taken from US and we have been implementing it here. But we need to have a pioneering model from India. See, just like, we want to be Atmanirbhar, we want to be a pioneer. That is where the data trust score, I would say, I would give it, very, very high importance to develop this and then formalize this and take this forward. Because these are the kind of pioneering initiatives which can propel India into the global stage and can make us as an innovator rather than just a follower, right? We have been used to using the applications, following and implementing processes which are developed in the Western world. I think more and more now, we need to look at how we can propagate this back to the Western world and be a pioneer. So that will automatically take care of, integrating. Now GDPR or CCPA over implementing will also look at data trust score, right? These kind of mechanisms will get strong adoption, and we could be a global leader in this area.
Along with data trust score, I would also like to add one of the other things which we have introduced, which is data valuation standard of India, DVSI. That is to assign a rupee value to the data, so that when, for example, when the TPP wants to provide some kind of a penalty for your negligence in maintaining reasonable security, then there has to be a distinction between whether that negligence related to some X kind of data, X value of data or Y value of data. For example, recently we had in the South Korean case, some 20-year-old data of an educational institution was lost, compromised. Now, what is the value of that data which was lost, for which the regulatory authority actually imposed a heavy fine? If that was current credit card data or something like that, heavy fines would be there. But 20-year-old data of an educational institution like a college, to me, the value is not that much. So that distinction today is not available. So tomorrow when we are negotiating with Data Protection Board for what the kind of penalty should be there, we as companies should be able to argue with Data Protection Board, this is a 30-year-old data, sir. Don't put me 200 crores or 50 crores or something. This is worthless. Okay, I am still negligent, I agree. But I have to actually put different mitigation measures based on the risk of a particular data set. So if I got a data set which is archived for 15 years back, I will definitely have a lower level of security compared to some other data. So that is a corporate policy. So we should be able to tell Data Protection Board that this is valued at so-and-so, that is valued at so-and-so. Please look at that kind of a thing. That is another thing which we have done. Of course, we have proposed that value should be there. A lot of interesting things. Some other time we'll discuss that data valuation, particularly of personal data, how much it values, how it depreciates over a period of time. But because you said this data trust score should be taken, this also is something which has to be done.
One thing I would say is you should go ahead and file a patent right away, because before it gets filed by somebody else, it is better you do it.
Okay. Yeah, Rajesh, the question was and other things. Yeah.
See, today there are a lot more regulations, and especially for organizations which are operating in multi-geographies where we have to abide by this part. And what we are seeing, in fact, most of these organizations have already taken the first step, which is nothing but conducting a privacy assessment. And what they do is, it's more of a gap assessment, because one, you need to see most of the, not all the controls, not all the, rules are totally new to any organization, including the use of the tools as well. So what organizations want to do as a first step is, how much of the hard work which have done in the past, maybe because of a GDPR complaints, or maybe because of their own self-regulation perspective, how much of the hard work that I have put in, I can make use of as part of this act. And what is the delta that is lies in now? So most of the organizations have already taken the first step. So they are doing a privacy assessment and finding out where the gaps lie in. So that is the first step. Now, I want to also add a bit on the technology, because I think in the previous session there was also some reference about technology. How do you select the technology? So this is what we say. When you go for any technology, okay, the technology at the end of the day is an enabler for this one. I would prefer the technology to be neutral. I don't want anything like DPDPA ready. So if I'm an organization where I'm doing work with, or doing some business with the European region, then I need to purchase some GDPR ready solutions, then I have to buy some DPDPA ready solutions. No, I would prefer a solution which gives me that, the support to go and meet most of my criteria. Simple example is the data discovery mechanisms. I don't want to name any tool, but most of us know there are tools available which can go and tell what personal data is available, especially because we do this work for large consulting organizations, everything. It can tell what type of data, whether it's an Australian citizen data, whether it's a US citizen data. You can find out everything. I don't want any data discovery tool which telling me only the Indian national data. The advantage with that one is today it's DPDPA. Maybe it's still in the early stages, I would say. Almost it's going to get finalized, it's going to be notified and everything. Obviously, there will be some amendments upcoming. So this is going to change. So when I select a technology, I want a technology which, before even I select a technology, first thing I will do is, how can I leverage my existing technology? I don't want to keep on investing in additional tools. There will be new tools coming, tons and tons of tools coming. No, we are already seeing it. Especially this time, what we are seeing is these new tools are coming from this part of the region. And the best part is they are economically viable. But again, I don't know, just because it's economically viable, it doesn't mean that I will go and purchase it. The first part is I want to see how much of the existing investments which I made, how can I make use of it? Is it really need to go for another tool? And if I'm going for that tool, how can I ensure that this is not just tied down to this particular framework, DPDPA? How can I ensure that tomorrow any other regulation comes, we are talking about sector-specific regulations. What if there's something on sector-specific regulations? So how can I address that part? Already we are seeing a challenge in terms of the Indian regulations. If, for example, if you take BFSI, there's already the RBI regulations, then we have DPTPA. If you take the telecom companies, already you have the DOT, and then we have DPTPA. So already there is some complexity which the companies are fighting on that aspect. So our no advice to most of our customers would be, don't make it complicated. Let's be very simple.
Thank you, Rajaram and Rajesh. Let us give them a big hand. So, thanks all of you also. Hand it over to. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. A busy day and a tiring day for Mr. Navi, of course, been on the stage most of the time. Ladies and gentlemen, for one last time, let's give them a big round of applause. It's been a fabulous session again. To keep you all still here and interactive, it takes a lot of effort. May I request Group Captain, Prem, please come. So, gentlemen, the entire team of FDPPI, I must mention Mr. Ashok and Ms. Manju, and I've been putting a lot of effort since yesterday. They've been here since yesterday in Bangalore. Yes, they all deserve a big round of applause. And all of you, the audience who have been here since morning so patiently. Yeah, big round of applause to all of you as well, which I must do actually. Good. So, good, all of you stayed back, and there are some students as well who have taken a lot of interest and learning a lot of things from today. So before we break for tea, one reminder, we have that QR code for feedback. Please take your time to give us a feedback. We would like to learn and improve further for the next conclave when we meet. And yeah, my team has been also very, very helpful. Let's give them a big round of applause as well. And may I request all of you to rise for the national anthem before we break for tea.
तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा, जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता, जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you to all those who joined us online. I'm sure you all had a great session. Over 620 people have watched this program since today. Log on, log off, and all put together. Ladies and gentlemen, go enjoy your tea. Get back home safe. Have a great weekend. Until we meet again. Thank you so much.